No one. Road foreman's report. The 2017 truck is still down. Each week they push it out a week, so we're now at the end of March before we're gonna get the part, which they don't make. Dodge, Rams. So they don't make the part, but we're gonna get it in the end of March. Other than that, they were out this morning doing sanding for the ice. And that's about it for there. So correspondence for information. Anybody have anything under there they'd like to discuss?
The tour de Heifer, we had a meeting yesterday afternoon with all rescue, Richie Cogliano with the emergency management, Rick, up to the sheriff's department, and Peter Doran. Made a lot of progress with it. I sent around today new maps because of the changes from yesterday's meeting. It's very positive. There'll be some more stuff coming out in terms of they still haven't figured out where they're going to put their water stations and all that. But he gave a overview of how they're working things. Like when the race goes through, every race is going to have what they call 2 sweeps. They'll have a lag person on a bike, and then they'll also do it by car.
And they aren't really races, right?
They're not races.
Yeah,
it's
Right. It's a ride.
It's a ride.
Yeah.
The change was from when we met here originally was talking about the Green Iron Bridge. We're going to do the covered bridge. They're going to hire the sheriff's department for that for the west side because of the blind spot on the Green Iron. Norris Hollow's been taken out for Tucker Reed. So there's things like Richie would like to put out an alert the day before for just Emerson residents to tell them. I'm going to talk to Lee from the highway department for those big signs that we can put out. So there's in one meeting, we're in a very positive note and moving forward. So Peter was just wondering where we sat as the board, and I said I would review it with you guys tonight and let you know if we're.
But it sounds like on the 2 points of safety and communication, you guys made a lot of progress.
A lot of progress.
Awesome.
I was very pleased in an hour, and so now we're in the email ring. So it's
Awesome.
very good.
Great, thank
So
you so
I'll
much, Terry.
let him go back, and I'm sure we'll have another point of contact here before as we go along.
Good,
So,
awesome.
Excellent. Anything else that anybody wants to bring up under that? Okay, correspondence for discussion and or action. Maria?
I'll make a motion that we pay Ruth Hoffman $300 from the typist for typing the town report and working on it.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. New business. Going to the articles. So, anybody have any preferences what they'd like to bring up for the articles? Let's go down through, start with number 1. That's actually,
Not anything that we do.
right?
And let's see, does the moderator do Article 2?
I think she does, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody would like to do Article 3 to see if the select board will receive?
Oh, I'll do Article 3.
Oh, jeez.
You'll jump on that one,
You'll
Zeke?
jump on that one,
Yeah,
Zeke?
Nice. You want 4 also?
Let's see. Well, that looks like it would be a little work.
Oh, really?
Let's see.
Good.
I'll give somebody else a chance. I want to hog everything.
All
the
right.
Good ones.
Oh, thanks.
I'll do 4. You want me to do 5 also?
Mm-hmm,
And it goes hand in hand?
mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you, Maria.
Okay.
I'll do 6.
I'll do 7.
Okay,
Unless someone wants.
I'll do 7 if you want, it doesn't,
Happy to do 7.
okay, well, Zeke, go do 7.
You want 8, Terry?
Oh, sure, right, thanks, no. I think I'll pass that one up.
Okay.
I think Louis,
Louis
you get
should-
it.
yeah.
Traditionally,
Alright.
that has a,
Yeah. I just didn't know if maybe I could sneak
Sneak
that
that
out.
one in,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
I think so.
she was so willing to take number 7. I thought she could jump right on 8. All right. How about number 10?
I can do 10.
Go for it, Terry.
You're doing that. You might as well do 11 too.
Yeah.
Huh?
11,
you're
yeah.
on a roll.
I'm on a roll.
Anybody? That's awful wordy. Number 12.
Yeah,
How-
I'll do that, I'll do that.
I can do 13. Now 14, usually Mark Brown does that.
Right.
But do we want to pick
I was gonna
somebody
say, can we
just
have
in
somebody
case?
back just in
Back
case?
Yep.
Right. If he doesn't
Yep.
bring it up.
I can be the backup.
Okay. Oh, they're gonna bring that
I
up.
was going to say that somebody from the
That
floor
floor
brings
will
this
bring
one
that
up.
one up.
Yep.
Usually.
Yeah.
And then there's other business.
Yeah.
And the town moderator does that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Mhm. Oh, that was easy.
No arm wrestling.
Yeah.
So Maria, could you email this list with who's gonna do what to Cindy?
Oh, yep.
And what Cindy's going to do is she will email everybody the way she'd like you to read
say
it.
Oh,
to-
right.
To be
Yeah,
said,
there's
so,
some,
because she didn't have her town report yesterday when I talked to her, so she didn't get a chance to have it all written out, so she'll email us with how to
great,
read that.
great.
Okay. Any other business?
I'll
Motion,
make a motion we adjourn.
very good.
Second that,
All right. We're all
we're
set.
done.
Good evening, I'd like to call
He's got that mood lighting on half his face.
Select Board meeting of February 24th, 2020. Good evening, everyone, and I'd like to recognize the public. Do we have any public with us tonight?
Our road boss is here, but no public.
Okay, so we don't need to talk about the rules of procedure because there's no one to. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I do not have any.
All right, are there any changes to the agenda order?
I do not have any of those either.
I presume we've all read the minutes, and do I have a motion to accept them, or do I have some editorial comments?
I'll make a motion to accept them as written.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries unanimously, thank you very much. Highway update, Dan, hi, how are you?
Good, Richard. I hope you're enjoying your vacation.
I am, thank you.
I hope the weather's good.
In and out. But there's no snow, sleet, or ice or rain.
Yeah, well, we're supposed to get a little of that next couple days, so, little mixture of stuff.
Aye.
Just, updates that, our sand budget and salt budget's pretty much depleted. I probably got about 800 yards in the shed, I'm hoping to get us through, because I wanna clean it out anyway, so to redo the floor. Salt, I got 4 loads of salt last week, and that, I'm over on that, so. Other than that, we've just been out doing a little sanding, little plowing, cutting a little brush today, we're out turning, making waterways and stuff, so the water, when it warms up, melts. So far, we haven't got no mud. There's still a lot of ice on the roads, which days like today, that's melting. But,
Great,
it'll be, the brown goo will be here before we know it, so.
right.
Everything else
Okay,
is,
so from that, we can roll into new business, Dan, and the first item on the agenda, the new business, is the future needs of the town garage, which we wanted to have a discussion about. We were very interested in what you had to say about the future needs of the town garage.
well, I mean, like we've talked in the past, the roof needs some attention. The wood bees and the woodpeckers have got, because it's all made out of wood on the outside. So the siding should be done someday. We should probably put vinyl siding on it or some kind of different siding. The inside of the garage is all wood. And, you know, back in the day when they built it, all the material came from the lot. And, you know, we have to be very careful when we're welding and using the torches, because all it's gonna take is one spark and, you know, we could lose a garage. But we do have a fire alarm system in it and a burglar alarm system, but, there's some things in the shop that needs to be done. Number one, I would say the roof. You know, do something with the roof. Right? I don't know if it needs, pull all the old screws out, put new ones in with new washers, or just maybe do a new roof. I'm not sure. So we'd have to get somebody in there to look at it to see what we really need to do.
I don't remember what the capital needs assessment said about the garage. Peter, do you have a sense of that?
Yeah, so I mean, we had,
Improvements that the plan had in it?
yeah, one of the issues with the plan for the garage was that the engineer who completed it did note that due to the weather when he came, there were certain parts of the garage that he was not able to fully assess. One of which was the roof, another of which was the exterior sill, where the sills meet on the exterior part of the building, and a few other things. So because of that, he said there could be things that are of higher importance than what he noted. So I've spoken with Ian several times on it, and by far and away, I mean the work on the roof, it was suspected due to the age of the building. And so that was on there. One of his big priorities on there was also, he noted the effect of the carpenter bees and the woodpeckers on the siding, and he felt it needed to be re-sided. All of the human doors, not the bay doors, but the human doors and windows all need replacing, according to the report, and a few other things.
Okay, so
I have a question.
does anybody have any comments about the state of the garage? And we're looking at this issue because of the capital improvement budget, and making sure that we budget prudently and wisely and fully for what is needed in regard to the garage in the upcoming years.
I think it's also good to note that due to the changes in the town in the 30 years since the garage was built, that we have 3 times the number of pieces of equipment than when the garage was first built. So most of the equipment sits outside in all forms of weather. The bays aren't big enough for the guys to fit everything in, or for stuff to be able to work on stuff when they have to do repairs in the middle of winter.
Yeah, 'cause we only have 2 bays we can get, say if we get the wings on the trucks, the 2 bigger bays, those are the only 2 doors we can get in. The other 2 doors on the other side, then you can just barely get a truck in, because when they built it, it was all this. And they cut corners and made the doors short. Of course, back then, we didn't have any trucks with wings on them. The only thing we had was the wing on the grader. Of course, the grader always stayed outside, so. I
Well,
mean,
my question is, does it make sense to put more money into this building, or?
The building's still a good, sound building. I mean,
Yeah.
it's good. I mean, we have the old garage, or I got the tractor and one of the old trucks stored in it, down at the old town garage. You know, that's a cold storage building, there's no heat. All it is just storage. We put the chipper down there, and I got my chloride tank in it and some other things, but I mean, this building over here, we put a little work into it. I mean, it still ain't gonna be big enough, but it still works, serves our purpose. Plus, we got, you know, a lot of times when we park the little trucks inside the sand shed. You know, if I don't fill it right out the door, so we can back them in, so they're, at least something's undercover. So, and the loader stays in the sand shed, so. And if it gets cold enough, we got, out in the shed, I have timers out there so we can plug all the vehicles in, you know, leave them undercover and whatever, so. But the garage, you know, it started in 1986, you know, and they did volunteer help, in which back then it was, sounded like a good idea, but it didn't work. And we ended up, when the contractor was doing the school gym, they were in like a little lull, so we ended up getting a price from them to come over to finish framing, put the rafters and do the roof on it. So, I mean, and we moved in 1990. So, I mean, we've been in the garage since 90, but we started in 86, so.
Is there any thought or possibility of expanding the current structure?
Pardon?
Expanding.
Possibly
Well,
expanding.
There's only one way we could expand, because of the way, we're limited on space over there. And the way the sand shed sits, and then we have the salt shed. We only got a little space between the salt shed and the further end of headed towards Bonneville Road, and we could go back in the bank, but the way the sand shed is, the salt shed, the back of that salt shed is right on our property line, on the school, because the school owns the rest of the land. But it's right, we're right bordering that property. There isn't much room over there. And then if you go down the other end, you're right in the swamp, and you can't do anything in the swamp, so.
Is the swamp between the school and our property?
Yes.
So that's, as you encroach the school,
Yeah, the only one.
the school property closest to that abuts you is not buildable either.
Right.
Is that
We
correct?
got one spot we could go
Yeah.
in between the
It's
sand shed,
right,
and
this
the
one.
salt
Yeah.
shed and the upper end of the garage, so.
No, I guess my comment would be, we've kicked this around a bit from time to time, and I really think someone's gotta come in, an engineer that can see the building and evaluate it, you know, in the summertime perhaps, but I think we need a plan, you know. To me, this keeps getting kicked down, we've known the roof's been an issue, we know the siding's been an issue, we know the woodpeckers are working hard, you know, to destroy it. But I think we need someone to come, give us an evaluation, to make a determination, to Michael's point, whether is this something we wanna continue to build up, or do we look at, would it be cheaper to build a new structure? As far as,
Could we get the engineer who did the CNA to come back and look at the garage more thoroughly, and give us an assessment of its capacity and its future use and what it might mean in regard to repairs?
I see no reason why not. Obviously, they'd want to be paid, but, you know, we could inquire. I mean, depending on the expense of it, if it's less than $2,500, yeah, we could the select board could choose to directly hire that individual, since he's already been here before. If the expense is going to be more than the $2,500, then we'd have to either make an exception to that policy or go out to bid.
Because when he came and did all the buildings, it was in the middle of the winter.
And it was right after a snowstorm.
And and he couldn't,
Oh, that's why he couldn't, I didn't
yeah,
understand.
he came, it was during the middle of the winter when he came.
I remember it turned out to be a very bad plan.
So could we come to an agreement that we should at least inquire whether that person can come and find out if he can do this and how much he would charge for it.
I think that's a good suggestion. Will that person have the ability or the expertise to evaluate?
I'm almost wondering if an architect.
Well, that's what I don't,
Yeah.
would he,
I don't know who, I don't know what his name was that,
Richard LaLancette from LaLancette and Associates in Rutland
okay. No.
was his name.
And he made some very, what I thought were good engineering and architectural observations. He seemed to be very professional. If you read the CNA, which you've all done, I mean, he really got into a thorough analysis of what all of our buildings need.
I mean, I could start with just a phone
I
call
would
and ask him if he
Yeah.
felt comfortable giving a more in-depth analysis, or if he thought that was something we should, inquire with an architect. So,
Yeah,
And then-
because he
that's
has,
where we should start.
we've already spent money with him and he has a sense already, I think, of the
So,
buildings and everything. It would make more sense to have him do it, and if he couldn't do it for less than that.
well, the other thing is, we don't know that he doesn't already have an architect on his staff.
So we're asking him for advice, essentially, right?
Yeah,
About, here's the project. If we're clear about the project, what do you recommend? Can you do it, or give us somebody else?
Or,
Or go
yeah,
somewhere
or at
else,
least
yeah.
give us a sense of what it would entail.
I mean,
So do we have agreement on that we'll start there?
Yes.
So for an action point, I'll reach out to Mr. LaLancette and ask these questions.
Yes.
Are you feel like the building, I mean, would you like to be able to pull in the equipment that can't fit through the doors at the moment?
Well,
Is
the
that-
other two, I mean, but one of them, we don't put a wing on it, I mean, we're just using it for, but the grader, if we put the wing on the grader stays outside. I mean, we can put it in on the two bigger sides, there's just barely enough room for it to get in. The other trucks, even the 1 ton with a wing on, we can't put in over on what I call the other two cold storage bays. There's heat over there, but I mean, it's because the doors are small. We're limited. If they had gone back when they built it another 4 feet, and we'd gotten some good doors in it, I mean, made them wide enough, we'd have been all right on that.
I think that's what you gotta evaluate,
Yeah,
is it
can we
worth
widen the
going back
doors?
4 feet, putting new
Yeah.
doors in and all
I
that.
think
So,
that
I mean, if he agreed to come, we could just suggest to him what we're particularly interested in finding out from him.
I also think that we need to think about 5 or 10 years down the road for the town
Yeah.
and what the needs will be, and not do the same thing that happened with this building and just kind of do Band-Aid fixes to the garage. That puts us in a position where we would have been better off with, an earlier decision being made.
The bigger question for me is expandability. We're limited there. We're not gonna be able to expand it for the future in terms of equipment.
Very limited, there's only one
Right.
place that we could go.
Over at the Old Town Garage, is that the footprint that I look at, where the building is and the sand pile? I mean, is it any bigger than that over here?
Just over here?
Yeah, no, the one over here.
On Center Road.
Oh, that's what I'm calling
Oh,
it.
the one on the center road?
Yeah,
That one, just cold storage down there, I mean, we just store equipment in it.
right.
The other thing is, we will not be able to get approved from the state to build there because that is in the floodway. It's
Right.
not even the flood.
Yeah, I
zone.
just wondered if what I was looking at was the full parcel, and whether or not we
Yeah.
could put more equipment down there, but.
I mean,
No, it's-
that's an old cinder block building, I mean, it's old, I mean.
Could we put a
that one-
brand
that
new
one does
steel
need a new
building?
Roof on it.
Right. That, but I'm thinking, do we have the footprint to put a new building on it, like a
Down
steel, yeah,
I
I'm
don't
just
think
asking.
Like Peter was just saying, we're
Right.
right in a floodplain.
And so therefore we wouldn't be.
Whatever's there
Right
is
now, we're
there.
grandfathered
You can't-
because that
No, that's what I
building's
thought.
Correct. Because
Good.
if we lose that building, we've already been told by the state that we can't replace it.
Gotcha, perfect.
That's why we had to
Okay,
get rid
so
of it.
let's, I think we should move on from this. I think we have agreement of our next step. So
I do have one other question,
let's
sorry,
take
Rick.
that action. Yes.
Richard,
sir.
sorry. So if we were going to look further into the future, would it be good, I think another plan we need, or somebody's thinking about, is what would it look like in 15 years? What are the needs? Not just that we'd all be guessing at them and throwing them out, but I'd like to see them on paper. I don't really know what they all are. I'd like
Well, I
to,
think our needs right now is what we got. for equipment is, it's adequate for the town. I mean, we got enough.
And for 10 years more?
I would say, I don't think the town, I think it would be safe to say that what we got will be good in 10 years down the road.
Okay.
We've gotten over the years since I've been for the town, all we had was, we didn't even have a dump truck when I first started. All we had was a grader and loader, and that was it. So I mean, over the years, we've gone
To
from,
what we currently.
we've gone from 2-man crew to
Yeah.
a 4-man crew, then a 5-man crew, and a 6-man crew, and now we're looking to go back to a 5-man crew, which this winter, having that extra guy was a very big help. I mean, we got around a lot quicker, and it cut down on the overtime big time, so. That's something that the select board probably should be thinking about, maybe someday hiring, because Alan's
And
retiring.
we may have some support
Yeah,
with
I mean,
that
Alan's retiring end of
part-time.
next month, end of March, he's done, he's
Right.
retired.
But he's willing to help out
Yeah, oh yeah, just
when
like,
needed.
just, you know, he said
we
he'd come in,
can.
work part-time, or be
Which
a
is
spare
awesome.
for the winter time for snowstorms and stuff, so.
Good.
Okay, so I
All
think
right,
we're set
thank
on
you.
that issue. Is that, Zon, is that good for you?
Thank you, yes, thank you very much.
Okay. All right, thank you, Dan,
You're welcome,
and the rest of you. The next item on our agenda is this question of whether we want to increase the rec commission by 2 commissioners. And Peter has the sort of background on this.
So yeah, so when the Recreation Commission was formed by the Select Board, going on 5 years ago now, the Select Board had the option of creating with 5 commissioners, 7 commissioners, or 9 commissioners. At the time, and I can't specifically find any reasoning behind choosing 7 commissioners.
Right in the middle, baby.
Yeah, that's what was chosen. And so Wendy Stone, the chair of the Recreation Commission, came to me several weeks ago, and this is a conversation she brought up last fall, just noting that at various points during the year they have had difficulty in getting a quorum, whether it's due to illness or work or you know whatever it is for the commissioners involved. There's some other things going on as well that you know will leave by the wayside. Anyhow, so they're hoping to. The other thing is that the 7 commissioners that are also involved are starting to feel a little overburdened with the volume of work that they've been putting forth for all of their activities throughout the year, which you already know about, so I don't need to go into those. And so they would like to get some help from 2 additional commissioners. So all it would really entail would be for the select board to make a motion to add 2 commissioners. If you do approve that motion, then we'd go, we can ask the Recreation Commission if they have any recommendations for who would be interested. I know they already have 1 individual who's already expressed interest. And then the select board would appoint 2 new commissioners and we'd be done.
Do I have a motion to add it?
I think it's a good idea because, and it's a very active group, and they really, you know, I think having a few more people would be supportive. I don't think it's gonna help their quorum in terms of numbers
Well, I know because it's gonna increase their quorum by
right,
1.
but I do think, I'll make a motion that we add 2 commissioners to the rec commission.
And do I have a second?
I will second that.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in favor, say
Aye.
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 Aye. The motion carries completely. Thank you very much. On to the next item on the agenda, which is the transfer of the various commissions' funds. Peter, would you speak to that, please?
Yes, so try and be as brief as possible. So I shared with the select board
Yes, please.
a lot of very detailed information regarding this. Several weeks ago when I was doing some additional work that I do at this time of year to update some reports for the select board, there were a couple of items that caught my eye that seemed a little off, considering that the R3, the conservation, cemetery, and planning commissions do not spend all of their appropriations annually. So I know that in 2014 the select board unanimously moved to create a reserve fund for both the Planning and Conservation Commissions, with any unspent funds at the end of the fiscal year to be moved into those reserve funds for future use. And then in 2016, the same thing happened for the Cemetery Commission. Looking back through the data, I ended up discovering that for the Planning and Conservation Commissions, that those funds were only transferred in twice in the years since 2014. And then for the Cemetery Commission, it's only happened once. So all of those funds are currently sitting in the general reserve fund. So it's not that those funds have disappeared. Since those funds were specifically allocated for those commissions, they are dedicated funds. So you, as a
It's
select board,
misstating our
Yeah,
general
you-
fund too.
yeah, so you can't technically spend those on other items because
So there are enough notes to make that clear that even though they're in the general reserve.
that's correct. So I would make a recommendation to the select board to make a motion to move those funds from the general reserve fund to the specific reserve fund for each commission. And the Recreation Commission, since they were created, they use 100% of their funds every year, so they don't have any to move. But so I gave the specific amounts to you folks in the information. So that's that. Any,
All right, do I have a motion to make that transfer? That seems pretty.
Sure. Do we need individual transfers for each commission? I mean, individual motions?
no, you can do
No.
You can do all the
you can do all
commission.
three.
I'll move that all the
Thank you,
funds be moved.
Zon, and do I have a second?
I will second.
All right, thank you, Michael. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of that motion, say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the motion carries unanimously, and thank you very much. The Charter for Compassion. I know, I can just tell you what I know about it. I mean, that there was a request from the Charter for Compassion for Guilford, for the Guilford Select Board, to correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, to make the motion that Guilford would become a partner in, with other towns and cities as a Charter for Compassion town. Do I have that correctly? And then we got a URL that took me to the Charter for Compassion website, which I read about, and we also had a recommendation from Peter Elwell, the town manager of Brattleboro, who highly recommended the Charter for Compassion as something that we might want to think about as having Guilford be a part of. Does that sum it up correctly, Peter?
Yes.
I don't know whether our select board has had time to look at that, look at the.
For those who have a solid understanding, could I have a little overview of what Charter for Compassion is?
I frankly don't know a whole lot about it, and Veranda, I spoke with Veranda on the phone this afternoon, and she is not necessarily opposed to the idea, but she personally would like to learn a little bit more about the organization before the select board makes this commitment.
So I did go to the website.
I'm supportive of that because I'm not familiar.
and read about it, and what it is that you.
Can someone give us a
It's
presentation on it?
basically,
He can, yes.
you sort of you join into a partnership of towns and cities which care for their citizens, attempt to not make any actions which create harm among the citizenry, that you also, in other words, that you try to run the town government and to create a space of compassion and promote compassion within the citizenry of your town. And you might choose a project that would be, for instance, in a larger town, something about working with the Boys and Girls Clubs to make it a more compassionate place, or in our town perhaps, the Guilford Free Library, we would have a project that would exemplify the standards of compassion.
And I mean, that all sounds great. I think Guilford does that now, so I don't understand how this takes us to a more formal way of addressing
Well,
compassion.
you sign on formally to this organization, which is a nonprofit,
I-
and you become a formal partner I'm not advocating for this, I'm just
Yeah.
explaining.
I guess I need to understand more.
I don't think it would change our behavior. I don't think our behavior would likely change at all. I think it's just that we'd be aligning with other cities around the world that are
Right.
part of this. Yeah, I
Yes,
know a
like
little bit about
Bratt.
this. I was one of the founding members of this thing when it first popped out because I'm a big fan of Karen Armstrong. So, you know.
Richard, while you were talking, Michael did ask if this gentleman, Jim Levinson, could come and present to the select board and be able to answer some
I
questions.
think that's a very good idea.
Okay, I will invite him to come and present at a future select board meeting.
Great.
Great. Thank you very much. Next on our agenda in new business is the grant list certification. I believe that's just a letter that we have to sign, or we have to.
Yes. Yep, that is correct. So it's very simple. I've never seen this in the past, and but the state asks both our lister's office and the select board to certify that we have no appeals or no lawsuits against the town regarding our grand list and value of properties. Lisa has already signed it attesting to that fact, and she just asks for a motion and for the signature of select board members.
May I have a motion, please?
Yeah, what is it called?
It's a certification of grand.
I'll make a motion to certify our grand list.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second it.
2 seconds.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. On to old business. I hope that everyone's had a chance to read the revised town administrative job description. Now, Peter, we need a motion to approve the changes. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Does anybody have anything to discuss about that or make a motion about it?
I'll make a motion that we approve the job descriptions as presented.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Say
Aye.
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 Aye. Any
I-
opposed?
No one's opposed. I would only ask the select board as they move forward with the new job descriptions and as the roles, particularly with the the assistant support kind of play out, that there'd be a close look at maybe needing to adjust it in the next 12 months or so. Just, that's the critical time, in my opinion, that this will shake out.
If I can just add one quick point to that, from my conversation with Veranda, I would personally recommend to the select board to, just due to budgeting, to not hire this individual, whether it is an individual that currently works for the town or somebody else, until the new fiscal year begins in July. Just because we had not budgeted for it in this fiscal year.
Oh, I see.
I agree with that.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Good suggestion.
Now I understand there are some personnel policy concerns, and I'm not sure who's speaking to that, you, Peter?
I think I will speak briefly to it, and I think Gordon had a couple comments on it. So there were a couple of additional clarifications that came up from the road crew regarding the personnel policy. One was frankly just a very simple clerical error in the fact that in the corrections you folks made a month or so ago, that we forgot one anniversary in there, and so just simply adding an anniversary number in there, which we did. And then the other item was that there was some confusion regarding how overtime is calculated. And make a long story short, it came about that even though this policy has been in place for over 5 years, what was written for the policy and what has been actual practice both in the town as well as in the town office for payroll did not match up. And the opinion is that it's unfair to town employees to suddenly start enforcing a policy that has not been enforced for all these years.
So what it basically comes down to is 5 years ago, there was a change, and that change was not instituted in terms of overtime pay as it was being calculated, just what Peter said. So for the last 5 years, our policy said one thing, we're
Practice.
doing something else, and it was just, you know, it's, I honestly don't think, and we'd have to go and run numbers to understand completely how significant a difference it is. But to me, when the issue was brought to my attention and we researched it, I am in total, I'm of the opinion that if we've been doing it this way for 5 years, even though our policy said something else, and it's been billed that way, that we wouldn't make that change all of a sudden because the policy said so.
The additional point I would add to what Gordon just said is that in our annual budgeting practices, Danny budgets for overtime
Correct.
as it has been paid. The way that it has been currently implemented for the past 5 years and frankly before that. And so by changing the policy to reflect what is in practice will not financially impact the town a penny.
Correct. And I'll be, you know, Danny played such close attention and plans for this that my personal opinion is that we just continue to move forward the way it's been done and take out whatever the verbiage is.
Which I did in the sample for
And-
you guys.
And Peter addressed that, but I'm of the opinion, and Dan, you may want to weigh in on it, that we ought to just maintain what we've been doing and the way Dan has been, Dan plans for his overtime, basically, as best he can. So he, I mean, this is a calculated process that he goes through. You know, I know these two are gonna be on there for these, you know, and I mean, it's a plan. You know, when Dan's not here, I have a higher concern that maybe we need to look at this more closely, but that's my 2 cents.
So are you saying, you're suggesting, Gordon, that we should edit the personnel
Yes.
policy to make sure that it's in line with actual practice?
Correct, that's a
The-
very
the-
good way to put it.
The copy that was in the folder that was shared with all of you, that had already happened. And I had highlighted each section for you to take a look at.
Okay, so do we need to have a motion about that?
So it would be a motion to approve the document as edited and presented to you over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Dan, do you wanna,
If all the changes have been made to make it.
Yep.
I'm happy.
To bring it
The
in line
boys
with
will be happy.
practice.
It was a matter of, frankly, it was a matter of removing 2 sentences is all it was.
Yep.
Okay,
so good, I'll make a motion that we edit the personnel,
Or you accept as edited.
We-
It's already been
do I
edited.
have a
right,
second?
we accept it as edited. That's what, that was.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye,
Aye.
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously, thank you very much. Now on to
and thank you,
the,
Dan, for bringing that.
equalization. Peter, do you want to speak to that?
Yep, unfortunately, Lisa could not be here tonight because of a previous family commitment. So the town received a letter from Jill Remick, the Director of Property Evaluation and Review from the Department of Taxes, to whom the select board submitted an appeal from what Lisa recommended previously. Of the 3 properties that were recommended for changing, the Department of Taxes accepted 2 of them, and they denied 1 of them. So we have 1 of 2 options. Lisa did some further investigation on those 2 options. One option is to accept what they have come back to us with, and the other is to continue to appeal. They have scheduled a tentative appeal hearing for April 23rd at 10 a.m. in Montpelier. Lisa's professional opinion is she's highly doubtful that since they've already denied it once, we do not have any additional information to submit, that the select board should accept the proposal from the Department of Taxes as written. If that's the case, I need you to make a motion and then select one of the current members sitting here before me to sign on behalf of the select board.
Okay, so do I have a motion that we are going to accept this certification,
I,
recertification letter?
I will make a motion that we accept Lisa's recommendation that we accept this.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Now, I need a second motion to have a select board member to sign the document, because there's only space for one person.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Zahn to sign that document.
Do I have a second?
Second.
You're gonna have to come back, Richard, to sign it.
All those in favor say aye.
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 He's been quiet tonight.
Thank you.
So I might as well get active here with my pen, huh?
So,
The
yeah,
next
Thanks,
item
man.
on the agenda is,
sign where it says chair.
Chair of legislative body.
The next item on the agenda is the town meeting talking points. I just wanted to go through those again. I just want to make sure that
Should I
everybody's
date it?
comfortable with those. The original set that Peter sent out was not really the original, because in the original I had me speaking for 6 and 8, and now Peter put that back in. And I'm just wanting to know whether you're all comfortable with those articles that you're going to present at town meeting.
I didn't see a change.
The only changes I made
Yeah.
what Richard said is I added his name. I removed Zahn from one article and Michael from one article and added Richard in, so
That's
that's,
perfect.
I mean, so that they're,
Okay, good.
you know, whatever, I don't, whatever, just tell me
We
what
don't
to
need a
do.
motion on that. Now,
No.
while we're at the town meeting, can we legally bring up this matter of the lunch that you, Peter, you had
Yeah.
suggested that?
yes, so I received a phone call from Mark Tassitori, the owner, one of the co-owners of the Guilford Country Store. He informed me that he and Suzanne have had a fair number, he didn't say how many, but he said quite a few people have approached them in the past 2 weeks, expressing concern that due to the fact that there is no school portion to the meeting, the items on the select board warning are non-controversial and should be fairly quick, that there will be no need for a lunch break this year, and that people will disperse prior to lunchtime. I think realistically, it may take only slightly over an hour to complete the whole thing, and I've spoken with Penny and others about that, and they tentatively agree. And so Mark also expressed that while they do personally enjoy it, that from a business standpoint, that they have actually been losing money for the past several years on providing this service. And due to the changes, he and Suzanne talked about it and have decided to decline providing lunch. Now, and that's for a number of reasons, the primary one being loss of revenue. He said the fact that a lot of people often come to the country store after town meeting day anyways. So his request to the select board was to let people know that they will be having a soup and salad special on town meeting day. And apparently it looks like we've lost internet connection.
No, I'm here.
He's there.
Oh, okay. Anyhow, and to encourage people to come over to the country store if they would like to have lunch. So,
So I don't know what about the rest of the select board, but I'm fine not having lunch at the meeting, particularly since if it's going to be a 2-hour delay or a 1-hour delay even to get from the business of the meeting to lunch, I don't see, and secondly, that the Guilford Country Store is not going to provide that lunch, and it's late, and thirdly, the select board is not responsible for providing the lunch. It used to be a fundraiser for the middle school. I'm perfectly fine with not having lunch at the meeting.
I
And
think,
I think other members of the town might feel the same way.
there's several residents who have expressed a great unhappiness with this decision. But, you know, as Richard noted, there's no obligation to do so. Yes, maybe it's a tradition, and some people don't like to see traditions go by the wayside. But there's no obligation for it. And I think that my personal recommendation to you folks is if we want to see businesses survive and thrive in Guilford, we should support the decisions that they make to keep their business in a healthy financial point. But that's my personal recommendation. It's up to you what you want to do.
I agree.
There are some residents who are attempting to organize lunch on this day because they're unhappy about the situation, but I've not been involved in that.
I think that would be a great solution.
Yeah,
So if there are
that's
citizens
it.
and they can get it together, We wish them the best.
Well, Richard, I'm with you on that.
Anyone
I'm
else but-
comfortable.
I see it your way as well. I take no exception.
I can't hear what you
Is-
said, Michael.
Repeat yourself.
I take no exception. I agree with you.
Okay.
Is the school really not doing, I thought there was some sort of video presentation by the advisory board, is that
But
just,
it's gonna be brief.
and it'll be part of the,
It's gonna be part of the
Hour-long.
town portion, yes. It's gonna be under any additional business at the very end.
Okay, so we don't need a motion or anything about that now.
No, sir.
Okay, we're on to the warrants.
Okay, I'll make the motion to pay the following warrants. Payroll week ending 2/16/20 for $7,138.61. Payroll week ending 2/23/20 for $7,470.43. And expense warrant number 2016 for $20,729.94 for a grand total of $35,338.98.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
And
Okay, is there any, do you have anything to discuss?
yes, I just want to highlight under expense warrant 2016, the key things in that stood out to me were our insurance payment in the tune of, I want to say, around $5,000. Our EOC satellite re-up with our phones is on there, 2,100, I want to say, and sand was on there, our last purchase of sand, which is hopefully going to carry us for a while, were the big items.
Great. Any other further discussion? The motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Then the summary of actions.
Yes, so the summary of
Oh,
actions.
I'm sorry, Peter, it's communications next.
Actually, I have no communications. Although I've just been notified by Zahn that he has some communications.
For Gordon.
A Gordon communication.
This is a communication to
Wow.
Gordon.
And it is a very pretty print.
Hand drawn.
Oh, look
by
at
locals.
this. Oh my, well, thank you guys, all, my
Gordon,
fellow.
we want to, I'll speak for the select board, I don't have other select members who may want to speak to this as well. This is a communication. We want to thank you for your 5 years of distinguished service on the select board. You've been, personally for me, a very friendly, industrious colleague, perceptive. I think that your acuity about the warrants and also the town finances and your commitment to protecting the citizens of Guilford in regard to our annual budget, making sure that the budget is straightforward, understandable, and precise, has really been a boon not only to the select board but to our town. And we are very grateful for your service. We wish you weren't going either.
Well, thank you, I appreciate that very much, Richard and everyone else.
Thank you, Richard.
It'll be,
You really have been a fine colleague, and you've made my tenure on the select board and my coming to the select board much more comfortable and friendly, so thanks.
thank you, Richard.
Yeah.
That's very
All
kind.
right, does anyone else have anything to say? Well, we could all say thank you, Gordon.
Yes, thank you, Gordon.
Thank you all.
I can push the arm and start making mistakes.
Gordon, if Miranda were with us tonight, she would probably have a poem for you. She's probably in the Caribbean writing a poem.
Well, I hope she's enjoying, that's all.
Okay, so the summary of actions?
Yes, add the town administrator job description for approval at next meeting, which we've done. You approved spending of $100 to fund childcare for town meeting day. Review future needs of the town garage to the next meeting. Peter to share the pre-town meeting talking points with select board members. And Peter and Miranda to investigate if Steve Lemke or someone else could attend the broadband training on behalf of the town. And so all of those items were taken care of. We did not have anyone attend the broadband training. but they did film it, and it is now up on the Wyndham Regional Commission website, and I have that on the next select board agenda to talk about in more detail.
I'll commit to watching that before the next meeting.
I'm going to too.
I'm sure it'll be fun.
I just thought of something, and I don't know whether this is inappropriate or not, but we didn't talk about the survey.
That's what
Well,
this was.
that's-
That's gonna be. That's what I just mentioned. We're gonna have on the next select board meeting.
Oh, okay,
I already filled out the survey.
I did too.
okay. But
What's
we
the
need to-
time frame on that, as far as when it needs to be turned around?
The select board is gonna have to have.
April.
The select board is gonna have to have some vehicle for at least promoting it or distributing it or
Yeah.
something, and so I guess that's what we'll talk about next time.
Yeah.
Yes, well, there's good examples there with, what is it, Whitingham?
Yeah, I think attaching cost to what Whitingham did to have at the next select board meeting would be very helpful.
I will. That was my
Because
intention.
to me, this is kind of a no-brainer,
So would you
but
put that on the actions?
I won't be there to.
Yeah, I already, added it to the agenda for the next meeting because of what sharing that email with you all earlier today. So it's already on there.
Okay, good. Well, the next item is adjournment.
I will make a motion that we adjourn.
Forever?
My last meeting.
Do I have a second?
Sadly, yes.
Okay, and is there any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No, we can adjourn.
Motion carries.
Thank you,
Thank you
Richard.
very much. We're
Thank
gonna
you.
miss you, Gordon.
Well, I'm gonna miss everyone here.
Okay.
And you over there.
See you at town meeting.
Definitely.
All right.
All right, signing off.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So this is a super interesting story that is getting a lot of attention in the last 24 hours. I was even on Rising this morning talking about this with Crystal Ball and Cigar and Jetty. And the story is that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, of course a Democrat, said yesterday that she would be comfortable with Bernie Sanders as the Democratic presidential nominee if indeed he ends up being the selection of the Democratic primary voters in what's left of this 2020 Democratic primary. And she was asked this just as she was walking out of a meeting at the House of Representatives. And she simply said yes, answering the question, yes, she would be comfortable. And this is interesting for a few different reasons. And before we go on with the discussion, also note that Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer was asked a similar question, and he sort of seemed to be saying the same thing. He said, quote, look, the bottom line is very simple. We have a lot of strong nominees, and I'm not supporting one over the other, but I think every one of them will beat President Trump, or would be better than President Trump. So not a ringing endorsement, but certainly both Schumer and Pelosi, the Democratic leaders in the respective House, Senate and House, are saying they would at least be okay with a Bernie Sanders nomination. So there's a few different angles here to talk about. First of all is, okay, I mean, they recognize that Bernie, of all the candidates, has the clearest path to the nomination. It's certainly clearer than any other individual candidate right now. And so they're just getting in line. This is a relatively cynical interpretation, but I think one that is not irrationally cynical. They want to be on the inside, not the outside, if Bernie Sanders ends up as the nominee, and in particular, if Bernie Sanders ends up being president. So in one sense, you could say, we don't really have to pay much attention to Pelosi and Schumer saying this, because it is a cynical, strategic decision of the centrist establishment Democrats to make sure that they don't end up getting the door shut on them if Bernie Sanders becomes nominee or president. And that's obviously part of it. There is no question that they don't want to be on the outside if Bernie's the nominee. But there's a very important secondary implication here. If you look at the 538 odds right now, there are roughly equal odds of Bernie securing the nomination before the DNC with 1,991 delegates or more, and roughly equal odds of there being nobody who gets to 50% plus one. If there is nobody who gets to 50% plus one delegates before the DNC, the Democratic establishment is going to need to decide whether they want to contest the convention and try to deny Bernie Sanders the nomination, either through the alliance of the delegates of various centrist candidates or with the addition of the superdelegates on the second round of voting, who could just hand the nomination to somebody else. So the importance of Nancy Pelosi and Schumer signaling we're at least okay with a Bernie nomination may be a sign that the Democratic establishment is not going to try to contest or broker the convention in order to deny Bernie the nomination, even if he has a plurality of the delegates. That in and of itself is a crucial decision, because that could have a huge effect on the general election. It is conceivable that if the Democratic Party is seen as heavy-handed and going out of their way to deny the nomination to the person with the most delegates, if that person is indeed Bernie Sanders, there is a risk that that is going to reduce turnout in November and help Donald Trump win. It is a risk that it will turn some Democratic voters who support Bernie Sanders in the primary away from voting at all in November, or even towards writing somebody in, third party, to voting for Donald Trump even. And when you start to see party leaders saying things like Nancy Pelosi saying, I'd be comfortable with Bernie as the nominee, this could be a very important sign that they recognize that it could be a self-destructive action to take the nomination from Bernie Sanders, or to be seen as doing that, even if it's not in practice what you believe is going on. Now, at the same time, this could be something that is being said by Pelosi and Schumer to make us think they won't contest the convention when in fact they plan to. But that's sort of like two layers of cynicism. Maybe it's too much cynicism. There's also a potential lesson here from Republicans in 2016, because when you think back to the Republican primary in 2016, remember that for a whole bunch of that primary, the full Republican establishment, including Fox News and a lot of right-wing media, they were united against Donald Trump instead of with Donald Trump. Now, they ultimately came around to him because anything was better than Hillary in their eyes. And Donald Trump ended out just barely squeaking out an electoral college victory because of about 77,000 votes in 3 key states. It's not crazy to think that if the DNC were to simply rally behind whoever is the nominee, and even behind whoever is looking like they have the best shot at being the nominee, which right now is Bernie, they might be saying, even if we don't like Bernie, even if we're not actually comfortable with Bernie as the nominee, if Republicans were able to get Trump elected, even after being against him almost all the primary and coming to him at the end, maybe our best shot at removing Trump is just getting behind whoever is the nominee, regardless of whether they are from what they perceive to be a different wing of the left or the Democratic Party. In the end, it's important that Nancy Pelosi is even willing to say this at this point in time, even if it's completely cynical, even if it's completely self-serving and out of her motivation not to end up on the outside of the Democratic Party. If indeed Bernie Sanders becomes the nominee or president, it is still important that she's saying this at this point in time. If you have a different interpretation of what Pelosi and Schumer signaling, at least acquiescing to the idea of a Bernie Sanders candidacy, let me know. I do want to hear from you. When Donald Trump is consistent on something, he's consistently inconsistent. And the stock market is a really good example of that. You can always count on Donald Trump to brag about how he's responsible for boosting the stock market on days that the stock market is up. You can also count on Donald Trump to either ignore the stock market altogether, or if he has to talk about it on a day when the stock market is down, blame it on someone or something else, never him. The stock market is very down lately. The Dow was down 1,000 points on Monday, 900 or so points on Tuesday, down a little more on Wednesday. And as of this recording right now, the Dow is down another 500 points today. This brings me no pleasure. You guys know, I mean, Republicans like to say, the left is cheering for a bad economy despite Trump. No, you should have seen me looking up my mutual fund account last night, and it was bad. It was really, really bad, and it's getting even uglier now. So what does Donald Trump do? He says, oh, yeah, the stock market crashed all week because of the Democratic debate on Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern time, hours after the stock market had already closed on Tuesday. Now, remember, the market tumbled on Monday, but the Democratic debate was Tuesday night. The market tumbled on Tuesday, but the Democratic debate was on Tuesday night. Are Trump's followers this stupid, or is he the one that's this dumb? Take a look at this.
Do you believe the number of fatalities? Mr. President. You mentioned the stock market earlier. To go back to that, to be clear, the Dow Jones dropped more than 2,000 points this week. Are you suggesting that that was overblown, or are financial markets overreacting here?
I think the financial markets are very upset when they look at the Democrat candidate standing on that stage making fools out of themselves. And they say, if we ever have a president like this, and there's always a possibility, it's an election, who knows what happens, right? I think we're going to win. I think we're going to win by a lot. But when they look at the statements made by the people standing behind those podiums, I think that has a huge effect, yeah.
Isn't that just stunning that a president can say this and that there is not complete repudiation of the obvious absurdity of what Donald Trump is saying? Stocks crash Monday, and a Fox News guy named Charles Payne blamed it on Bernie winning the Nevada caucus on Saturday. Stocks crash Monday and Tuesday, and Trump blames it on an event that didn't happen until after that. After stocks had closed for trading those 2 days, the Democratic debate took place. I don't know who falls for this stuff, but somebody must, right? Because otherwise Trump wouldn't be able to get away with it. And then Trump just keeps blaming other people during yesterday's press conference, goes into talking about Barack Obama. And remember, this is a press conference, as we will later talk about coronavirus. And Trump is blaming Democrats for the stock market crash caused by coronavirus, and now goes into talking about Barack Obama.
What that is, because he's kept interest rates. President Obama didn't have near the numbers, and yet, if you look at what happened, he was paying zero. We're paying interest. Now, it's more conservative, and frankly, people that put their money away are now getting a return on their money as opposed to not getting anything. But I think, we're the greatest of them all. We should be paying the lowest interest rates. And when Germany and other countries are paying negative rates, meaning they're literally getting paid when they put out money. I mean, they borrow money and they get paid when it gets paid back. Who ever heard of this before? It's at first. But we don't do that. So I totally disagree with our Fed. I think our Fed has made a terrible mistake, and it would have made a big difference. As good as we've done, even without the 2,000 points, and we started off at 16,000 and we'll be at 28,000 without. We were going to crack 30,000. We have had increases like nobody's seen before, but we're doing well. But we have to watch. We're doing well anyway. In other words, even despite the 2,000 points, it sounds like a lot, and it's a lot, but it's not. It's very little compared to what we've gone up.
Obama was bad. Our Fed is bad, even though it's run by the person that he selected to run it. Everybody's terrible. Everything is to blame except for Donald Trump, who is great. And remember that even before this 2,000 plus point stock market tumble, Trump's stock market was already underperforming Barack Obama's. Those numbers are going to become even more skewed in favor of Barack Obama thanks to this crash, which I hate and take no pleasure in. I want to be really clear about that because we don't play those games on this show. I'm not rooting for the stock market to crash. I'm not rooting for the United States to fail. Believe me, ask my girlfriend. She knows what's going on with my investments, and this is very, very ugly. No matter who is president, I don't want our stock market to fail. But blaming Bernie's win in Nevada and the Democratic debate and the Fed, give me a break. Is Trump some kind of time traveler that things that happen after the majority of the crash are to blame for the crash? It's horrifying that this is considered an explanation from the president of the United States or an analysis to many of Donald Trump's followers. It does not bode well for our country that the president is even trying to say this stuff, obviously. Why does no one just say in the room, Mr. President, the things you're naming happened after the crash, not before. How is it possible that they are causally related? It's like saying a snowstorm that happened 2 days after a power outage is to blame for the power outage. How is that possible? How does that even make any remote sense? And of course, the bigger picture is that Trump is part of the market crash, but it's really larger fears, of course, about coronavirus. And we are not prepared to deal with it here in the United States. I really want to dig in more to this. We had a lot of reaction to yesterday's interview with Dr. Isaac Bogosh about coronavirus. And we have Trump's press conference from yesterday. He's putting Mike Pence in charge of coronavirus. The guy barely believes in science. So we'll talk about all of that coming up. For now, let me know your thoughts on Trump's stock market explanation. I'm on Twitter at @DPACman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show, to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media. Please connect with us at The David Pakman Show. It's really easy to do, and I want to hear from you. Even if you don't like the show, connect with us anyway. Just no trolling, please. Follow me on Twitter at @DPakman. Follow the show on Twitter at David Pakman Show. Give us a like on Facebook at facebook.com/David Pakman Show. We have a subreddit where our viewers and listeners can discuss politics and the stories we cover, get to know each other. Find it at davidpakman.com/Reddit. Follow David Pakman Show on Instagram for behind-the-scenes pictures. And while you're there, follow me on Instagram at david.pakman. Have a question or comment about the show? Use the contact form on our website, davidpakman.com. You can also sign up for our newsletter there. And a great way to participate and get in touch is to check out the YouTube live streams where you can ask questions live. Just subscribe for free at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show. I look forward to hearing from you.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Let me say thank you to today's new members of the day, Pete Olson and Jeff Watkins. Thank you so much, guys. I do appreciate your support so much. When we started the membership program back in 2010, I didn't know that it would become what it is now, and that we would build an entire show, staff, studio, everything on the back of this membership program. And it's so inspiring. We are only about 5 weeks away from some members hitting their 10-year anniversary with the show, which is just incredible. So thanks to everybody. I also want to say thanks today to Catherine Donaldson, who is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. She's been with us almost 5 years, and I invite you, feel invited, consider yourself invited to grab a membership at joinpacman.com. Okay, some very interesting discussions happening on the David Pakman Show Reddit at davidpakman.com/REDDIT. The first one is from a user named Nostalgic San, who says, no disrespect, but can we truly expect these old candidates to even survive 4 years? Trump, Biden, Sanders are all late 70s. I don't see them living another 4 to 8 years. Sanders had a heart attack. Trump's a walking cholesterol medicine advertisement. And Biden is seeming very weird with his gaffes. Someone also adding Bloomberg had stents while he had 3 stents put in. Warren is no spring chicken. So listen, I don't believe it is ageist to consider this. And the truth is, when you look at life expectancy at birth, Bernie was born in 1941. Biden was born in 1942. Trump was born in 1946. Life expectancy for people born in those years was between 70 and 72. When you account for, so life expectancy at birth tends to be lower because it has to account for some people who don't make it out of infancy. Life expectancy once age 65 for people born in the years that these folks were born in is somewhere between 12 and a half and 13 more years. So if you, in a very detached way, look at the data, these are reasonable concerns. Now, the truth is that in the United States, economic class has a lot to do with life expectancy. And so when you get to these numbers, 77, 78, once you account for already reaching the age of 65, it is probably quite stratified based on your income level and economic class. And of course, Bernie, Biden, and Trump are all doing well economically. I don't believe it is ageist merely to ask these questions. And I'm interested in hearing more from folks about it. Another user, Philo1927, posted an article from the Washington Post called, or arguing that an article from the Washington Post points out that Trump has no clue what to do in a disaster, referring, of course, to coronavirus. I am increasingly concerned, not about coronavirus in the abstract, but specifically about Donald Trump's ability to actually manage something like a massive outbreak or pandemic. And we're going to get to it in more detail later today. I know a lot of you are worried about it because of the number of posts about it on the David Pakman Reddit, the number of emails I'm getting from you, the number of tweets I'm getting from you. I agree. Trump has no clue how to deal with a disaster. Remember, in Puerto Rico after the hurricanes, he went and shot rolls of toilet paper like basketballs and had no idea what to do. It's a major problem, and we're going to address it more in a moment. Lastly, from the Reddit, user Dennis Hopper says South Carolina is a turning point, arguing that South Carolina is going to be a place that has 2 outcomes. Either Bernie wins and becomes the favorite to win not just a plurality, but a majority of the delegates, or Biden wins, gaining delegates and taking momentum away from Bernie, muddying the waters heading into Super Tuesday. I am less decided that South Carolina will be a turning point. I think that because there's only 2 days between South Carolina and Super Tuesday, I think Super Tuesday is the turning point. And I believe that after Super Tuesday, we will see either a very clear path to a contested or brokered convention, a negotiated convention, because more people will have delegates. Michael Bloomberg will have delegates after Super Tuesday. Maybe Tom Steyer will. That's one scenario. Or Bernie will clean up on Super Tuesday and it will very much look like nobody will be able to catch him. I believe Super Tuesday is the turning point. Join the discussion at davidpakman.com/Reddit. Nearly 18,000, can you imagine, nearly 18,000 of our viewers and listeners subscribed, free of course, there's no charge to participate, no entry fee at all, participating in the David Pakman Show Reddit. All right, let's get into coronavirus. For the last few days, I've been more and more concerned that Donald Trump is utterly and completely unprepared to deal with the coronavirus and it potentially becoming a pandemic that will affect the United States as well as the entire world. As of this morning, there are more than 81,000 coronavirus cases that we know of, and more than 2,700 deaths. Yesterday, we spoke with a doctor specializing in infectology about the trajectory, prevention, how to manage something like coronavirus. The cases are still mostly centered in China. More recently, there's been a pretty significant uptick in South Korea. Then you've got Italy, Japan, and Iran as of this morning with with more cases than most countries. In the U.S., 60 cases as of this morning. But there is every expectation that this is going to get worse before it gets better. And a presidential administration has a large role to play in managing the situation. We will talk about preparedness. We will talk about who's in charge. We will talk about firings that will certainly be a disadvantage to dealing with coronavirus. And even Republican Senator Mitt Romney is willing to say that the Trump administration is completely unprepared for a widely spread coronavirus in the United States. There's a report that Mitt Romney actually confronted Trump administration officials at a private briefing in D.C. yesterday as Trump has continued to publicly downplay concerns, say it's under control, it's going to go away. When it gets warm, we're going to be fine. The stock market's going to be fine. The reality is that this is now a red alert. Even Republican Senator John Kennedy during a hearing made it very clear that he doesn't believe the Trump administration is even remotely competent and prepared on this issue. And when everything is sport to the president, being unprepared for something like this will lead to deaths. I tweeted earlier today, people who say I'm not into politics, if there's any silver lining about this whole coronavirus fiasco, it is that I hope people who say I'm not into politics realize that politics can very quickly become life and death. Look at Donald Trump's recent tweets, tweeting self-congratulatory pablum, quoting Gordon Chang on the Laura Ingraham show saying, quote, U.S. acted on the coronavirus very, very quickly, tweeting how great he is doing at handling it. Quote, CDC and my administration are doing a great job of handling coronavirus, including the very early closing of our borders to certain areas of the world. It was opposed by the Dems too soon, but turned out to be the correct decision. Trump is focused on attacking Democrats, making fun of mini Mike Bloomberg, and claiming victory for things he hasn't done, like building the wall, instead of actually dealing with a deadly contagious disease. It's just not a priority for Trump. It's underfunded. Trump has no idea what's going on. So we have a twofold problem here. They are woefully unprepared, but they are also downplaying it for political reasons. It'll disappear when it gets warm, they've been saying more and more. Almost like it works that, like the disease is going to melt or something like that. And Dr. Bogosh told us yesterday that this is not something we can assume, that this will go away when it gets warm in the Northern Hemisphere. We've already heard from Harvard epidemiologist Mark Lipstick, who predicts that coronavirus will ultimately not be containable. And within the year, it's conceivable that up to 70% of the world population could be infected. Now, the death rate may never rise beyond 2%, but when that many people are infected, you are going to have many people die if it gets to that level. I'm not being alarmist. I'm showing that even experts say this could happen if it's not taken more seriously by all government, and that includes Trump. Now, additionally, it's important to look at death rates by age. When you do that, you notice that below age 40, the coronavirus death rate is just 0.2%. Even between 40 and 49, it's just 0.4%. Above 50 years of age, the death rate starts to climb. And of course, if you're 70 or older, or even more acutely, 80 or older, you are the most at risk. That's the case with regular flu. That's the case with pneumonia. That's the case with a number of different conditions. And I've actually seen what seemed to me like horribly macabre arguments that we don't have to worry about the economy because the people of working age are not dying at a high rate from coronavirus. So we don't really have to worry. Can you imagine? And Donald Trump's ignorance and the denials are it's not just a political game at this point. We're talking about people's lives. And after this short break, I want to get right back into coronavirus and talk about who Donald Trump is putting in charge. Hint, it's Mike Pence, who barely believes in science. And then I also, after that, want to continue talking about this. because there is a talking point spreading that Donald Trump fired his pandemic response team. And there are a bunch of people saying that couldn't possibly be true, could it? It is very true. It is not only true that Trump fired his pandemic response team, he also reduced funding to the CDC, and it is all just bad. And we'll get to more of it after the break. Make sure you're following The David Pakman Show on Instagram at David Pakman Show. And while you're at it, follow me at david.pakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. You might never have visited the David Pakman Show website. Maybe you don't even know that it exists. You might listen to the podcast on iTunes or watch clips on YouTube or listen to stuff on radio or TV. But there is a lot of great material on our website, davidpakman.com, which you should really check out. There's an archive of the last couple of weeks of episodes and optional access to the full archive. You can contact me with comments about the show using the contact page on davidpakman.com. Sign up for our newsletter to stay up to date with the latest news and shows, find out about live events, learn about special offers, and much more. A great list of my personal book recommendations is available. You can even access the bonus show through our website. If you want to see the list of radio and TV stations that carry the show, there is a full list at davidpakman.com. If you're wondering who I've interviewed or want to watch some of those interviews, that's also on davidpakman.com. davidpakman.com is the place. Get on the newsletter, watch old episodes, get in touch with me.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
We're talking a lot about coronavirus today, not because we are in a crisis pandemic in the United States right now, but because Donald Trump's administration is so unprepared and so incoherent that in the event that we have an actual pandemic situation in the United States, we are potentially in really big trouble. And the cherry on top of this atrocity is that Donald Trump has put his vice president, Mike Pence, in charge of coronavirus. And I really need everybody to understand how ridiculous and just terrorizing this is. Donald Trump has cut funding to the CDC. Donald Trump is underfunding medical research. Donald Trump fired his pandemic response team, which we'll get to. I could give you this long list. But then on top of it, he puts Mike Pence in charge of coronavirus. Mike Pence's plan to deal with HIV as governor of Indiana was he needed time to go home and prey on what he was being asked to do. Pence enabled the spread of HIV in Scott County, Indiana, 5 years ago, which led to more than 200 people getting infected. People came to Pence and said, we need a needle exchange program. We need it now. We can put it in place right away. Can we do it, Governor? And Pence said, I want to go home and prey on that. And he eventually signed the needle exchange into action, but said, I will tell you, I do not support needle exchange as drug policy, as anti-drug policy, but this is a public health emergency. So if it's an emergency, you're doing it because you agree it'll help, but you actually don't support it. I mean, completely incoherent. The guy barely believes in science. This is one of the last people that should be dealing with coronavirus, and he is the person who will be in charge, never mind involved. This is actually serious. People will die. Check out Donald Trump announcing this yesterday, talking about how Mike Pence, he said Pence is great on healthcare. He's very expert at the field. What is he talking about? I wish this were a joke. I really do, because we're screwed with these people in charge.
Hopkins. We're doing something else that's important to me because he's been terrific in many ways, but he's also very good on health care. And we really followed him very closely. A lot of states do. When Mike was governor, Mike Pence of Indiana, they've established great health care. They have a great system there, a system that a lot of the other states have really looked to and changed their systems. They wanted to base it on the Indiana system. He's very good.
Very good on health care. States were following Mike Pence's lead when he was governor in Indiana. Like, could that possibly be true? I tried to find evidence of states basing their health care decisions on what Mike Pence did in Indiana. I couldn't find any evidence of that. If anybody can find evidence that Mike Pence was leading the way on health care as governor of Indiana, please let me know. Here's another clip.
And what I've done is I'm going to be announcing exactly right now that I'm going to be putting our Vice President, Mike Pence, in charge. And Mike will be working with the professionals, doctors, and everybody else that's working. The team is brilliant. I spent a lot of time with the team over the last couple of weeks, but they're totally brilliant, and we're doing really well. And Mike is going to be in charge, and Mike will report back to me. But he's got a certain talent for this, and I'm going to ask Mike Pence to say a few words, please. Thank you.
A certain talent for this. We are just in such trouble here. And medical experts have responded to this totally bizarre press conference yesterday saying what Donald Trump is telling us is incoherent. Trump is incoherent about what he says is going on. And here is Trump again insisting we're totally prepared despite having no evidence whatsoever that we are prepared, while telling, I guess, some kind of jokes was Donald Trump doing.
Wash your hands, stay clean. You don't have to necessarily grab every handrail unless you have to. You know, you do certain things that you do when you have the flu. I mean, view this the same as the flu. When somebody sneezes, I mean, I try and bail out as much as possible with the sneezing. I had a man come up to me a week ago. I hadn't seen him in a long time, and I said, "How you doing?" He said, "Fine, fine." He hugs me, kisses. I said, "Are you well?" He says, "No." He said, "I have the worst fever and the worst flu." And he's hugging and kissing me. So I said, "Excuse me." I went there, I started washing my hands. So you have to do that. You know, this is, I really think, Doctor, you want to treat this like you treat the flu, right? Whatever happens, we're totally prepared. We have the best people in the world.
Now, okay, I have to, I've said from day one, I said, when Trump says something I agree with, I will tell you. I also bail out when people start coughing and sneezing. I actually do something at airports that my girlfriend finds very embarrassing, which is, you know, those long hallways often at the airport where you're either walking down, there's gates on the left and right, and you're getting to your gate, or sometimes to get under the tarmac, you go on these really long hallways to get from one section of the terminal to the other. I'll be wheeling my my rollerboard bag. Someone will just cough right into the air a foot away from me. I will just immediately beeline away from them and chart a course parallel to the one where I was. It's totally obvious why I'm doing it. It's because of the person coughing without covering their mouth. My girlfriend gets very embarrassed, but I bail out as well. I was at a cafe over the weekend working on some show stuff. I sit down with my cappuccino and my bagel, and the guy next to me, it was sort of like a bar set up with high stools where you sit. Guy next to me starts a wet cough right into the air. I just grabbed my stuff and moved. He gave me a look like I was being mean. No, mean. You were the problem, sir. You were coughing into the air. So I agree with Trump there. He's completely right about bailing out when people are coughing like that. But back to Mike Pence running this thing. I have a hard time imagining a worse person to run coronavirus for the United States. And that's often the outcome with Donald Trump. What is the worst possible solution to this issue? That's the one that Donald Trump picks. Mike Pence rejects the scientific consensus on multiple issues. How the hell do you put Mike Pence in charge of this? And this is the risk. He disagrees with the intelligence experts on intelligence. He believes he knows more than his generals about the military. He disagrees with medical experts about how prepared we are on coronavirus. It's tragic, and I said it before, and I tweeted about it, and I'll say it again. When people say I'm not into politics, it just, man, I'm into other stuff. Very quickly, we are going to realize here, tragically, how much politics is life and death. If you didn't know it already, and I hope that most of the people in the audience already did know that, we are very quickly going to realize how life and death politics is. It's tragic. Okay, let's continue our coverage of public health, of infectious disease, and the incompetence of this administration in the context of the now possible coronavirus pandemic. Headlines have been floating around that Donald Trump fired the U.S. pandemic response team. This sounds crazy. Why would any president fire the pandemic response team? Is this really true? And the answer is yes, it is. It is true. The Trump administration fired the U.S. pandemic response team in 2018 to cut costs. This started circulating after Judd Legum, who runs the Popular Information newsletter, tweeted, quote, "With the coronavirus killing thousands and threatening to tank the global economy, I feel like more people should be talking about the fact that Trump fired the entire pandemic response team 2 years ago and then didn't replace them. Trump also cut funding for the CDC, forcing the CDC to cancel its efforts to help countries prevent infectious disease threats from becoming epidemics in 39 of 49 countries in 2018. Among the countries abandoned, China." And Judd goes on to say, this isn't just about accountability. It's about drawing attention to the structural problems in the U.S. response effort before things get worse. We are seeing this front and center here in the United States. We are seeing front and center how stuff that is just politics very quickly becomes life and death and much more than mere political posturing and positioning. White House officials tasked with directing national responses to pandemics were fired in the spring of 2018. That's true. And as Snopes points out, Rear Admiral Timothy Ziemer abruptly departed from his post leading the global health security team on the National Security Council in May 2018 amid a reorganization of the council by then National Security Advisor John Bolton. Ziemer's team was disbanded. Tom Bossert, who, as the Washington Post reported, had called for a comprehensive biodefense strategy against pandemics and biological attacks, had been fired 1 month prior. If it weren't tragic life and death, it would be indistinguishable from some kind of weird comedy or satirical skit. But it's all real. It's true that the Trump administration cut the executive branch team responsible for coordinating responses to pandemics. Did he cut CDC funding? Yes, he did. 2018 reports say that funding for the CDC's global disease outbreak prevention efforts were cut by 80%, which includes the CDC's effort in China, the central point, the focus of coronavirus today. When we've been sounding the alarm for 3 years now, saying this man is a danger to the country, that was not a metaphor. That was not hyperbolic. This was simply the sober assessment of the situation. The way to observe this administration is to try to ignore the propaganda videos and look only at what they do, right? The big videos of Trump looking tough and heroic in China, or India rather, or wherever it is that he's traveling to. Don't look at how they present themselves, watch what they do, and you will very quickly understand the incompetent reality of what is taking place here. We had enough to worry about economically before coronavirus. We had enough to worry about socially, the fabric of politics and discourse in the United States. Geopolitically, we had more than enough to worry about with Donald Trump. We had more than enough to worry about with Donald Trump without a growing outbreak of coronavirus, which medical experts have said Trump's response to so far has been, and I quote, incoherent. Now we also have that to worry about as well. And we have morons running the response. When I say we'll be lucky to get out of this alive, that's literally the case for millions and millions of people. if this continues to grow. And we need competent people. This isn't about do we build a wall or not, okay? This is not about Trump claiming that he's building the wall when he's not. We are talking about a life and death situation, potentially for millions of people. And we have arguably the least competent people in charge. Absolutely concerning. You all know that we've been reporting on coronavirus for months. And from the beginning, I said, I am not going to become more alarmist about this than the facts actually suggest. And early on, when you were starting to see very alarmist reporting in some places, we were sober in our assessment of what was going on, contextualizing coronavirus, looking at SARS, looking at influenza, so on and so forth. We are seeing growing numbers that are cause for more concern. But the real red alert now is the incompetence of the people we have in charge and the fact that a lot of the competent people have been fired. Let me know where your head's at, so to speak, on coronavirus. We'll take a quick break and be back with much more right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. You can follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/David Pakman Show and on Twitter at David Pakman Show. And if you want to reach me directly, no trolling allowed, follow me on Twitter at dpakman. Hope to hear from you soon.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, quick story. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but it is funny, and it's also sort of emblematic of some bigger picture issue that we're dealing with the president. This is one of those stories that when you first see the headline, it's hard to believe. But it is a very interesting microcosm of the childish nature of the person who's in charge of the White House right now. And we've talked a lot of times about how Donald Trump, in many ways, is like a little kid. They bring him a propaganda file at the White House full of positive headlines and pictures where he looks like an alpha male because that placates Donald Trump. This is kind of like how you treat a little kid. The presidential daily briefings have to be reduced to, it was reduced initially to just a couple pages, eventually to one page, and then ultimately to a single page with 2 or 3 bullet points and 1 or 2 maps or graphs. Otherwise, Donald Trump won't read it, or he'll get distracted, or he'll get bored. The low attention span stuff. And there is now a new report from the New York Times where former White House doctor Ronnie Jackson says he was blending cauliflower into Donald Trump's mashed potatoes in order to try to get him to eat in a slightly more healthy manner. And this is not like an investigative scoop that may or may not be true. Ronnie Jackson straight up said this to the New York Times during an interview, and this was part of a bigger program. Apparently, Ronnie Jackson wanted Trump to lose 10 or 15 pounds. He wanted to bring in an exercise bike or an elliptical to the White House. He wanted to make ice cream more difficult for Donald Trump to get his hands on. And yes, he was putting cauliflower into the mashed potatoes of Donald Trump. Now, this is not breaking news in the sense that this doesn't affect the lives of people. Trump's coronavirus response is atrocious, regardless of what is getting mixed into his mashed potatoes. This is not about the geopolitical embarrassment that is Donald Trump on a daily basis, but it is yet again another one of those little details that shows us that at every level, at the micro, at the macro, and everywhere in between. Donald Trump is like a child, and people around him deal with him like people often deal with children. I actually know people raising kids who hide cauliflower in mashed potatoes, who make pizzas out of cauliflower crusts instead of actual pizza dough, who will blend red peppers and put them into marinara sauce when they make pasta for their kids, much the same way that Donald Trump is being handled here. And when I saw the headline, I assumed it was an absolute and total joke. It's all too real. This is real. It's not about fat shaming. This is about nothing other than, in every way, world leaders deal with Trump like dealing with a little kid. The people who need to brief Trump at the White House deal with him like the low attention span little kid that can only focus on stuff for a couple minutes at a time. There is nothing about dealing with Trump that is like dealing with an adult. It's all like dealing with a little kid. When Donald Trump goes overseas, he has to be managed like a kid because he'll get bored at meetings with world leaders, the ones he's invited to. He's constantly on his phone. His attention drifts to a television with Fox News on it at the back of the room. It would be really great to have a president who doesn't have to be treated like a child all the time, who's the adult in the room. And, you know, cauliflower and mashed potatoes, it's an almost irrelevant tip of the iceberg, but it all is part of managing Trump like the little kid he behaves as. And by the way, is a little bit of cauliflower in the mashed potatoes actually going to help Donald Trump much when he's obsessed with KFC and fast food? I'm just asking the question. I get that something is better than nothing, but I just don't know if mixing in a florid of cauliflower, florid or floret, I guess I'm never sure, mixing in a piece or two of cauliflower into Donald Trump's mashed potatoes is going to do too much for him one way or the other. Bizarre. These are the times that we are living in. Okay, I have a big update for you today about a truly incredible story that I brought to you yesterday. Let me catch you up. Tuesday night, we did a live commentary stream of the Democratic presidential debate. We did it on our Twitch platform. We are on all sorts of different platforms. We tend to do the live debate coverage on Twitch at twitch.tv/David Pakman. About halfway through that debate, our stream was shut down, along with the streams of numerous other left-wing streamers, basically at the same time, almost at the exact same time. Now, because the debate was on CBS, the assumption was CBS shut down these debate streams. But very quickly, something didn't seem quite right. And we started to get emails that said that the claimant was not CBS. It was instead a company called Praxis Political Legal. We did an investigation, and immediately we found that the email address listed as the contact email for these claims by Praxis Political Legal didn't exist. And when I emailed them, the email instantly bounced back. We found that the company had almost no online presence whatsoever, merely a single-page website on one of those website builders called Card with two R's, CARRD, sort of like your website being praxispolitical.blogspot.com. That's the equivalent of what they had. And it seemed weird. That's what we knew as of yesterday. Either CBS hired a very shadowy company with almost no presence to file mass copyright claims against left-wing streamers, or this was all a fraud and this company was claiming to represent CBS when they did not. Now, either way, the effect on us was disastrous. It put us at risk of a permanent ban from Twitch. So I immediately contacted a lawyer, contacted Twitch's legal department. I pointed out there's a lot of red flags here. I was notified late yesterday, towards the end of the day yesterday, that Twitch's legal investigation determined the copyright strikes were bogus. These scammers tricked Twitch into believing that they represented CBS. They did not, and they successfully got, I don't know the number, a whole bunch of left-wing streamers shut down. A number of articles have been written about it. This Vice covered it, Newsweek covered it, The Verge covered it. There's a whole bunch of different articles about it. Now, additionally, while this investigation was going on yesterday, the website for Praxis Political Legal disappeared altogether from the internet, just removed. Very, very odd. So the right thing was done here in the sense that they determined the strikes were bogus. They weren't from someone actually representing CBS. They removed the strike from our account. Our account on Twitch has been reinstated. That's the good news. The bad news is, and this is not getting enough attention, the bad news is the broken, dysfunctional system that exists on both YouTube and Twitch for dealing with copyright issues. Because both YouTube and Twitch have a system where anybody claiming that their copyright is being violated can almost instantly have live streams and videos taken down. And then it becomes the responsibility of the publisher, me, us, to prove that either the claim was fraudulent, that we were authorized because we have a license or fair use or whatever to broadcast or publish that content. It's sort of ban now, ask questions later. And this can take 24 hours. It could take 48 hours. It can take 30 days. It can sometimes take months because that is how long YouTube keeps copyright strikes on until they eventually fall off. On Twitch, they never fall off, although there's rumors that they're looking at changing that. So the right outcome ultimately prevailed here, but it's a broken system. The system, you know, I was thinking about Trump and the founding fathers. Hear me out. The founding fathers set up checks and balances, and they never imagined that a president would come in and simply ignore the checks and balances, which Donald Trump has done. And then what happens? It turns out nothing happens. There have been no consequences to Donald Trump for flouting norms and checks and balances. The creators of YouTube and Twitch may never have imagined that bad faith fraudulent actors would show up while an important event for our democracy is taking place, a presidential debate, and file a massive number of bogus copyright claims, effectively shutting down endless the viewership for thousands and tens of thousands of people that were watching these streams. So the system has to be changed. They should have to show that their copyright is being violated. They must have to prove that they are actually authorized representatives of the copyright holder, because otherwise, even though in this one instance it was, quote, solved, the same thing will happen either next week or next month or whenever we're covering events important to our democracy, and it will continue to jeopardize the livelihood of independent media creators like us. Ban first, ask questions later, which is employed by YouTube. It's employed by Twitch. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And if anything, what we've learned from this is, okay, if everybody gets together and spends almost 24 consecutive hours researching and doing our own investigations and hiring our own lawyers, we can get one strike reversed. But this doesn't change the system that is so acutely broken. And that's what we need to focus on one way or the other. I don't know how to do it. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. You can call anytime. Here's an interesting question about sabotage or sabotage, depending on how you pronounce it. Take a listen.
David, this is Dave from California. I have a question. Do you think Donald Trump
yes
does not want a second term as president? And the reason I'm asking is this, his behavior. He's doing stuff and saying stuff about different people, getting rid of this person, getting rid of that person, saying stuff about judges and all this. Do you think he's trying to convince the public not to vote for him? Or he's just nuts?
Listen, I don't believe that Trump's ego would allow him to self-sabotage his reelection campaign. We know that when Trump first ran in the Republican primary in 2016, he didn't think he would win and he didn't have a particular interest in being president. But he clearly overestimated the intelligence of Republican primary voters, and he ended up as the nominee. Now that he is president, I don't believe Trump's ego would allow him to say, you know, this is kind of a mess. I want to go back to just eating, taco salads and KFC in Trump Tower and berating window vendors on the phone to do the deal for less money. As much as that might be appealing to him, I don't believe that his ego would really allow him to deliberately tank his reelection campaign. Now, if you're saying, is any of this happening subconsciously? I guess it's conceivable that it is. And in that case, it wouldn't be something that Trump is deliberately doing. But I don't know. I don't think it's a particularly likely explanation for what we're currently seeing. We've got a great bonus show for you today. We will talk about the House passing an anti-lynching bill. And you might be wondering, how are they lynching? They're passing that in 2020. We will explain. We will also talk about the Trump campaign filing a libel lawsuit, not a lawyer lawsuit, a libel lawsuit against the New York Times over a piece last year related to Trump and Russia. And lastly, we are going to talk about an important endorsement, an actual important endorsement that Joe Biden got in South Carolina specifically. And Biden is actually looking okay in some of the upcoming primaries. All of those stories and much more on today's bonus show. 2 ways to get the bonus show. Number 1, become a member at joinpacman.com. Quick, easy. You can save 66% with the coupon code 2020NOW. The other way to get access to the bonus show is become a patron at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Either way, I will speak to you then or tomorrow on the Friday show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 360th edition of Energy Week with George Harvey, me, and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
And you can tell that Tom is much more capable than I am because I only have one mouse and he has
got
two. Every day I go to the internet and do my news thing. I find usually 15 items of news that I think will be of interest to people, and I put them up to my blog, geoharvey.com, Geoharvey, and people who are watching this show have two places they can click on to go to see the stuff that we've got, and one of them is the blog that you and I use to set the show up, so they can just follow us at that blog.
Okay.
Okay, but they can also go to geoharvey.com. Our daily review, as I said, it's February 20th, and we have a picture of a water treatment plant coming up.
Well, that's an inside joke.
There it is. That's the tidal basin in Washington, D.C.
And those, those are cherry trees,
those
which
are cherry
very soon will be in bloom.
Yeah, and by the way, spring is coming on the 19th of March.
Okay.
That's really early.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it's the earliest in over 100 years.
Well, it's a leap year.
It's a leap. That's why. It's but
one
it's
extra day in there.
Yeah. So anyway, this is the tidal basin, and the first time I heard tidal basin, I thought, what is that? A water treatment plant?
That's the inside joke.
That's the inside joke. What do you got for a title on this?
Climate crisis. Well, let me put me up here.
Put you up. Yeah, put you up.
People complain they don't know what I look like.
Well, now you know.
Climate crisis is coming for the tidal basin in D.C.
And this is from Echo Watch. And by the way, for anybody who's complaining about Tom not being seen enough, Tom is the person who controls that. The Jefferson Memorial in Washington, D.C. overlooks the tidal basin, which is a man-made body of water surrounded by cherry trees. Visitors who stroll along the water's edge, gazing at the stately monument, are forced off parts of the path by water. The land is sinking and the seas are rising. And by the way, this doesn't happen every couple of weeks the way sunny day flooding does. This is every day.
This is daily. Well, a quick takeaway here from the article. The entire mall sits in a 100-year floodplain. Okay? Twice a day, the basin floods and water spills onto the walkway.
Yeah.
Okay, preserving this national treasure in its current form is no longer an option.
Yes.
Okay, so we need new thinking about how to protect important places.
Well,
and I'm sure they got some good thinkers.
They've got
thinking
people
how
working
to do
on it. Yeah, but the thing that bothers me about it is those cherry trees' roots are in an area that gets inundated with salt water.
Well, they're going to definitely figure that one out.
They're going to have to.
They've got a tough one to figure out.
They've got a tough one.
Because this is a national treasure.
Yeah, and this is happening because the seas are, in part because the seas are rising. And by the way, somebody told me the seas aren't rising, the land is sinking.
Well, in some places that's true.
In some places the land is sinking.
Some places they're both happening.
Yeah, but I checked, and what I found was NASA's got satellites up there, and they're measuring the height of the sea by laser.
Okay.
And they can measure it over the entire ocean. They're not just measuring this from sticks stuck in the
I'm sure they got the whole globe mapped.
They have the whole globe mapped, and they are claiming an accuracy to something like 1/8 of an inch.
Yeah, that's believable.
So they're looking at these things and they're saying, what's the average height of the sea? And then the waves go by and the computers figure it out, and they've got, the sea is rising. There's just no doubt about that. They will show you a couple of places where, because of currents and so forth, the sea has actually dropped a tiny bit, and a couple of places where it's not really rising yet. But that has to do with currents. In a lot of places, in some places, it's rising a lot.
They don't talk much about the accuracy of the satellite cameras.
Yeah.
But they can read a newspaper.
Wow.
Someone can be holding a newspaper on the land, on Earth, and they can read a newspaper from. They don't really want to let us know too much about these things because
if we knew, we would be upset.
We would be upset. Yeah, you got it. That's
it's
exactly
hard to
right.
believe that they could read a newspaper, but I know
They can.
they can see very small things.
Oh yeah.
Okay, should we go on?
Yeah, we might just as well. Can't dance.
We have an item from The Guardian.
From The Guardian yet. Bushfire Royal Commission to look at mitigation, but not climate change. Huh?
What is this?
We're talking about Australia here.
Well, yeah, this couldn't happen in the United States because we know all about climate change and we're being objective as opposed to objectivist.
Well, this prime minister, who you'll just mention in a second, he's getting himself in trouble here.
This is Scott Morrison. He's the guy who sat in the parliament and held up a lump of coal and said, "This is coal, it's not dangerous."
Okay.
All right, in the parliament. Prime Minister Scott Morrison released letters patent establishing a national inquiry into bushfires. It is to examine the powers of Australia's government to call out the military, national standards for hazard reduction and disaster mitigation, but it is not going to look into climate change.
Well, he's, you know...
he's in denial.
He's in denial. Well, a little takeaway here, I'm going to talk about it. Morrison said that the inquiry acknowledges climate change and its impact. That was the first thing it said. And focuses on actions that make Australians safer, such as preparedness, resilience, and recovery through the actions of all levels of government and the community. Sounds good. But he ignored the role Australia must play in reducing emissions.
Yeah.
Okay, which is the bottom line.
Yes.
But he's in denial.
Yep. Denial is an interesting thing. I think people have...
It's a river in Egypt, isn't it?
That's right. It's a river in Egypt.
Well, we got a picture coming up, and I'll pull it up here while you're talking.
That is a real live coral reef.
That's one of the few left. The major one in Australia is in deep doo-doo.
Well, the Great Barrier Reef.
Great Barrier Reef.
Just, yes.
It may be over.
Real trouble. Yeah, they don't expect it to survive. That is an area of nature that is, I don't know, what, 1,700 miles long? And it's
That's about right.
It's
a huge thing.
Just about dead. It's like taking a forest and turning it into a desert. Okay, what do you got for a title?
Well, this is a very interesting and informative article. And it is called "Climate Change Could Kill All of the Earth's Coral Reefs by 2100," scientists warn.
This is from CNN. Climate change could destroy almost all of the Earth's coral reef habitats by 2100, University of Hawaii Manoa reported, and about 70 to 90% of all coral reefs are expected to disappear in the next 20 years due to warming oceans, acidic water, and pollution. Now, acidic water is one of the things that people have to understand. As the water gets acid, the coral has a hard time building
a shell. All shellfish do.
All shellfish. We reported a few weeks ago about crabs not having...
and clams and oysters and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Well, there's a good video on this. This is from CNN, and CNN usually does a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a good video. It's called "The Race to Save the Great Barrier Reef." It's about 3.5 minutes. Worth looking at. As I said, this is an interesting and informative article.
Okay, we're up to February 21st, Friday, and we have an item from the Natural Resources Defense Council.
Well, I just want to mention one more thing.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of photos on that one that are worth looking at. And basically it say, how are humans harming coral reefs?
Oh.
Which is interesting. And the answer is quick: acidification, pollution, oil spills, septic waste, and pesticides.
And there are nations that depend on this. That depend on coral reefs because they are coral reefs.
They are coral reefs.
Yeah.
We're up to Friday, February 21st.
I said that.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Okay.
Well, FERC excludes clean energy from New York State's capacity market.
This is something
kind of crazy.
It isn't crazy. This is government that is doing things by fiat, excluding democracy from functioning properly. That's what's going on. You'll notice, by the way, FERC is supposed to have 5 members, and the members are supposed to be chosen so that there's a balance between Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have 5 members now. It's got 3.
And they're all Republicans.
No, there's 1 Democrat. But the thing is, the next person nominated would have to be a Democrat.
And this guy doesn't want to nominate one.
No, apparently not. And what they're doing here, A decision applying buyer-side mitigation to state-supported resources that participate in New York's wholesale capacity market is the latest attempt by the hyper-politicized Trump FERC, which is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, to try to pose barriers to deployment of clean energy resources by the states. There are not a lot of places that have really explained this very well. But did you get a good explanation? Go ahead.
The capacity is a promise.
Yes.
A promise to provide energy at a later date if you need it.
Yes.
In other words, they're saying, we got this plant standby just in case.
Mm-hmm.
And in this particular case, they did not include renewables in this capacity. Okay, so basically they're saying we're going to turn up a turbine and charge you a lot of money.
Right. And what they have, one of the things that they're doing is basically they're saying we're not excluding them because they're renewables. We're excluding them because they qualify for incentives.
Well, that's a smokescreen.
Well, of course it is. But you see, the point is they want coal and gas. By the way, notice what's happening to the coal and gas, oil and gas index and the coal index.
They're not doing too well.
No, they're not doing too well. And FERC is trying to support them by making it impossible to put renewable energy onto the market.
Didn't we just mention a river in Egypt the other?
Denial, yes. You know, people in denial, it's an amazing thing to watch, you know, and it's like, wait a minute, this person doesn't see what's going on. They don't see it. You know, the train is coming down the track and you're sitting there on the track smoking a cigarette or something and saying, it'll stop. It isn't going to stop.
I'm thinking about denial. A long time ago, I saw this movie, it wasn't a movie, a TV show, I think it was the Twilight Zone.
Oh, yes.
And the protagonist in it is always, he's looking at us, very vain guy. And he's always saying, don't you think this is my best side? And at the very end of the movie, you see on the other side of his face, he's got a great big wart or a great big mole.
Well,
we got a picture
he may
coming
have been
up.
correct.
Let's
okay,
let's
we have
move
a
up and
picture
get
coming
this
up?
Picture. Yeah.
Is it this picture?
Well, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like that one. For those who want to know, it's a wind plant in Pakistan. And what got me about the picture is you see all these pictures of all these windmills in the middle of a field, but you don't see the electrical equipment that you're seeing in this picture here. And you got to have it.
You got to have it.
So it's an interesting thing.
Yes, it is.
In any case, that's a wind plant in Pakistan, and there's a lot of them growing up, putting up there.
Yep.
They're bringing power to the rural people who have never had power before.
And we're going to mention something, I think. Do we have an item about Jimmy Carter?
About?
Jimmy Carter?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Jimmy Carter, his farm is supplying half the electric power needed by people in Plains, Georgia, because it's got a big PV plant on it.
Maybe we could do that next week.
Well, we could. You know, it was this week's news. But the thing is, Jimmy Carter grew up on a farm that didn't have any electric power.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he's really kind of
So he wanted electric
into this.
power.
He wanted electric power, and he's focused on that. And also, Jimmy Carter was in the cleanup that took place after an accident at a nuclear power plant, I think in Canada, while he was in the Navy. And he was engaged in nuclear stuff when he was in the Navy.
He was, yeah.
So he's very cognizant of what's going on with a lot of this stuff. Okay, what do you have for a title?
Renewable energy could power the world by 2050.
Wow, that's the same title I've got.
Well, it probably could do it sooner than that, but...
Yep. By mid-century, virtually all of the world's demand for electricity could be met by renewable power. This is the consensus of 47 peer-reviewed research papers from 13 independent groups with a total of 91 authors that have been brought together by Stanford University in California. This is from a publication called Echo Business.
Well, a quick takeaway here. The technology exists to achieve 100% renewable power if the political will to achieve it can be mustered.
Yes.
Okay, as the cost of renewables has tumbled, which it has, okay, and energy storage solutions multiplied, every part of the world can now find a system that edges fossil fuels out in cost.
Yeah, and you know what you said is if the political will can be found. But what's going to happen in the next few years is that as the prices of renewable energy and storage continue to go down, which they will because of Wright's law, which is a standard law of economics.
Okay, you see economy, stupid.
Yep. What's going to happen is the will to oppose them
is going to
dry up.
You won't be able to fight the economy.
That's right. That's why the Dow coal and oil and gas indices are down.
Absolutely. Well, this is a very interesting article. This is
I thought
a
this
concept
one was.
that hadn't even occurred to me.
Yeah.
Seasonal pumped hydropower storage could solve the renewable energy storage challenge. And what they mean by seasonal pump storage is very, very large plants.
Yes.
There's a picture on the website of one of these. See, it's an artist concept, but it's up in the mountains there. It's a huge lake up in the mountains and a river down below.
You know, if you go to Google Maps, you can see the pump storage site at Northfield Mountain.
Well, I was thinking about that site because it's very much like this. Only
It is, absolutely it is. Except that site, I forget the acreage, but the area, the area of water is 140 acres or something like that. And
but there's a river right there, and they pump it up.
Absolutely, and the upper reservoir is that reservoir on a mountaintop, and the lower reservoir is the river. And when that was put in, which happened the same time that Vermont Yankee was built.
Yes, it was built to match Vermont Yankee.
It had the biggest turbines in the world.
Yeah.
And now they aren't anymore. But
well, it's still a very useful addition to the grid, and right next to it, right now, there's a great big solar field.
What we're talking about now is operations that dwarf that.
Oh yeah.
And one of the things that we should bear in mind here is how do you supply everybody with renewable energy when the renewable energy is either intermittent, as solar is, or variable, as wind is. And the way that you do it
is storage.
You overbuild and you store the excess.
Absolutely.
And this is a really good way to store the excess. There are other ways we could make hydrogen, but you know, this is hydropower.
That technology is moving along.
Yeah. This is from SciTech Daily. Did you read the title?
Well, if I did, I don't remember it, so I'll do it again.
Okay.
Seasonal pumped hydropower storage could solve the renewable energy storage challenge.
Seasonal pumped hydropower storage and established technology. The technology of pumped storage is established.
Yeah, it's just a matter of scale.
It's just a matter of scale. Could be an affordable and sustainable solution to store energy in water, notice, on an annual scale according to IIASA research published in the journal Nature Communications. And you know, this is big. We're talking about establishing fairly large lakes here.
They're talking about big installations here.
Right.
And storing tremendous amounts of water. Right. Like in the spring when the snow is melting, and using it in the summer when everybody's using air conditioning.
Exactly.
That's what they're talking about.
Also, like in the spring when the snow is melting, and using it in August when everybody's dry and needs irrigation. Because they're storing this for multiple purposes.
Yep.
Okay, we're up to Saturday, February 22nd. Unless you've
I just want to mention on this particular article,
Yeah.
There's a picture of mountains containing a seasonal pump storage project.
Yes.
You know, and it's pretty.
It's impressive.
It's impressive.
Yeah.
Well, we'll move along here because we got a couple of guys that are digging a hole in the ice.
There they are.
And let's pull them up so we see what they look like.
Yep.
It's Saturday, February 22nd.
You were absolutely right.
And it says to combat climate change, human activities are more important than natural feedbacks.
Well,
and we'll have to explain what natural feedbacks are.
Yes.
But basically, it's bugs.
University of Rochester. Scientists at the University of Rochester studied methane emissions from the period of the Earth's history, partly analogous to the warming of the Earth today. There are earlier times in history when the Earth has warmed. They just haven't warmed as fast as we've been doing.
Well, that's what they're doing with these ice drills. I mean, they're going way back into the past. I mean, we're talking hundreds of years.
Yeah, drilling into that ice is like opening a book on natural history. Their research, published in Science, suggests human-caused emissions are the greatest concern.
Well, I'll explain a little bit more about what they're doing. Okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
They're drilling ice cores to determine how much methane from ancient carbon deposits might be released to the atmosphere under warming conditions.
Yes.
Okay, how do they do that? They take core samples, slice them real thick, real thin,
Yeah.
and look at the core samples and examine the bubbles that are in there. And they're
Yes.
there, you know.
Yeah, the bubbles.
And that's exactly what they've been doing. The core samples contain tiny bubbles with ancient air trapped inside.
Right.
And then they're analyzing that air.
Yes.
Okay, and their research indicates that even if methane is released from these deposits, natural microbic buffers, which I would call bugs,
Yes.
they're microbes, bugs.
They're
insects,
microbes.
you
Yeah.
know,
They're
not insects.
Not insect bugs.
Protect against release to the atmosphere. So these guys are going to eat up that hydrogen or the methane that's in there. So we need to be more concerned about anthropogenic emissions than natural feedbacks.
Yes.
That's the bottom
Well,
line.
really, we knew that, but they're confirming it.
They're just confirming it, exactly.
Okay, we have an item from CNN.
Yeah, we got another one here. This is climate change is drying up the Colorado River, putting millions at risk of severe water shortages.
We've talked about this before. Now we're talking about it again. The Colorado River, which provides water to more than 40 million people from Denver to Los Angeles, has seen its flow dwindle by 20% compared to last century. And scientists have found that climate change is mainly to blame. And by the way, compared to last century doesn't mean compared to 100 years ago. It means compared to 20 years ago. Our last century was 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. You got. I'm glad you mentioned that. Well, this Colorado River is no slouch. I mean, this is one of the biggest rivers in America.
Although it is dry in Mexico.
Well, pretty damn close to it. But that's not from global warming. It's from diverting the water.
It's diverting the water, and the Mexicans have been angry about it since before I was born.
Yeah, because we're taking all the water.
We're taking all the water and
before it gets
leaving
to
none for
Mexico.
them.
Well, I got a quick takeaway here on it. It's 1,450 miles long.
Mm-hmm.
It starts up by Denver, skirts Las Vegas, and empties into the Gulf of California by Baja.
Yeah.
By the time it arrives there, its flow is reduced to a trickle, just exactly what you were talking about. The Mexicans are complaining. Matter of fact, they've been to court about exactly this.
Yeah, they used
been
to
fighting
use
it for a long time.
They used to use the Colorado River for irrigation.
Well, I'm sure they still do.
And the water in the Colorado River went into the Imperial Valley, and you know, the Americans were taking all the water and leaving the Mexicans with basically nothing.
Yeah, basically, that's exactly what was happening. Yeah. So there's a good short video in this, and the article is worth reading.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the ones I might almost say a must read.
Yep.
Well, we got a picture coming up.
Do.
Let's pull this one. In case you don't know, they're ducks.
They're teal. They're not actually ducks.
They're
ducks. They're just called teal. But that is a Campbell Island teal, which is an endangered species in New Zealand.
Exactly.
And
it doesn't matter of fact, on Campbell Island, they're extinct.
Oh, okay.
But they're being restored as we speak.
Okay.
Climate change may doom 1 in 3 species of plants and animals within the next 50 years.
This is something that I think I knew years ago, but it keeps coming up, and it is scary. Using data from surveys that studied 538 animals, insects, and plants from 581 sites across the globe, researchers from the University of Arizona found that approximately 1 in 3 plant, insect, and animal species could face extinction by 2070. And about 5 years ago, I called up a scientist who worked for the World Wildlife Foundation, the WWF, and I said, wait a minute. What you're saying sounds to me like it means that we're going to be losing another species about every 10 minutes. And he said, yeah, that's
probably right, yeah.
And I said, okay, what are we talking about here? You know, are we going to lose species of cockroach? And he said, well, some of the species that they're worried about are moose.
Moose?
Moose.
I hadn't heard that one.
He said extirpated in New England, basically. It would not be extinct globally, but
they'd be
for Vermont and New Hampshire, you can
yeah,
forget it.
So you go move north.
Yeah, not just Vermont. And, well, they're in trouble because the ticks are killing them.
Yeah.
They never knew about ticks, and
Yeah,
all of a sudden they've got
never
ticks.
developed defenses.
But if they're going to move north, they're going to move into northern forests, which are not where they live. So
Yeah.
they're going to have to, they're between a place where they can't live and a place where they can't live. And another one that he said was troubling was the Baltimore Oriole.
Wow.
Another one was the American bald eagle.
The bald eagle.
Bald eagle. Yep.
Wow.
And we're talking about really serious problems developing. And in some cases, some of these animals or insects, bees, we've got species.
The bees are
species of bees that are just
bees
in
are-
trouble. And monarch
and
butterflies.
bees pollinate.
Bees pollinate. They're absolutely
So there's second order consequences we got to worry about.
unbelievable. So these are things that we have to consider.
Well, this particular article came from CNN, as you've probably heard me say. CNN usually does a pretty good
Yep.
job. There's a good video on there. It's only about a minute.
Yeah.
And this is what the video is about. What we will have to endure as the climate crisis gets worse.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is from the article. Direct quote. Take a moment to cherish your plants and appreciate the animals you see around you. In 50 years, a third of them may no longer exist.
Well, yeah.
In a worst case scenario, that could rise to over half.
Yes.
So they're not fooling around. This
no,
is
they're
serious
not
stuff.
fooling around. And of course, we've got that river in Egypt. Denial, and we've got to. This is where Ayn Rand went wrong.
Okay.
She was talking about objectivism.
Yeah.
But her objectivism is not objective. And we need people to open their eyes and look at things objectively instead of saying, well, objectivism tells us that we've got to deal with a healthy market. Well, the market isn't going to be healthy if we don't have food.
Well spoken.
Okay, we are up to February 23rd, which was Sunday, and we've got an item from Clean Technica.
This is an interview, actually, but it's a good one.
It's an interesting article.
USA braces for a tsunami of microgrids as the Defense Department wades in.
This is tsunami of microgrids?
Yeah.
Okay. The U.S. Department of Defense has been exploring new microgrid technology for at least 10 years or so. And Tina Casey, by the way, who's the writer who produced this, she writes a lot for Clean Technica, but she specializes in military stuff.
Okay.
In general. She
Okay.
specializes in energy stuff, but...
That's the author of this.
Yeah, but she also specializes in military, which is why she, ties into the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense has been exploring these new technologies, and it's finally tired of pussyfooting around. Last week, it decided on a step that would bring microgrids to scores of DoD facilities.
I'll mention a little bit about what microgrids actually are, just to avoid confusion.
Yeah.
Okay. First, I'll put me up so people know what I look like.
Good idea. This means that I can wipe my nose and nobody will know.
Well, a microgrid serves a relatively small, defined set of users.
Yes.
Okay. Typically with electricity that it generates itself. They're usually connected to the wider grid, but they can island themselves off when needed. So if the lights go out on a wider grid, microgrids can keep the lights on for their users.
Yes.
Which is one of the biggest reasons why they make sense. They would make sense right here in Brattleboro.
Well, there are microgrids in Brattleboro. The hospital has got a microgrid.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the Brattleboro Retreat.
That's a microgrid.
Yeah, the Brattleboro. Well, if you think about anybody who's got solar panels and a battery and their grid tied has got
be a
their own microgrid. It's a one family or one house or even one person microgrid. But you could have groups of houses, 2 or 3 houses that are put together.
Well, we've talked about a little microgrid that exists in Brooklyn.
Yes, that's right. Although that's not all that little.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
No, it started as only about 3 or 4 houses, and now it's getting bigger.
And it's kind of sprawling. It's kind of all over the place.
I haven't been following it lately, but
it's
just interesting. It's just something guys did by themselves.
Yeah, it was like one rooftop or something like that, maybe
Yeah.
a couple, and now it's like across the street and down the block, and Okay.
Well, we got a picture coming up.
We
here.
do,
I think we do.
There you go. And I should say about microgrids, if you think about it, every ship at sea
Is a microgrid.
This is
Absolutely.
old technology. It's just that you can put renewable energy into it, and if you do, it can keep going without any fossil fuel inputs or grid inputs.
I know the energy department in Brattleboro is thinking about microgrids, and I've looked at the transmission lines through Brattleboro.
Yes.
It would make sense to have 3.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, just because of the transmission lines.
Well, this is something that I've been pushing Brattleboro to do for literally for years.
Well,
And-
it would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And it would really make sense when it, I won't say if, when, the grid goes down. The
Yeah.
grid is going to go down. It's not going to stay down.
Oh, it will.
But it's going to go down.
It goes down from time to
Yeah,
time.
reasonably well.
Okay.
And it's nice to be able to have power.
We have an item here from Wired. Is that right? Yes, from Wired.
Wired, yep.
And a picture. And that picture,
That picture's
I think,
called agrivoltaics. Explain to us what it is.
well, agrivoltaics. I don't know that picture actually is agrivoltaics.
I think it is. I looked at it really close, and they're growing something like alfalfa. Something.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Growing something that doesn't get high.
Agrivoltaics is growing crops beneath solar panels and between solar panels. And the crops could be anything. They could be alfalfa, but they could be putting sheep in there.
Well, I've seen some of them where they're jacking these things up 8, 10 feet in the air, and they're driving tractors right under
That's
them.
right, and harvesting hay. And we had that beautiful thing from the Fraunhofer Institute about a year or two ago, where they tested potatoes under solar panels and found that.
Well, I'll touch base on that a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
This is something. It's a marriage between agriculture and solar.
Yeah.
And it makes so much sense, it's got to happen.
Yes, absolutely.
You know?
Read the title. Let me read the blurb, and then you can.
Family farms try to raise a new cash cow. Solar power.
The Komanek family farm in northern Colorado has had yields decline over recent years, and the farm began losing money. In Boulder County, land use codes made it hard to use the land for anything but farming. So the Komaneks found a compromise, a solar array with plants growing beneath. And by the way, that picture is not the Komanek family farm.
No, that's a different picture.
That is a picture from NREL, and I would bet you that that's an NREL facility in Golding, Colorado. But nevertheless.
It could very well be.
Okay, what have you got to say, Tom?
Well, what the Komanek family is going to be doing, and they're probably started it already. 1 megawatt solar array, 3,000 solar panels. They're going to be on 8-foot high stilts. Okay, and they're going to provide shade for crops like tomatoes, peppers, kale, and beans.
Yeah.
Pasture grasses and beehive boxes are planned for the perimeter.
Right.
Okay, this is going to be a demo farm for
yeah,
sure.
but it's
and the approach could allow for widespread renewable energy development without displacing much needed land for food. And that's
Right.
one of the complaints about solar.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of land.
Yeah.
This solves that problem.
It sure does. And we've seen crops increase
I was just going to say
many,
that.
many places.
I was just going to say, some crops planted under solar panels produce higher yields and use significantly less irrigation water. Coming closer to home, a project in nearby Deerfield, Massachusetts is delivering 60% more volume compared to plants beneath the full sun.
Yeah.
It didn't say what they're growing, but it's Deerfield, Mass. You can go down there and see it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we have an item from The Guardian.
Yes, we do. A quarter of all tweets about climate crisis are produced by bots. That's funny but sad.
The social media conversation over climate crisis has been reshaped by an army of automated Twitter bots, with new analysis finding that a quarter of all tweets about climate on an average day are produced by bots, The Guardian can reveal. Now, a bot is
short for robot.
yeah, and basically in this case, the robot is just a computer, and with
It's
a
really
program.
just a program.
It's a program running on a computer, and you know.
And they're just sitting there all day long making comments on people's Twitters. And there's no people there.
And why are they doing that?
They're trying to change people's minds.
They're trying to
influence-
guide the conversation on renewable energy. In other words, our path toward renewables is being undermined by somebody. And basically, you know, we're back to this conspiracy theory thing. And I don't generally like conspiracy theories. I've told you that I do have one conspiracy theory. There's more than one that I subscribe to, but there is one I subscribe to. And that is that somebody is out there making conspiracy theories.
Well, climate misinformation is often spread due to readers' perception of how widely this opinion is shared by other readers.
Yeah.
And that's what they're trying to do here.
They're trying to make it look like
Everybody
many
thinks this
yeah.
way.
They've found, by the way, a German girl who is the counter Greta.
Huh?
There is a counter Greta.
A counter.
Yeah, she's a girl who's a teenager who says the climate crisis doesn't exist.
Oh boy.
I'm not kidding here. This is
I don't
real.
think you're kidding.
And she's coming to the United States by plane, by the way, to address conservatives. And they're claiming that she's better than Greta Thunberg because she, the counter Greta, admits that she's financed by the fossil fuels industry.
Wow. Well, let's move along to Monday, February 24th.
With an item from Clean Technica and a new picture.
And I'll bring that picture up.
Now that's something that I think surprised Tom.
Yeah, they call it a super capacitor or a super
Doesn't look like a capacitor to me.
Well, there's other. No, it doesn't. There's another picture in the article, and they look like flashlight batteries.
Yes.
And this is brand new technology.
This is brand new technology.
When you finish talking about it, I will mention a little bit about what they actually are.
Tell us all about it.
So the article says super duper supercapacitors could accelerate the electric car revolution, and they could.
Scientists at University College London and Chinese Academy of Sciences say they developed a graphene-based supercapacitor that can safely charge at high speed, hold a record amount of energy, and store it for a long time. Their paper appeared in Nature Energy.
Well, graphene is a form of carbon, similar to but different from graphite.
That's right.
Okay, and
you cannot go out and buy this stuff.
No, you can't.
There's no supply for it. If you want it, you got to make it yourself.
Well, it's new technology.
Yeah.
This article is really about technology that's in its infancy.
Yes.
But a quick rundown here. Batteries and supercapacitors do the same thing. They store energy. Batteries charge and discharge slowly, okay, which makes sense in an electric car.
Yeah.
Supercapacitors charge and discharge quickly.
Or at least they can.
At least, well, that's what they're designed to do.
Yeah.
And this article is talking about trying to change that. Okay, supercaps do not yet have the energy density of lithium-ion batteries, but technology is improving, and it says stay tuned. So this is right in its infancy, but eventually what they're leading at is you're going to have supercapacitors driving cars.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. Graphene is, as you said, a new type of carbon that is, it has just astonishing characteristics. It is super strong. It is a superconductor. It is
at room temperature.
At room temperature. Well, it's by superconductor, I mean that it is extremely conductive.
Got virtually no resistance.
Well, it has very little resistance.
Okay, virtually none.
I mean
very
that
little.
it is a superior conductor, not that it is a true superconductor.
Okay.
Okay, but it is the most conductive material known to man, both thermally and electrically. And it is 3 times as conductive thermally as diamonds, which are in turn about 3 times as conductive as copper.
And interestingly enough, like diamonds, it's transparent.
Carbon is so amazing.
We haven't heard the half of it yet
No,
because they haven't figured it out.
I haven't figured out what buckyballs are for, but I know that they're a form of carbon that nobody's...
Yeah,
Buckminster
Fuller.
That's right. Okay, we have an item from the Daily Times.
We do. Radical hydrogen boron reactor leapfrogs current nuclear fusion technology. This could be a biggie.
It could be. You know, I resist putting in articles that have to do with nuclear power.
And this is a different kind of nuclear power.
And that includes fusion. And the reason that I do that is because the numbers that come out of the nuclear industry are, if you're talking about the amount of energy that comes out from a fission event, they know exactly what's going on. But if you're talking about how much a reactor is going to cost or how long it's going to take to build, they're off by typically 50 to 100%. And if you're talking about the likelihood of a reactor melting down, they're off by an order of magnitude. And they won't even admit that. Same when you get
fusion.
That's fission.
This is fission, and they can't melt down.
They can't. This is fusion, and it can't melt down. But the fusion reactors that we've heard about, people say, well, we've got an infinite supply of fuel. They just use water. They don't just use water.
No, they use
They use
tritium.
a mixture of deuterium oxide and tritium oxide, which chemically are both water.
But they're very expensive.
Buy it. You know,
Yeah.
you can buy heavy water. You might have the FBI trying to figure out why you're buying it, but it costs thousands of dollars a liter. And tritium oxide, forget it. You're not going to buy that unless you've got a license from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And it's going to cost millions of dollars a liter. Anyway, here, let me read what it says. HB11 Energy, spin-out company from the University of New South Wales, claims to have developed a completely new form of fusion. Quote, we are sidestepping all of the scientific challenges that have held fusion energy back for more than a half a century, end quote, its director said.
Well, I read about this when I looked offline on it, guy. They've been working on this for a long time.
Yeah.
The guy that's behind HB11 Energy, HB is his initials, I believe.
Okay. This is probably his 11th design.
But he's been working on it for a long time.
Yeah.
And this is what he says about it. HB11 approach to fusion does away with rare, radioactive, and difficult fuels like tritium altogether, as well as incredibly high temperatures.
Right, that's an important item.
Instead, it uses plentiful hydrogen and boron, employing the precise application of some very special lasers to start the fusion reaction.
Right.
This is still in its infancy.
It's still in its infancy.
But it's got big potential.
It's got big potential. The question that you've got is, you know, with standard fusion, how do you contain the reaction, which is at 100 million degrees Celsius?
Well, he's saying you don't need to.
Exactly. And what we've had in the past was people coming up with all kinds of, I'm tempted to say Rube Goldberg designs.
Well, when you're dealing with 1 million degrees, you got to do something with it.
You do. I mean, we're talking about temperatures that'll melt anything. They'll vaporize anything.
Yeah.
So how do you deal with that? Well, you hold it in a bottle that can't melt or vaporize because it's not made out of a solid object.
Yeah, they compress it with magnetism.
With magnets, yeah. Okay,
Well,
and if you think I'm going to be in a room where you've got 1 million or 2 million or 100 million or whatever degrees being held by a magnet, no, sir, I'm not going to be around that.
I don't think I want to be either.
We have an item from Renew Economy, and this includes an exciting photograph.
Another generation, people are going to look at that and say, what is that?
Yeah.
In case those people out there don't know, that's coal, fellas.
That's coal.
And what it says here is Morgan Stanley says 47 gigawatts of U.S. coal capacity could be uneconomic by 2024. And before you get started, I'm going to say what I say again. A gigawatt is a bigawatt.
That's right. This is from Renew Economy. Investment bank Morgan Stanley published a report claiming that nearly 50 gigawatts of U.S. coal-fired power capacity will be unable to compete against renewables by 2024. It advises utilities to replace coal plants with cheaper renewable objects. And I want to point out, I did a little bit of research, that's about 20% of all U.S. coal plants. And
I'm glad you said
but
that,
it does not include the amount that are scheduled to close. The ones they didn't.
The ones that have already been scheduled.
The ones that are scheduled.
So this is talking about all existing plants.
This is talking about 20% of all existing plants, and something like 10% of them are already scheduled to close anyway. So we're probably talking about a third of all plants falling into this category. And you know what? I don't think it's going to be a third. I think it's going to be more than that.
I think so too. It's economics.
It's economics.
Well, Morgan Stanley did their homework. They looked at each operating coal plant.
Yes, they did.
Compared it with forecasts of what it's going to cost for renewables at that location.
Right.
And they came up with conclusions that the coal plants are simply not going to be economic.
I wonder if they used Wright's Law in doing that, because
I'm sure
you and
did.
I have talked about
Yeah.
Wright's Law, but there's a lot of economists who have never heard of it. And one of the things that I have discovered is Tesla claims that its success is partly due to the fact that it has used Wright's Law to forecast prices. So, you know, okay, should we carry on or beat
Well,
that donkey to
what
death?
they're saying is there's a second wave of renewable development in the U.S. coming.
Yes.
We haven't even seen it yet.
Yes.
And it's going to be so cheap that it will compete with coal power at scale no matter what, no matter where.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what Trump and the Republican Party may parrot at every opportunity.
Yes. That's right.
He keeps calling it clean coal, but it ain't.
Well, if you think about this for a minute, the cost of the coal burning plant is high. That renewables are undercutting it. He wants to keep those coal burning plants running.
Yeah.
But they are prepared to go down the route of clean coal, which means capturing the carbon dioxide, in order to keep the plants going. But all that's going to do is increase the costs.
Absolutely.
So, you know, it's like saying, I don't know, it's like saying, yeah, our product doesn't compete on the market, but if we just raise the price a little bit, it'll do fine.
Well, duh, I'm not sure I quite understand the logic there. But.
I don't think there is logic there.
Well, we're moving along here. We're up to Tuesday.
We are indeed.
I didn't click my timer there, so I can't.
That's
tell
all right.
how long
I've got an idea.
You got
of where
one
we
there.
Are. Yeah.
Well, this is from Tuesday, February 25th.
Yep.
Which was yesterday, isn't it?
Yes.
Day before.
Day before yesterday.
Solar and wind power are pushing down electricity prices in New England.
Here at home.
Right here at home.
This is from the Press Herald, which is, I think that's in Portsmouth, Maine.
I think you're right. I think it is.
But it is a Maine publication. Renewable energy.
Definitely New England.
Yeah, is getting, renewable energy is beginning to have an impact where it counts in the cost of electricity, as companies that generate it pledge to power the New England grid at prices that keep falling and will fall more than 70% over 4 years to 2023.
Well, as of now, natural gas is the dominant fuel source.
Yeah.
But this is going to challenge it economically.
It's just not going to be.
And it's the economics.
It's the economics. Why is the oil and natural gas index low?
Well, one thing this article mentions, and they're working on this, a challenge with renewables is storage, to make sure that reserve power is available.
And what we're seeing is, you know,
and people are working on that.
I don't think it's in. Next week, at our show, because it appeared today, there's a town in California that just approved the second part of a massive battery. That massive battery stores over 1,700 megawatt hours.
Wow.
This is huge. They are moving in on huge batteries.
That's gigawatts,
just
guys.
Unbelievable size batteries.
And it's batteries.
Why are they? Yeah, and why are they doing that? Because it's cheaper than natural gas.
And there's other ways of storing besides batteries. I mean, batteries is one of the good ones, but there's the cheapest one I saw is using a crane to elevate cinder blocks.
Yes.
concrete blocks.
Yes.
Cheap, but it works.
Yeah. Well, you talk about that thing with the rail cars full of stones.
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, should we move on?
I think we should.
We have an item from
here.
Science Alert
here.
and a picture of a bushfire in
That's
smoke
in Australia.
rising. Yeah, from Australia.
Horrific wildfires in Australia destroyed a fifth of the continent's forests. A fifth of them.
A fifth of them. This is it's mind-boggling. Bushfires in Australia were globally unprecedented. That should be in quotes, globally unprecedented, as they destroyed over a fifth of the country's forests. Fires follow a years-long drought linked to climate change, researchers said. Australia's average annual forest loss to fires is below 2%. Australia has a fire season. They acknowledge this. It's always there.
It's always there.
But this year's forests were not the biggest, fires were not the biggest they had, because they've had fires in the outback that were not, they were just in bush country that was not forested.
Well, they've been losing annually 2%.
Which a lot of that grows back annually.
And it grows back.
This is part of the natural sequence.
This is 21%.
Yeah. This is a problem.
This is a very big, very scary thing.
Yes.
And mostly it's happening in New South Wales and Victoria. And although the article didn't mention it, it's the little island of Tasmania.
Yeah, the New South Wales and Victoria are the areas where they have the more temperate forests that are more like forests.
Our forests.
Our forests.
Yeah. And broadleaf forests.
All of a sudden they're being destroyed by forest fires. Could they happen here? Well, those forests are remarkably similar in some respects. We don't have forests full of highly flammable eucalyptus trees. We have forests full of nearly non-flammable pine.
I wouldn't say non-flammable.
Neither would I. Scratch your head a little bit?
As they say here in Vermont, poing.
The Peshtigo fire, which happened the same day as the Chicago fire in the 1870s.
Yeah, you've
jumped
mentioned that.
Green Bay.
Yep. Wow.
I mean,
Green Bay's kind of big.
It's 10 miles across at its narrowest point.
Wow.
And there are people who believe that that fire also jumped Lake Michigan.
Yes, I've read that.
So it's like, do we really think that we're immune? We'd better stop thinking that way if that's what we're thinking. We'd probably, yeah, go ahead. Do you have anything else on that one?
Not on that one, but the one coming up fits well with what we were just talking about.
Yeah,
in the
this is
previous
from
one.
Enercom Inc. That is ENERCOM Inc.
Energy storage to accelerate global energy transition in the 2020s.
Yeah, they've got this one right, I think.
I think so.
Global energy storage deployments are set to grow from about 4 gigawatts in 2019 to more than 15 gigawatts in 2024, according to Wood Mackenzie. Costs have fallen, incentives and clean energy targets are growing, and importantly, providers are starting to see the potential of energy storage.
Well, the article says that in a few different words, but I'll read what it says.
Yeah.
Recognition of storage's value rather than its cost will be the key factor in determining growth.
You know, this reminds me of the electric bus thing. An electric bus, I saw a comparison of electric and diesel, and it said the electric bus costs 60% more than the diesel bus.
To buy. But how much less to operate?
That difference in purchase cost is paid back in 4 years. And after that, you've got a bus that is just producing money.
And it's probably going to last a long time.
Well, they figure 10 years.
It doesn't require much in the way of maintenance.
No, it has very little maintenance, and the energy costs are low, and so it's pretty. And here we're seeing the utilities come up with the same thing. Why are they putting in over 1,700 megawatts in one town in California? Because it's cheaper than natural gas.
Absolutely.
Now, we're not saying natural gas combined cycle plants. What we're talking about here is peaking plants.
Peaking plants are very expensive to operate.
They're very expensive to operate, but they're very, very important when you've got a grid paradigm.
When you need that power, you need that power.
When your grid paradigm is based on baseload power, and baseload is called baseload because it's the least load you're going to have, because that load can be addressed by really, really efficient generating capacity.
Well, there's a good, I guess you'd call it a bull market for energy storage.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's different ideas that are people working on. We haven't even heard of them yet.
Yeah, and the federal government, as it stands right now, is trying very hard to keep us out of that market.
Yeah.
So we're back to let's compete with the Chinese using obsolete technology. Why don't we bring back battleships? Well, we could power them with nuclear, but of course, what Trump wants to do is resurrect coal, so we could have our battleships return to coal.
That'd be nice, yeah. Yeah.
I used to love watching coal-burning locomotives going across the prairie when I was a little kid in Illinois.
I remember coal-burning locomotives.
Man.
And then the Long Island Railroad.
In 1953, I think it was, they stopped allowing them into Chicago, and I was just, what are we going to do? They aren't going to go through here anymore.
Well, they weren't allowed into New York City in my youth at all.
I think they stopped them in New York City really early.
They had to change engines.
I think it was
electric engines.
Like in the 1890s.
I would say it probably goes back that far.
Yeah.
Yeah, they wouldn't let them into Manhattan.
Okay, we've still got 3 items to do.
We got a picture coming up here.
We do, and we have
we're
up to Wednesday, February 26th, with an item from the Public News Service.
Well, in case you don't know what it is, that's kelp.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about kelp.
We are, and those little funny things at the bases of the leaves are air bladders that keep the sky from sinking.
Yeah, we used to pop them when I was a kid. We'd pick them up on the beach and pop them, yeah.
And that kelp,
wash up
by
on
the way,
beach.
can provide a lot of the seaweed out there can provide food.
Food in some places it's eaten widely.
Yes, yeah. This is what's
in
called.
Ireland. It's kind of a delicacy. It's called dulse.
That's right. You can buy dulse in the co-op.
I bet you can. Yeah.
Yeah, and in Wales it's called laverbread. Did you read the title?
No, but I'm about to.
Okay.
Scientists warn climate change is destroying California kelp forests.
Kelp forests off the west coast are being reduced at an alarming rate by marine heat waves linked to climate change, according to 7 top marine scientists. They have written an open letter about the problem and had it published in Science magazine.
Well, from the article, kelp forests are a sentinel for the health of the oceans.
Right.
Okay? Change is happening very rapidly on a very large scale, and it's affecting the ecosystem, and very little is being done.
Yep, those kelp forests that are in danger are the living habitat for
a lot of little
fish. And those lot of little fish are the ones that feed the lot of big fish. And if the lot of big fish don't have food, neither do we.
Well, here's the scary part.
Yeah.
Off the coast of Northern California, 90% of the kelp has died off in the past 5 years.
90% in 5 years. That's not a good sign.
I don't think so.
Okay, should we go on?
I think so.
Our next item is from BBC.
Cutting how? How is an important word here.
Yeah.
How cutting your food waste can help the climate. And the article tells you how. So
Yeah.
if you're interested, it's a good one to read.
All food generates greenhouse gases to reach our plates, and then nearly a third of it is thrown away. That tells you something.
Absolutely.
The UN Food and Agriculture Organization estimates that if food were a country, it would be the 3rd highest emitter of greenhouse gases after the United States and China.
Well, from the article, it says, growing, processing, packaging, and transporting the food we eat, all contributes to climate change.
Yeah.
Already, before you even got it.
Yeah.
And then we throw it away. And as it rots, it releases yet more greenhouse gases.
I mean, this is you're far better off eating it.
So the article is going to tell you how, by rethinking how we shop and cook, it's possible to reduce the amount we waste.
Right.
And so lessen our contribution to climate change.
Right.
It's our consumption that drives the problem.
Right.
And this is interesting. This, I guess, is the last article.
It is
coming
indeed,
up.
and we have a
Nice
picture for this,
here.
and this is from Clean Technica. And I will point out that that bus that you see there is a double-decker, and it has a sign in the front that says Piccadilly Circus.
And it looks like any other Limey bus.
Except that it's a little more modern, though, than the
Well,
ones that I think.
it looks like any more modern.
Yeah.
And the new buses look like that.
Yeah, and
but
they
they're-
have the doors to get the passengers on the wrong side.
Well, that helps.
when you drive on the wrong side of the road.
wrong side of the road, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, it's okay because they just don't know, and they all do the same thing, so they don't have head-ons any more than we do.
Well, I tell you, I've tried driving in Ireland, and it's scary.
Oh, yeah?
Because, I'm expecting when it is a dangerous situation, I'm going to move to the right. And I move right into the dangerous situation.
Yes. Yeah, and I used to live in Devon.
Yeah.
And the roads there were narrow, and they had hedgerows on both sides.
Oh, boy.
And you would drive down a road that you could barely get 2 VW bugs by each other comfortably, and all of a sudden see a vehicle like that in front of you. Really.
Well, the article states that a London route gets an upgrade with 29 new electric double-decker buses. And as you know, you're looking at one there.
Yeah. An arterial bus route in West London is going fully electric. London United, a subsidiary of transit operator RATP Dev, took, and I think Dev I don't know what it stands for, took delivery of 29 fully electric BYD double-decker buses. They are built by BYD partner Alexander Dennis Limited.
So they're built in Britain using
BYD technology.
Chinese technology.
And probably Chinese motors.
And Chinese parts.
Parts, yeah.
Well, and anyhow, this is a takeaway. These new double-decker buses maintain the iconic look of West London. And I'll bring them up again, because they do.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know what was driving that bus to look at it.
No, you wouldn't know that it's electric. You might know it's electric if you stood on the side of the road and had it go by.
Everybody knows the buses pile out a lot of junk, you know, and this eliminates those emissions, and you're not probably even going to notice it.
Yeah.
But in London right now, there are 234 electric buses.
234?
In Greater London.
Yeah,
This is only about 29 new ones.
Yeah. Okay, I think our time is up, Tom, and I'm
I
going to
think
put
so,
up
too.
our last item that says, have an astonishingly comfy week.
Well, I'd wave, but they're not going to look at me.
Why don't you put you on me up and then we can wave?
Oh, let's do that.
There you go.
That's a
Have
good
an
idea.
astonishingly lovely week. Comfy week. Bye-bye.
Let's call this thing to order. Welcome. It is the West River Education District, I'll shorten it, board meeting. Do we have any additions or corrections to tonight's agenda? Nothing. Okay. Do we actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't have a quorum.
We don't have six.
We don't have 6. Oh, Al's here, 6. Ha! Now we're calling it to order because we have a quorum. There were so many bodies at the table, and then I went, wait, do we? Yeah, sorry. Okay, now we're really to order. So anyway, no additions or corrections to the agenda, right? Okay. Take a look at your board norms in front of you on the back of your placard. Maintain the focus, communicate respectively, be present at the meeting, keep the board productive and effective, and respect the agenda. We'll try to do that. It's just a good quick reminder. Members of the public, if you're here for something that's on the agenda, we'd ask you to talk to us at that point. If you're here for something that's not on the agenda, now is your moment. Yes, ma'am.
I have a couple of questions, and they're kind of old news, but, old things, but I just need clarification, so. The small schools grant, how is that distributed? Does that go directly to the school that qualifies, along with their fair share of the taxpayer dollars, or is it commingled?
It is commingled. It is treated as revenue.
Okay.
And it goes to the school district, of which the school is a member of.
So that doesn't seem quite right to me, but.
So, for example,
One district, one budget.
right,
Everything flows in, everything flows out.
that is how it is currently handled.
So everything flows in, everything flows out. There's no exceptions to that rule.
That is currently how it is done. Yes.
Every grant, every.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. My next question that I was unsure of, because through the budget process, there was a lot of talk about this 5% protection or whatever. And I don't remember that from study committee things and stuff, so I tried to hunt for it today to find out exactly what is this and how does it, it's not part of the tax breaks we got for merging, right?
It's part of the original law, but it is not one of the big major things that was discussed at the time. But it is in the text about 46.
I don't remember hearing a word.
Lori had a nice.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's
I
a
don't have
really
it with
good
me.
visual presentation that I can email you offline.
That would be great. Thank you.
Specifically to the 5%, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Sure. Can you just introduce yourself for the
I'm
viewing
Bonnie West
audience
from
in your
Jamaica.
town? Thank you.
Is this the final report that we're going to be getting for our town report?
Yes.
I had asked Drew at one of the meetings, I would have liked to have in this report a final report, it's the 1st of July, how much monies or liabilities from each town come into the new district. And I don't see anything in here whatsoever to touch on that at all.
I haven't looked at it yet. Do we have an audit in there?
So the audit is not complete.
That's why.
Right. The audit will be made available once it is available, and we'll publicly post it, and we'll also have it available on hard copy. But yes, you're right, it is not in that.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Lisa. I live in Jamaica. I have a first grader in Jamaica Village School now, kindergarten, first grader. At the last meeting, I inquired about individualized lesson plans because we've got different classes grouped together. So we had pre-K, K, and 1. Next year, we're expecting possibly K1 and 2. And what I have met with Principal Bernardo about is getting an individualized lesson plan. I inquired about that specifically at the last meeting. And at the meeting, I was referred to Principal Roach, who graciously said I should come to Townsend, that he can meet our needs there. So I decided to go to Townsend and check it out. And I met with a second grade teacher there. And what I found was that it is, as has been rumored, very overcrowded. Their classrooms are about half the size of ours, and they have twice as many students. Their gym area has a stage behind it, which is used for overflow classrooms. Even though the student body wasn't in session, it felt crowded to me. And I would love my boys to stay in a nice, small classroom. But, having spoken with Pam about the individualized lesson plan, I understand since that conversation with her, the board has passed a 2-year plan to initiate that. So it would not be before my son is 10 years old. I spoke with Mrs. Bernardo, we met, I guess, last week. She could speak to that. And she said the board had approved a 2-year term within which they would be able to provide an individualized lesson plan. So if next year we're going to have K1 and 2 together, that's an even bigger age gap than the littler ones as they are now, up till 1st grade. So I really want him to get, he particularly needs to be challenged in math, and he's not getting that. We have a new interventionist there for a half an hour, I think, a week. Well, he's not really going to benefit from that. He doesn't need that. And the amount of time, that's probably going to go to the kids who are really needy, not the ones who want to be challenged. So I feel he probably won't benefit from that. What I noticed at JVS this year is that there's a lot fewer support staff. We used to have 2 people in our classroom with 9 and 10 kids. This year we had 9 kids. One of them was being potty trained every 2 hours by the teacher. She was there by herself. And the older kids, they're not certainly getting the attention that they need. And I don't think that's an issue that's happening in Townsend. And I want to make sure that next year my boys are getting the same attention and the same benefit of curriculum that the kids are getting in Townsend. I really want them to stay in Jamaica Village School. It's a fantastic school with wonderful teachers, and that is my plan. But I'm going to, if I need to write to the Agency of Education to assure that whatever staff we are entitled to, we get. Because I don't see, I've inquired, you know, what is it, you have a lot of kids with IEPs, where's the support staff? We can't talk about that. I've hit that wall twice. I understand confidentiality. However, there needs to be oversight that is transparent. What kind of numbers are we talking about? If this is a numbers game, then keep more kids in Jamaica so that we get the support staff we need to assure that everybody gets the slower learners and the faster learners are treated the same. They get the same good experience in both schools. If you could speak to that 2-year plan, I see you, Mr. Anton. I don't know if you had a comment.
I am unaware of a 2-year plan for individualized education plan for any student that is not required by federal law. I have discussed with Principal Bernardo about taking advantage of the small amount of students that are in Jamaica Village School and really looking at them individually and working with the staff to make that happen. But the specificity of the timeline, I don't have any information other than what you just shared.
Can we get clarification on that? Because I want this to happen in the near term, not in 2 years. I'd like it to happen, if not, this year, then next year, beginning of the school year.
So I'll let Pam answer, but I would just say that it would be great to have an individualized plan for every single student, but that is it's not a requirement to have that.
Well, maybe that's the long term.
So, if I may, when Ms. Mann and I spoke about I'll get the words wrong because they're different from what you're saying. The SIP, the Comprehensive Improvement Plan, one of the goals in the Comprehensive Improvement Plan that the board approved last meeting is working with multi-age groups of children as opposed to multi-grade groups of children. And one of the things that we put in there was setting individual learning goals for our children in the area of reading, writing, listening, and speaking. And that will be the work that we will do across the 3 years of the SIP in that regard, using the instructional strategy, which is the other goal of the reading and writing workshop. That will require some teacher training, as well as looking at how to help students and teachers set individual goals, mostly quarterly, in reading and writing. And that's what we had spoken about, not individual education plans, which are defined by special education law. We did also talk about, you had inquired about numbers of kids with individualized education plans, service agreements, and those are confidential, and we wouldn't really talk about that in terms of percentages or things like that. We do have the supports at Jamaica to meet those needs of those kids as defined by their plans. The additional interventionist is a half a day a week, which comes to about 3.5 hours. The goal there is to work with the teachers as well to provide the services across the week when the interventionist isn't there. So it will take a little bit of time to look at multi-age as opposed to multi-grade. But in terms of the SIP goal for safe and healthy schools, I felt that that was a better route to go so that kids, like you are referring to with your son, can move at a rate that may be a faster pace or a slower pace, depending on what their individual needs are, irregardless of the grade level, but really at what their current levels are. And the SIP in itself is just focused on reading. I'm hoping to put that in place in math at some point.
It does, however, my son's, it's a math thing. He needs more math. So I would like to, I can meet with Principal Bernardo again if we need, but I want something in place sooner rather than later to bolster his math. He loves it. He's doing well at it. I want him to get more of it.
I would just say, yes, your path of talking with the principal is the appropriate path.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody else is on the agenda. Great. Thank you. Correspondence. We have one piece. I think I forwarded it to everybody. It's posted on the website. I know it is a request for consideration to pay tuition for a current Leland and Gray student to attend Vermont Academy. That's the first item of new business. And I believe as I understand it, the parent was going to come. I was so late I didn't get a chance to check. Are you here, Ms. Carson? No?
To be fair, because it's on at 7:30.
Okay, well, we can wait and see if she shows up, I guess. We can move along. If she comes back, we'll move her up. So, student reports then. No. What? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong agenda. I'm on my notes one. Pardon me. You want to do policy now? Oh, Mike's here. Okay, and Lindsay's here. All right. I'm sorry, I was on the wrong agenda. I apologize. Policy committee. Lindsay, you want to speak to this? Or Mike, you want to speak to this? Which one?
All right.
Pick one.
So this is the age of attendance policy. And what the policy committee is proposing, it's been a little bit since I've gone through the details of it, so correct me if I mess anything up, but basically it has to do with children entering kindergarten. And children who desire to enter kindergarten must have attained the age of 5 years on or before September 1st in the year in which the child plans to enroll in kindergarten. However, requests for exceptions can be submitted to the building principal beforehand. And in that case, early admission may be granted to a child whose birth date has passed the state of Vermont legal age, which is in this case, December 31st. So if a parent wants to have their child enter kindergarten early, and their birthday falls before December 31st, they can request to the building principal, and then upon that request, the school district will administer diagnostic stuff, whatever, as the superintendent's office determines, so that we can be sure that children enter who should be entering, so that those kids that may be ready a little bit early can have the opportunity. That's the general gist of it.
And starting with the 5-year-olds in kindergarten, then that works backwards according to this for pre-K, 3-year-old pre-K and 4-year-old pre-K. Same cutoffs?
No.
No?
3 and 4 is a hard September 1st.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's only for kindergarten.
Okay. Questions?
Just to clarify, all those exceptions come to this board, the way this policy is written?
The way this policy is currently written, that is correct.
There'll be a recommendation from the administration.
Any other questions? So this is the policy that you're recommending that we warn tonight?
Yes.
Okay. Make a motion. Sure, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
So I'm here because I wanted to talk about this.
Tell the camera who you are, please.
I'm Allie McFalls from Newfane.
Thank you.
So I had been in contact with Mr. Anton for the last year. My daughter's birthday is September 2nd, so she misses the current cutoff by 1 day. I'm the director of a preschool program in Brattleboro, so she's been in my program since she was 6 weeks old. So I really think she's ready, but she misses the cutoff by 1 day. So I was just asking for some flexibility for individualizing it for kids. I mean, everybody's different, and no matter where the cutoff is, there's always going to be somebody on the other side of that. So if there was just a system of allowing for some flexibility, you know, there is still the chance that they would say no. But I'm just asking for the option of applying early for her.
So this policy, if approved, would allow for that.
Right.
Okay. Anything else? Questions? Okay, we just need to, yes, Drew?
I'll move that we warn policy C35 as presented.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Thank you. All right. Any further discussion now that it's been moved and seconded? Ready to vote? Okay, all in favor of warning policy C35, the age of attendance policy, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Appears the ayes have it. All right, we'll warn it. We'll see it again to adopt it. Thank you. All right, now, students. What do you got for us, guys? Ladies, gentlemen.
I got nothing.
I don't think we have anything
break
to
overall.
report.
Did you have a nice break?
Yeah,
Was a good break, yeah.
today was hard.
Yeah.
First day back. Rough.
Excited for my new trip now that we're not going to China.
Do tell.
We are going to Vietnam, Cambodia, and Thailand for 3 weeks, I believe, instead of a month.
Wow. Awesome. You have anybody that speaks any of those languages?
Nope.
Google Translate do those languages?
We can't bring our phones, so it should be an adventure.
Wow.
It's actually really good not
3 weeks without phones.
Just so you know.
Do they still make books that translate for you, like the little guidebooks?
An hour later. Probably not.
Seriously, they could be out of print now that everybody has a phone. I don't know. I've gone all over the place with just Google Translate. Wow. Well, that sounds exciting. All right, so principals publish their reports. Does anyone have any questions for the principals on anything they read in the reports? Anybody have anything to add, Bob?
So we're going to jump on those coattails about the trip. So many of you are familiar with our Journeys program. It's been in place for a couple of decades now, and this will be the first time that Journeys trip, which happens every other year, will not go to China. And so it's been kind of a big deal, but obviously there are many reasons for this. There's really one reason for this. And that one reason is that our flights were canceled. and so we didn't have a choice. So we were closely monitoring the situation up until the point that the flights were canceled, and had a lot of concerns about the status at that point. So it's a done deal. We've been working on things, but as part of the policy side of things, and I'm hoping somebody can answer the question for me. I searched on the website to see what the new district's policy was around field trips. I didn't find one on the district page. It would be D30, which is not a required one, it's an optional one. So I based my approach based on the old Leland and Gray policy, which requires the principal to inform the board of an international trip. So I'm hereby informing you, on the pursuant of a now defunct policy, in absence of a new policy, that the trip is happening. I have some details of the itinerary. We're using a travel agency or travel company, Intrepid Travel. If people want to see this, I can pass this around. This has the itinerary in it and talks about the different places that we're going to send them to. All the places, well, let me put it this way. The CDC ranks their alerts on 3 levels: watch level 1, an alert level 2, and a warning level 3. So the only place that we're going that is on that alert system is a stopover in the Seoul, South Korea airport, which is an alert level 2. That is not a total avoid travel there, but just more of a high alert. The kids and these chaperones will not be leaving the airport at any time, so that's just where the flight has to lay over in. So that's one area. There are 2 other areas or destinations that are not under any of those levels, but sort of get an honorable mention from the CDC, and that is Thailand and Vietnam. And that just means that there are people infected there, and they've been identified by the CDC. So people pretty much infected everywhere. So at this point, those have not been upgraded to any watches, alerts, or warnings. So we're going along with that being fine. And I have the details of the South Korea advisory if you want to read that as well. But again, we're just going to be in the airport there. And by we, I mean not me. So, if you want to read that. So yeah, I'm happy to take any questions, but I was sort of following the idea of informing the board of international trip.
Thanks.
When is that trip?
The dates of the trip are March 25th through April 14th.
Do they still get to perform and do some of the things that they...
I mean, Abby can probably tell you more about the latest on that.
I don't remember who it is, but one of the chaperones knows someone in Bangkok, I believe, so we're trying to get in contact with some schools in Thailand to do some performances there. And it's also their water festival, so it might work with their whole New Year type of things. We're trying to figure it out.
Very cool.
And we did add an additional chaperone to the trip as well, just because of the different nature of the trip and the fact that it was not something that the current chaperones were familiar with, like they were with traveling to China. So we added Phoebe Connolly to that, and she has traveled on this tour with this company in previous years. So she's a veteran international traveler with students. So we added her as well to make it, just to have someone who's been there and done that, to make parents and students and administration feel a little more comfortable.
Excellent. Sounds exciting. Any questions for, oh, was there a hand? Yeah, go ahead.
I just have I can wait, but I have something about the reports I wanted to ask.
Yeah, go ahead, ask the question.
Okay. I was wondering, first of all, I'd like to say I love the packets that we're getting. That's very helpful. I was wondering if there was a possibility to make the principals' reports more uniform. This one had Townsend's, which was a lot of, prose about what they're doing, everything. And then, not that I don't like your reports, but Jamaica's was hard to figure out. because like the graphs call for color, and we don't have a color printer, and you can barely read them. And so it's, you know, just, and it requires that a layperson understand graphs and things like that to figure out, to determine what it's actually telling them instead of a written out thing, but whatever. And as an aside, I was very impressed by all the things Townsend is doing, and that's what comes when you have a dedicated full-time principal.
So I can speak to the
equal opportunity.
Sure, go ahead.
So you may not notice, but they all work with the same 5 topics. And each principal gets to have the freedom about how they want to express that. Rarely do we have graphs, but at different times of the year we have results that can be shared in different formats and ways. But all the 5 headings all come from when we had our integrated field reviews, which is a study of the educational quality standards, which is the guiding principles for operating schools. And so those are the 5 categories in which we consistently report out through all WCSU schools. So it may look a little different, but the uniformity is reporting out consistently under those 5 categories.
It's just difficult to make assumptions to figure out what it's telling you if it's presented differently. Thank you.
Anybody else have a question? Comment? Okay, thanks. The long-term planning work calendar. There are 2 versions of that calendar presented. This is sort of an attempt at a roadmap for discussion purposes of our next few months of work. You know, obviously the budget, you know, presented some challenges, and those challenges are ongoing. And you know, this is sort of a couple of different ideas laid out for us of a way that we can, you know, take the time to have the discussions that we need to have and gather the information and try and make some plans and maybe some changes about how things are done to address the challenges that we face. The biggest difference between the 2 of these calendars is one has the continued existence of the budget committee doing some preliminary, some deeper work, basically adding a second meeting each month for some of the board members to go through some of the financial data and then be able to speak to it a little bit at the next meeting. We can do away with that because there may be some sentiment to not have the committee do some of that work. But if the board does the work by itself, we may need to add some of those meetings that would have been budget committee meetings to the board schedule, just seeing how things are going. So it's the question really is, you know, do we want to have more meetings as a full board, or do we want to sub off some to a committee? And this is just 2 different takes. We can, you know, build off of these, change these, edit these as we see fit. But something to discuss. We don't have to necessarily adopt one tonight. As you can see, this doesn't even start until April, so we can continue discussing it, ask questions, redesign, however we want to do it. But Trish, yes.
Maybe I'm crazy.
Probably
the 3rd Monday.
You are. These are additional meetings. These are non-board work meetings. This is purely about planning out your next 3 to 5 years.
Month.
Yes. Yeah. This is additional meetings. So you are not going crazy.
You just do what I did. You work food shelf till 5 or 7 and run across the street.
Disappoint people.
No. You leave people there.
Just want to make sure.
Sorry, Trish.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy.
No, not at all. Any other thoughts? Want to see some more permutations of this? You like this? Which one do you like?
I think it makes sense to keep the budget committee because it's a smaller group, just to kind of wade through the stuff and, you know, have options to present to the full board. My 2 cents.
Sure. I would be on the opposite side. I think the board needs to see all the financial information.
There was never any information that the budget committee saw that the board didn't see. I have no, I mean, I have no feelings either way, but it does, you know, if we do away with the budget committee, the board itself will do more work. And it's really our decision. What do we want to do?
When do we reorganize?
The March meeting. March 6th.
You won't reorganize until April because you have the at-large vote on March 25th.
Right. Thank you. I forgot about at-large. So April we'll reorganize.
Does it make sense to hold this discussion and vote at that meeting when you're reorganizing about committees? And
We don't have to vote on this at all. I mean, this doesn't start until April 13th. The first meeting on this is April 13th.
I think Drew's point is you guys you won't meet till April 20th to reorganize.
Right.
And April 20th is a break, so it could be April 27th.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, if it's out there now, people can look at it, think about it, see if something comes to you, and we'll decide, you know, in April what we're going to do. I mean, that makes perfect sense. All right?
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you. Okay, so weighting study. There is some information in the packet, which I'll just take here, about the pupil weighting study. There's some information about how it would affect our district and the surrounding districts in terms of what it would do to the tax rates if the proposed weights were changed in accordance with the study. And as you can see, it's a pretty significant impact. WCSU had a meeting 2 weeks ago, week ago?
2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago, where we had several legislators here talking about this. And, you know, there's now the Senate Committee on Education is having a public hearing Wednesday, March 11th. We can testify by going up there or written testimony. I know the WCSU is having a letter of testimony sent up in favor of you know, modifying the pupil weighting based on the study and implementing it now. You know, it corrects inequities that have been in place for quite a long time. And you know, some districts are really struggling under the way things are weighted now. You know, I guess we already have the supervisory union sending testimony up there. I would certainly be willing to, if the board wanted, write a letter from our district as well, supporting the weighting study, changing the weights to, you know, to match the study and to do it immediately. I suspect that WCSU will send the board chair up to actually testify. I don't know if more physical presence is needed, but I certainly think letters. Individually, people can write letters. I've been copied on a few, so I know people are doing it. You know, but I wanted to put it out there just because I know it's something that affects us all, and you know, we can weigh in officially if we'd like to, and you can all weigh in personally if you'd like to, and you can ask questions about the study.
I think you should write a letter on behalf of the board.
Want to put that in motion form?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion that the board chair write a letter stating
in support of the weighting study.
In support of the weighting study. That's it. That's it.
Implementation of the new weights. Okay. Right away. And right away?
Yeah, well, no, obviously, yeah. Well, everything you just said.
Okay, thank you.
You already said all that.
Yeah.
Why do I gotta repeat it in a
I just
motion
want to
form?
make sure. Thank you, Ken.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Al. Any further discussion on that? Any questions on the study results? They actually taped the, I'm sorry. One sec. They actually taped the WCSU meeting. They BCTV filmed that, and Laura Sibilia speaking on this, it was really educational. It's worth going back and watching that just to hear her speak. Go ahead, Patty.
So I don't know, I thought maybe, I guess I thought Emily might be here, but she's busy, I guess. I was wondering, I read through this and I just wanted to ask if anybody knows, did the legislative joint fiscal office that did this, did they use the same factoring, like the free and reduced lunch, to determine poverty level as the report did? But I can ask.
Well, no, they used the exact same elements,
Premises.
just different years.
Okay.
The original weighting study, the 150-page one, they used FY18 for modeling and simulations. This one is FY20. So this is the most recent modeling simulation using the exact same factors as the study.
Any other questions, comments before we vote? All right, all in favor of the weighting study letter motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Marlboro's got it for him. Oh, that's Marlboro's one?
Yeah, just so you see.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. The 2021 calendar. Ken, this is on there for you.
Yay. Why don't we have Veterans Day off? Because the Career Center doesn't do it. Because Career Center's wrong doesn't mean we have to be wrong too.
The Career Center doesn't offer Veterans Day off. We can do our own thing here. I actually was at an assembly at Leland and Gray on Veterans Day. And I thought they did a really nice job of saying, you know, why would you sit home and watch video games on Veterans Day? I mean, it's not like you're going to go do anything necessarily pro-veteran. And they changed a little of the curriculum and the assembly to actually honor veterans and educate about what had actually happened. I thought that was fairly appropriate. Is there even, I mean, this is just a question. If you have Veterans Day off, are there actual activities? Like, they don't really do parades on Veterans Day.
Well, they do.
Do they?
Not here.
Not here, no.
Are you leading it, Ken?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not here in
I mean,
Townsend,
there's
no,
not
we
really,
don't.
like Memorial Day, there's something.
Right.
And they're different, but there's not really
Well,
sort of
there's
way to
things,
celebrate.
there's things up north, and, you know, White River Junction does something,
Okay.
we do something up the Capitol, and, but, you know,
Would it have, I mean, if we changed our calendar to actually allow our students to not attend school on Veterans Day in our district, what effect would that have? Would that have much of an effect on sort of relations inter-district school? I mean, are we losing a school day? I'm speaking to administrators here.
Well, I mean, you've already conformed with the law by having all the major vacations matching with the Career Center. So one day will be can be an individual district decision. So I don't know what River Valleys will decide or Marlboro will decide, but for the schools of the West River District, that decision is within your hands. So it's all or nothing, you know. So you're all the schools of West River would be in, or all the schools of West River would not be in. So I don't think it really has a ripple effect beyond West River.
Okay.
Out of curiosity, would swapping a day would that count as changing 2 days? Or is that like
Yeah,
still in the realm
it's
of,
changing 2 days, but
still in the realm of possibility?
it's still in the realm of possibility, yes. And there is no the decision that this board would make is simply to start letting families know, because once you guys okay this, since the WCSU board has done it, then we can make a West River calendar and then we can send it out. So the timeline on making the decision is completely up to you guys.
My major problem with this is that it used to be that they all had Career Center, everybody had it all. Then the Career Center decided to change it, so then we have to change it. And I just feel that that's wrong.
Well, we don't have to change it.
Exactly, but if we just follow, this is what they're doing, do we do it? You know, just go along, which is, seems like that's what a lot of things are, what's wrong with this country is people just go along. Oh, we're gonna change that, okay. And just do it because everybody else is doing it. It's not the right way to do things.
I would be in favor of having it off. I think it's important. I think it's an important message to show. I think it shows that we feel like it's important.
Was that a motion? Yeah.
That was discussion.
Okay, that was discussion. I mean,
I'm not hearing a lot of discussion.
I move to have the calendar changed to have Veterans Day off. There's a motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Any further discussion on that?
Really?
I wonder if we're gonna hear from any parents who are like, oh, great, now we got another day to deal with. We gotta work, but the kids don't.
Well,
That's what I was wondering. We did that for teacher in services.
I know,
off this calendar
I think
without
we've-
consideration. So.
Yeah, we give them.
Well, we give them
a whole
enough
lot of
advance warning,
in-services,
so, you know, I mean, that's my only question on that. Doesn't matter to me, you know. Trish?
I think it's a really good point about, that you made about the student, the schools, or at least here anyway, what you saw, making it a teachable moment. What is Veterans Day? Who are veterans? What is that? I mean, I feel like that, I would worry that that would be lost. As the daughter of a veteran and niece and of many, there's a lot of service people in my family, they all have it off, and I, just because they're in the South and close to Marine bases, Marine Corps bases, and I think might feel more impactful there to have the day, in areas of the country where it's more easily seen. I don't know, it's more easily understood and honored and made a big deal of. I think that was a good point. Just here, we don't have that type of palpable physical connection to a base, and what does it teach the kids to just have a free day? Maybe there is a better way if you're in school and you're learning something about what is this. I don't know. I'm just saying this just because I personally feel a bit torn about giving the day if it's not going to mean something.
Thank you.
I wanted to say.
Yeah, I was going to highlight what Joe's referring to, what we talked about. We did a brief history of where the day comes from, and distinguishing it from Memorial Day and Veterans Day, how they're different. And we talked about the idea of honoring those who fought for freedom and fought for the rights of our students, one of those rights of which is public education. And so that was the argument we made, just to answer that a little bit, was talking about like you're here because they fought, because they stood up for our freedoms, and so to not exercise that right on a day that has earned that right it was a good opportunity for a teachable lesson, I guess is how I would leave that. And this is unrelated to that particular conversation, or do you want to come back to me on the early release days? Because before you guys adopt a calendar to mimic what they're doing, they have very different approach to early release days. You're talking about just the vacation.
This is just the vacation and Veterans Day.
All right.
All the other placement will be coming.
All right, so make sure people are all clear on that.
Yeah, I just had to time this one out because we had just done the WCSU and matching to the Career Center.
Okay.
And at that discussion, we had a discussion. So this is the only calendar I had at the time.
Gotcha. Okay. We wouldn't necessarily be following the early release days that are on.
No, the only things that we are locked into are the long vacations and the discussion right now.
And so if we would have Veterans Day off, we would obviously have another day added somewhere. Right? So it's not like we're losing a day.
Right. We'd still schedule 176 days.
Okay.
Right, no.
And along with that, the stuff that you guys do for Veterans Day, you could do before Veterans Day. So that maybe they could find something worthwhile to do outside of school on their own, possibly with their family, and go to one of these, celebrations.
I just had a clarifying question. So I looked at the calendar. So we're following their calendar, which means our February break is now shifting back again to the end of February.
That is correct.
More discussion on Veterans Day? Oh, yeah, go ahead, Krista.
I just have a question about the vacation, just because I have 2 elementary and 1 at Leland and Gray. Will their vacations still stay?
So the Christmas, Thanksgiving, the Christmas holiday, February and April will all be matching the Career Center. As Chris just pointed out, next year, this week would be off.
But the elementary school?
The entire district.
Okay.
The entire supervisory. In fact, the entire county.
Because if not, somebody's out for a week.
They will not be split.
No, we wouldn't do that to you.
Give them
Okay.
So do we have to decide now what day we'd add? Could that be another discussion?
No, if you guys just say, we don't want to have school on the 11th, I'm just going to bring you back a calendar that represents that.
Okay.
And then if you guys want to make an individual district change, not on those 4 major things, you
Okay.
can tell us to do that.
Okay.
All right, ready to vote? Yes, Al?
I just wanted to ask Bob, do you have any veterans that come in?
We have at least 1 staff member or maybe 2 staff members here who are. We called out a name and thanked them and did that applause thing, but we didn't bring in any speakers. It's just me and a microphone. We could, certainly. You could do whatever you want with it, but
I was just thinking back
in the time since I've been here, that's not how it's been done.
Yeah, so I mean, back to the teachable moment, you bring in, that could be something you do.
Sure.
Bring in maybe a high-profile veteran or, yeah.
Lots of things.
Yes.
One question, would the extra day have to go at the end of the year, so you go further into June?
Doesn't have to. I would just take this information, design a WCSU-wide calendar, give it to each individual board, and then some boards say, I only want to go 175 days, I don't want to go 176. Some boards don't want to start or end at a certain time. The last 3 years, everybody in the WCSU has had the same calendar, all done 176 days with all the same days off. But the legal requirement is just the 4 major breaks align with the Career Center of which we're attached to.
Okay, so, motion
Call the
is
question.
the motion is to have Veterans Day off, February 11th. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Redesign that calendar. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go to old business, it is 10 of 8. Did the parent of the tuition request student show up? No? Okay, so do it. Yeah. The request is to. Yeah, I had it loose so that I pulled it off. Thank you. So anyway, thank you. The request is to pay tuition to VA. VA has apparently agreed to let this child attend for 16-7. She's currently an 8th grader here and a resident of the town of Wyndham. The parent says, quote, "I believe she will thrive in the atmosphere at Vermont Academy." And they're just requesting that we consider school tuition. Attached to this packet is the statute that actually governs the that actually governs the discussion, and we
it's C.
It's
B.
It's C.
It's the second to paragraph from the end.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can tuition a student to an approved independent school or an independent school meeting education quality standards if the school board judges that a student has unique educational needs that cannot be served within the district or at a nearby public school. The letter requesting it doesn't really set forth any sort of unique educational need, and I was sort of hoping that the parent would show up to sort of add to that. Can
we table it?
We can put the request off, and I could even respond to her that said, and tell her that, you know, the statute's kind of clear, we need this, and if she feels that there are, could she please present them? And, you know, if there is such a thing, we can then have it, you know, our education professionals speak to that, and we can make the decision, move it to the next meeting, and I'll let the parent know.
True. So, can we also get clarification? It says here, I believe the number is 16.7. Is it tuition rate or per pupil rate that we'd be paying?
That is the, it is specific to Vermont Academy. It is specific to a new program that Vermont Academy has, in which they are essentially providing a scholarship for the difference between the announced average public high school tuition, which this year was $16,686, and so
that number is real. That's in this.
That yes. Yeah.
So I would make a motion that we table it.
Second. Okay. To the next meeting then. Any discussion on tabling it?
Do it.
Okay. All in favor of tabling this to the next meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right.
You'll email them.
I will correspond with the parent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any tests for the administration for the next meeting?
Well, I'm going to give you an updated work calendar recognizing the reorg. Just look at that because it makes sense when you have April 20th as your natural date. So I'll update that and bring that to the board on the March 16th meeting.
You give us the annual calendar with Veterans Day off too?
Annual calendar with Veterans Day. I'll give you an update on the audit. I will respond to the 5% over under for Miss Dixon.
Oh, I'll send her that.
You got that?
Yeah, I have it.
All right. Okay. That's what I have so far.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes?
We're going to have audit numbers before the annual meeting.
We should. We absolutely should.
We have copies available.
We will.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, any other tasks?
Oh, could I just point out something?
Sure.
Just to back up what Drew said. So these annual reports will be at all the town clerks and all schools by tomorrow. I've asked each principal just to put in their newsletters that they're available so that people can come and get them. And they're available also at the town offices. And then I've asked people to bring them to the town meeting as well. So you'll have all that stuff, and then if we have any left, I'll have them on the 25th as well, March 20th. And the 24th, the meeting prior.
Thanks. So I just realized I skipped over school choice. I tried. So we have the survey results. I've gone over them. Bill, you want to speak to them, or?
Well, so I just tried to put them all out there without any judgment or analysis, just to make it not my opinion of the results, but here are the results, so that I felt like I was accomplishing the task I was asked. Question 1 is, did you participate in school choice? So number 2 is the follow-up to that. So question 1 asks you, did you? If you did, please go to 2. If you didn't, go further down in the survey. But no, I thought I was pleased to provide the school choice survey and to get the answers and bring it back to the board.
There were, it seemed overall positive. There were some comments in there that were not positive, but generally, the people who exercised choice seemed to be happy with it. Thoughts, questions, follow-up?
So what's the bottom line?
Well, so we have this data, which I will keep. School choice opens up March 1st. So in all the newsletters in the schools, that will be going out to parents today. The link has been updated on the website. All the Facebook pages will be updated by the end of the week so that parents can start applying next week for school choice. And it'll be our second year of kind of rolling it through, and then I think we'll have an idea of kind of where we stand, and then that will kind of hopefully flow into your long-term conversations about what you guys want to do for the next 3 to 5 years as you see if there's any patterns or trends or migration.
Can I ask a clarifying question about these? There was several different comments that had to do with, obviously, the influx of students into Townsend this year. And I wanted to just clarify that the classroom size is continued to follow what the policy we had predetermined was, right? It was all below the allowable
Yes.
limit.
And I have all the projected enrollments from the current existence to next year, and then that allows us to decide how many spaces are available. So like, for example, in Townsend, there are no spaces available in the 4th and 5th grade. That's just the one off the top of my head because it's the largest one. But yeah, so we take it, we go off of the 14 to 18 in the K through 3, and the averaging of 18 to 24 in 4 and 5, and flowing that through into the best possible system we can do with the numbers we have at the time, knowing that after school choice things can change, and I may be coming to you guys and saying the system looks different from what we planned for. Here are some possibilities that we can go down and go from there. But yes, that's how it's set up.
Yeah, sure.
Well, that was exactly what I was going to say.
What's the largest projected class that we have?
So right now, when we planned it, it's 25. Although Principal Roach let me know this morning that there's a possibility of some people returning So that could be 27. So I could be coming back to the board and having a discussion with you about that.
So,
And Joe.
clarify, if we're at 27, then based on our policy, we would split that class?
Well, based on your policy is about clusters. It's not about individual classrooms. It's about groupings of 4th and 5th. So I will more than likely on the 16th of March come back and go, yes, I've confirmed that odds are really good that this is occurring, and these are some different possibilities that the board can consider. 27 technically would still fit your policy because of the averages, but you have to look at not only fitting the policy, but the practicality of how that plays out as well. So yes, you should expect something from me on March 16th.
Okay. Go ahead.
Question, when is the deadline? And deadline for this, is it a solid deadline?
It's March,
Beginning
March 1st through March 31st.
to the 31st. Is that a solid deadline? It doesn't get moved around like?
That is the current practice that we do, yes.
Yeah.
So I would say that, yeah, class size was certainly a theme that ran throughout, and it was both Townsend residents and not Townsend residents that were speaking to it in kind of a negative way. So I would say that if we happen to get any waiting study money, that we might consider, helping this out, adding a teacher back or doing something to help with that situation.
Mm-hmm. Mike?
I just wanted to clarify something that I've heard. I was surprised to hear that people think that I was against choice, even though I voted for choice. So just wanted to say that just because I ask questions in meetings does not mean that my opinion on the policy has changed. And I supported it then, and I still support it.
It's a little more campaign than anything else. Crystal.
Oh,
Clarify. Crystal Garvey, Wyndham. I just had some comments on school choice. For us, of course, everybody knows we're supposed to go to Wyndham. But we did pre-K in Townsend, and it was wonderful. I mean, Mr. Roach is amazing, the school is amazing, the staff is amazing. I think school choice is really, really important because although Jackson is like a superstar kid there, our other grandson, Oliver, he's not doing well. And it's not the staff, it's not the teachers. I mean, Katie is his teacher, so he has probably the best teacher he could. And for whatever reason, that environment just doesn't work for him. So for him, we need to make another choice. So I think having school choice is really important because an environment may not work for a kid, and you may have to find something that works for that particular kid. So.
Thank you. And
the answers to some of the questions on this, especially the free flow answers, confirmed what a discussion I had with a parent from Jamaica about why they and other families left Jamaica. It had to do with a toxic environment, a lockdowns type of feeling, lack of friendliness by the administration, other things that, to me, how could these have gone on long enough that it would cause people to leave that school and nobody know about it? How could that happen? This did not have to happen to Jamaica. It didn't have to happen. It was unnecessary. If that situation had been addressed when it was happening and fixed, and somebody dropped the ball, and we're paying the price, and we're not happy.
gotta get in the camera, I gotta do this special. As I understand it, and I have no involvement whatsoever, as I understand it, the toxic environment was before this board took over. So it's kind of unfair to even point to them and suggest that they weren't paying attention or that they were letting something happen when it should have been the Jamaica School Board who was dealing with it, not this board. So as a member of the public, I just want to support them a little
Okay,
bit.
well, somebody had the buck stop somewhere. And we're paying the price for, and we're not happy because that was confirmed by this survey.
Go ahead.
Sue Stomsky, Jamaica. Our representatives are the same representatives from Jamaica on the old board that is the existing board, and the superintendent, excuse me, is the same superintendent. So whether
excuse me.
the...
Address.
Okay, the superintendent is the same superintendent. So obviously, if there was an issue, our board, which is the same, Drew was on the board.
Nope. I haven't been on a Jamaica Village board in 8 years.
All right. Placing blame for
No,
something
I'm
that
not,
happened
what
a
I'm
while
saying
ago
is that it
really
was the same
counterproductive.
thing. If it went to our administration, it's the same administration. If there was an issue, which is what we're hearing, is that our board tried as much as they possibly could to correct it. And they had roadblocks again, and more roadblocks stopping them from issues that were happening, which, as you can see, most of us here don't have children in Jamaica school, but we want our school, we want to find out what happened. That's all we're asking. How did they get to this point? And that's the frustration part. We assumed it was a great school. I had 3 kids go there, and you couldn't ask for those 3 to be any better citizens out there now. So obviously they had a good start. Something happened, and we're wondering when that happened and why did it happen? What wasn't happening to help us fix it? That's all.
And it could happen again.
And it could.
To any other school. Because I can't imagine that it was a quiet situation. I've been on school boards long enough to know that if parents are having an issue, they are vocal about it. And the Jamaica School Board meetings were not televised, so you couldn't tell that from it. And it was serious. It was very serious.
Ours are televised, we're pretty transparent.
I know that. People need to know that if it could happen to us, it can happen to anybody.
Anything else on the school results?
Principals, keep your ears open.
Anything else on the choice survey results, comments?
I have one other comment.
Sure.
Some of after going through the comments, it seemed like there was a couple of potential inequities between schools that we don't need to talk about today, but may want to consider talking about. It sounds like the pre-K only in Townsend, there were some comments about they chose to stay because they were in for pre-K and chose to stay. And that there was also comments about concern about other schools, like I would like my kid to stay in my town, but I'm not gonna start them and then move them. So that was one thing. And then another thing was apparently there's different laughter schedules between the schools, and some offer every day and some don't.
Yeah.
And how is that determined? How is that funded? How did we get to where we are with that? I don't actually know the answer to that.
I don't either. Can you tell us at the next meeting?
Sure, I'll give you a
Thanks.
laughter update. And a
Thank
pre-K,
you.
sure.
Question?
No, I remember a discussion that we had about preschool, that we had multiple times about preschool. And that Newfane did not want preschool, which is why we originally did not have a preschool program in Newfane.
Previously, that was part of the discussion.
So are you suggesting that we need to have the preschool discussion
Yep.
again?
Yep.
think that can be part of the larger
think
context of
This is
the whole
a big part of
discussion.
that verification, anyway, more than just things I've heard.
Okay. Anything else? All right.
I did not provide you guys the minutes, so you can add them to the next agenda. But I do have the pay orders. That's the most important. That's a little bit.
There are no committee assignments for the next policy.
Now do you guys believe me about that consent agenda thing we were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We
I
don't
do.
need one?
Well, it'll just be minutes and pay orders at the end instead.
Makes more sense.
The pay orders all in order, or do we have to pull them out?
I've got one correction.
Okay, so the pay orders have to get pulled out of the consent agenda, and the minutes didn't get sent, so they're pulled out of the consent agenda, so there is no consent agenda, Ken, you win. So what can we, what's the question with the pay orders?
We just have one check that's written wrong, so it's one correction.
Oh, so it's not anything, we can still approve them.
We can approve it with one correction.
All right,
Pull it out.
perfect.
Did you pull that one?
Yes, I did.
Thanks.
Want to make the motion, since you got them in front of you?
Yep. I'll make a motion that we approve the pay orders totaling $165,429.44.
Is there a second?
That's corrected.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? I know they were reviewed and there's one correction, but other than that, they seem fine. All right, all in favor of approving the pay orders, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Beautiful. Thank you very much. Okay, anything else? All right, we have executive session tonight. So everybody can go.
Rick, you got the pay orders, man? This isn't you, Rick.
We don't need you. There,
We have to move into.
yeah, we have to move into executive session.
I'll make that
Every
motion.
time.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to go into executive session for a personnel matter. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed? Okay, we're out of executive session and there was no decision made, so we just need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, we're adjourned.
It is 7:02-ish.
There comes
It is the February 24th meeting for the Jamaica Select Board. The first order of business, as usual, is to ask if there are any additions to the agenda that have popped up since I made the agenda. Have we had anything?
Just an update on the town hall.
Did you do that last time?
It's a bigger update.
More updates?
More updates.
You are just full of updates. Okay. Put that in
It's
there.
my big hurrah.
Yes. Okay. I have a couple that have come up since I wrote this. We had a resignation for the PC. We're gonna talk about, introduce that tonight. I want to talk to the select board about the hazmat plan. Just talked to Alyssa today about that. Chris is gonna be up to talk about the broadband, we'll let him, and he'll get the town hall report. So we'll add those into the discussion, after we get through the break. Okay, first order of business as usual, or second, I guess, is to approve the minutes of the February 10th select board meeting, which was coincidentally held on the 10th of February. Anybody have, these are all distributed electronically, we've got paper copies if you like. Questions, deletions, comments?
Make a motion to pass.
Oh, okay.
The minutes.
Got a second? Some discussion? You have a discussion? Yeah, or you're seconding?
Second.
Okay, that's the second. No complaints, no misses, no nothing. These are perfect minutes.
Because we
Put that in the minutes.
perfect.
Yeah, write that down.
Yeah, write that perfect
We have
minutes
the
down.
perfect person.
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, passed. Thank you, ma'am. Second is, that's the second. Third one is approve the time sheets for the town office, solicitors, highway, et cetera. And assign the select boards. We will do that at the end of the session, as is our procedures. We have 2 liquor license applications that have come in. One is for Honey Pie Restaurant, and so is the other one, because one of them has to do with outside, and one of them is inside. And they needed to do 2, and so we have 2 applications, and checks and paperwork. Has anybody entertained? Have we had any issues with them at all? I've heard nothing has come to me, any complaints at all. Everybody's happy to have them there.
Just beer and wine, right?
I believe so, yeah, beer and wine.
What's the outside?
Well, it's got something to do with what they can take. What's the rules? You know the rules better than I.
They have an outside seating area, so basically, I mean,
That'll
it's a
take
perimeter
it.
area, so you
Okay.
have to have that license.
Yeah. So they can drink in or out. Okay, so, fees and play, we've got this. Any motions?
I'll make a motion to accept the liquor license application.
Second. Do I have a second? Second. Further discussion? None? I will circulate them along with the other stuff at the end of the day, because we all have to sign each one.
I'm gonna vote.
Just parenthetically, sidebar. Next month at this time, this will no longer be a problem. You'll have to remember this all by yourself. It's only been how many years and I still, yes, we'd like to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, but it passes, yeah. So I'll circulate these things with the other stuff tonight. We also have excess weight permit. This is from R.K. Miles. And he's got a list of the equipment that he likes to drive around on our roads. And it's got all the right plates and bodies and weight and stuff he needs. And there's a check. So I would entertain a motion if someone would like to suggest we send this to the road commissioner.
I'll make a motion to send it to road commissioner.
Do I have a second? Second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. We'll send this to Alexa. Thank you. Okay. We have 2 planning commission vacancies. One of which we talked about last week, I believe, last session, that Rebecca is going to not run for her seat in March. And then I found out later on, and I just recently got a letter from Jason Katz, who is also going to withdraw. In fact, he's actually What it says is I've been honored to serve on the Jamaica Planning Commission this past year. Most of my time is spent outside of Jamaica, and as a result, I'm not able to attend meetings or be an involved member of the Planning Commission. Therefore, I feel it is appropriate for me to resign my position on the Planning Commission. And thank you for the opportunity to have served the town in this way. This is dated February 20th. So thank him for his service, but he got obviously an awful lot on his plate. And I think he's being reasonable. If he can't do the job, he went it to somebody else. I don't think there's any voting involved. He accept his resignation and thank him. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be, sometimes.
Rebecca.
And Rebecca, she sent the letter before, I think.
Right.
Yes.
But the thing about it is, and this is the truth about anybody who volunteers for any of the things that need to be done here in town, whether it's us or the fire department or Old Home Days. We all try the best we can. If it turns out that you can't pull it off for whatever reason, family reasons, job reasons, we get it. We all get it. But the fact that you're at least taking a shot at it really helps. At least to get in and find out and giving it a try. So, yay, people who try. I vote yes and no. Okay. Now, we have an interim, let me back up. The Casella contract, I should probably let you talk about that since you're talking more and deal with it tonight.
Sure.
Talk about that.
I'm happy to do that. As maybe a few people know, but a month ago or so, we got a letter from Casella that they were honoring one of the clauses in our contract and giving us our 30-day notice that they were terminating our contract for hauling of our waste and recyclables. They came right out and said, we're not gonna not serve you. It's just that we need to basically raise our rates. We're unable to cover our costs, or not even coming close to covering their costs, so they say, based on what our previous contract was. And the biggest reason for that was with the increasing cost of getting rid of the recyclables that three years ago. So when we initiated this contract, they were probably making money on those, and now it costs more to haul and get rid of the recyclables than it does for the regular waste. So we are now in a position, they have extended our initial contract. It was set to terminate the end of January. They've extended that, so our previous contract will terminate the end of February. It was actually set to expire the end of June, so we've now have this little shoulder time where we are the board. We met with them last week, and I guess one of the ideas that came up was that we enter a kind of this, I don't know what you want to call it, a transition contract, a bridge contract, something that will continue our service, but then that we would discuss and put it out to bid. We would have been putting it out to bid in the next month or two anyways, because it was set to expire at the end of June. So this is just forcing us a little bit. They threw out some initial costs. Terry did some quick calculations, and I guess Sarah too had pulled together what the projection of what this might mean. And I've just looked at this initially tonight for the first time, but it's looking like we're projecting that the increased cost would be around $2,500 for the next 4 months. That gets us to the beginning of June. So that's kind of where we're at, I guess. I mean, everybody knows the cost of hauling waste has gone through the roof. And I guess certainly open for discussion on lots of ideas here, but like I said, one of the ideas is that we draft a contract with Casella to get us through for the next 2, 3, 4 months, however long that is, however long we think that we might take to put it out to bid.
Are there other options?
There is Triple T, I think, is one of the other reliable, I guess, or viable options. There's not many, obviously. I don't know that there are any others, but that's...
Triple T serviced us for a number of years.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a question. You're saying that Casella took over 3 years ago. Is it possible that they took over the contract of TAM?
Oh, right,
and
right, yeah,
not
let's
3
backtrack a
years
little bit.
ago?
So we initially had a contract with TAM, that's right,
Correct.
thanks for clarifying.
And when
TAM, we had a contract with TAM, and then TAM was bought out by Casella, probably last summer, mid-year last summer. I mean, it's been 6 or 8 months probably. So Casella, TAM's been operating underneath Casella's umbrella, I guess, so.
Yeah, and one of the things he said at the meeting, Casella, was that when they did take it over this summer, their intentions, although not telling us, was to increase the cost.
Yeah, like everybody's costs
so-
are going way up, so.
Yeah, so that it was kind of a surprise when we got it, correct?
I guess not necessarily a surprise, I mean.
Did they tell you last summer that they were going to increase the prices?
Oh, no.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, right. Yeah, but I mean, it is in our it was in the contract that they could give 30-day notice, either party could give 30 days.
But we didn't know TAM had been absorbed by.
We did.
Last summer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So you still see TAM trucks driving around and things like that. I mean, they're just a
That's not
subsidiary or whatever you want to call it of Casella now.
Yeah, she sent these things out, like you said, the extra from March 1 to June 1 is $2,500. That's the cost difference over what we're already ready to pay. It's a tough call, but that's not, I mean, it's all over the country. It's going up everywhere, and the cost, like you said, the recycles are now costing more, to the tune of almost twice as much to haul.
They do get, the recycles get hauled further.
Yeah.
And so that's a huge piece of the cost.
Does the transfer station more than cover itself the way it's set up right now? Does it?
No.
Does it carry itself, or does it lose money?
With just the pay the throw? No, it doesn't. I mean, I think it's probably, I don't know off the top of my head, but I would think that it's fairly close to break even in the compactor, but everything else is no charge, and is obviously a charge to the town for free recycling. And the other, the construction waste is the other big component of that.
He gave us the numbers of what the increase would be.
Right.
And I can read some of those if anybody wants to hear it.
It's painful to hear.
Yes, I don't have those. I don't have a copy. I'd like to hear them.
Oh, you don't have a copy here? It's actually right.
Yeah.
I might have grabbed the wrong set.
So you can see that there's been quite an increase, for example, in the single haul of paper recyclables from $292 up to $400. And again, the single haul of the commingled recycled at same price, $292 up to $400. So there are some large jumps here.
Right, and that's just the trucking cost, and there's jumps in the tonnage too.
Right.
I mean, we try to, I mean, there's definitely a better value when we haul to the tandem trailer. It's less of an incentive, I mean, than it was before. I mean, it was a bigger incentive to haul, there's still an incentive to haul double trucks.
How, do they usually come tandem or do they usually come
No, I
single?
mean, Dan makes a real strong effort to make sure that there's tandems. Every once in a while, he'll, predict that the cardboard, as an example, is gonna fill up over the weekend and it's only 3/4 full and he wants it out to make sure that we don't fill it up. But I would say, I mean, I'm not seeing these numbers here, but just off the top of my head, it's probably 90% of the time it's a double load. Or maybe even more.
That's good, that it is that way.
So the task at hand for us tonight is to decide whether we are going to go ahead and accept this bid. The only bid.
Yeah, choice we have, right.
From March 1st to June 1st. It's not like there's a lot of choices.
Right.
All the other agencies are gonna send it out to, we're gonna go for bids, send it out for.
And I would suggest and think that we could sign a contract that allows us the 30 days to get out, and we can immediately put this out to bid. And as soon as we have,
That'd be a good idea.
hopefully, a better offer, we can, back out of this one. So it's not necessarily saying that we're gonna send it to the end of June, but.
Right,
Well, this covers us until we can get something moving, so that's a good idea, we can get that started.
yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, there's no choice. It's something, one of the bigger things that the town does. I
Yeah.
mean, it's roads and garbage. That's what we do, right?
Yeah.
And then, I know it's not to do with recyclables, but in July, is there like zero trash going in, it's all compost, does that happen this year?
The compost starts this year, but that's still not, that might cut down a little bit on the composter, but nobody knows about how much.
Yeah, I mean, and we still have to pay to haul the compost away.
Exactly.
Yeah, there is, I say in theory, there's mandatory organic recycling starting this July, but there's no policing behind it.
There
so to
hasn't
speak.
been any of it, but
Yeah.
we just act like there is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's true, there's no policing.
Self-policing.
Well,
There's
that's
a
the
question,
way
but I guess it's
it should be.
Paul's floor, so.
It's hard to tell, isn't it, sometimes?
Just a logistical suggestion, I mean, I'm happy to look at the entire contract, but it would be vastly easier just to do a 1 or 1.5 page amendment that has the variations from the existing contract, rather than rewrite the whole contract. You
For
give
sure,
yourself the
yeah, I mean, it
opportunity,
can
right?
really just be
It's,
this
right.
new cost structure.
Right, and
It's the
it's
same
just,
contract.
it's just amending
Right,
the
that's
existing
good.
contract.
That's
And if
good.
you want,
Makes it a lot easier.
I'm happy to look at anything.
Yeah, but that's
Good
great.
helps, yeah.
And there is built into the old contract, a 30-day ballot position already, it's in there.
Exactly, that's
So,
what I'm saying.
yeah, so
Don't
we're all
vary
gonna be
it.
in it.
My advice is don't vary it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
good thing.
So,
Alrighty,
is that what you wanna do?
Make a motion?
I think so.
Make a motion to accept the contract as written by Casella?
Yeah,
Or
or make
amend
it
contract,
a
or make an
motion
amendment
to
to
that we, I guess I would say either that the board,
Do you wanna prepare a contract and we can sign it?
that we
next week?
prepare, right,
Next
exactly,
session.
that the board authorize myself to work with Casella to draft a contract with
Right.
this fee structure.
Sure, who's the gentleman that was here for that meeting?
Randall,
No,
Randall,
Anyway, but he's the one that.
he's the general manager for Casella, I don't know.
Out of Bennington, right?
Rutland, he's at,
Oh, right.
yeah.
So maybe the well, let's
Try
make the
again.
motion.
I'll second his motion.
Whatever he said.
Whatever he said.
But can he make a motion to authorize himself?
I doubt it. So let's make a
Make a
motion.
motion to authorize
Okay.
He could, I mean, I wouldn't.
to work with Casella
Yeah.
to negotiate the pricing.
Yeah, well, so there's no real negotiating of pricing, but draft a new
Draft a new
contract, and bring that
contract,
to the meeting.
In an interim contract accepting these.
Mhm.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Do you have any further discussions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. So we will go ahead and we will draft that together, then we can take a look at it for our next session and the end of the year. Time out. Our next session is the 9th of March, isn't it?
The end of,
This goes.
This
we're
is
talking
in
about-
theory only through the end of this week.
What's that?
This in theory.
starts,
So basically, we do have a contract. They're honoring our contract. Basically, what's happening at the end of this week is that they're moving to this fee structure.
Okay, all right.
So we will formalize the contract is what
That makes good
I
sense.
think is maybe a better way to, I mean, they're not gonna just not haul.
It's their fees. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that sounds like a plan. Does that change much of the motion? I think it looks okay.
No,
It's okay. Okay. Next item. I think I told you that, gas registration, here's the next item. I talked to Alyssa Sabeto from the Wyndham Regional Commission today. We've been working on the hazard mitigation plan. You all should have in your email boxes a current, draft. And so we've got until March 16th, we, the board, to review the draft of the current hazard mitigation plan, as she wrapped it up today. And then we get a chance to review that, offer some suggestions, and then there's another 2-week period, I believe, for the citizens after we publish the first draft to get feedback on it. So that it'll be our 2 weeks to the 16th and then another 2 weeks to amend any changes we want to fix. And so that should be done then in 2 weeks after the 16th, whatever, close to the end of the month. But be aware that it's, I know I got mine today, it should be in your email, she sent emails out, it's about, I don't know, 7 or 8 pages, it's pretty extensive. She did an incredible job. We have to review Wardsboro's as well, I'm supposed to review the ones for Jason. So I did the one for Wardsboro, incredible work she does. And so we just have to review ours, you all don't have to read Wardsboro's.
No, it's pretty lengthy.
Wardsboro one? Yeah, it was 70 some odd pages.
I didn't read the whole thing.
Yeah, it's tough. But I'll tell you what makes it possible is I'm sitting there and looking at the stuff that she's done and I realize how hard she's worked to put this together because she's done it for everybody in the region. I don't know how many talents she's got. Anyway, so anyway, that's through the 16th. So you guys just be heads up on that one. Chris Robbins, who went to the broadband, what's the official title of that meeting? Startup project or whatever?
Wyndham Region Broadband Project.
Awesome. Would you like to brief us on the results of your trip?
So February 16th, they held a training meeting, the second series of 2 meetings on the project.
Excuse me, before you get started, can you introduce yourself to the camera guy, please?
Chris Robbins, I'm the town's representative to the Wyndham Region Broadband Project.
Thank you.
So there were 2 main topics in this meeting after some preliminaries and a quick review of the project. And they were getting the word out to everybody as the first topic. And the second was a review of the draft survey. And under getting the word out, I should say, there's strong emphasis on responding online to the survey, but they do have a paper option, and paper is welcome if that's what people want to do, and especially if they don't have access to the internet. But if anybody wants to do paper, that's okay too. They published some resources we can use. There are flyers, 2 flyers. One has tabs on the bottom with the URL for responding to the survey page. And I sent copies out to everybody.
Oh, I think we got them on board.
But there they are if you want to refresh your memory. They sent out a sheet of 10 cards to be cut out and handed out to people, either here at the town office or at other places. They covered dissemination of the survey, which includes on the town website, and I hope it will be posted soon.
What are those covered on the bulletin board with little tabs on it? Right?
And on the Facebook, town Facebook page, which it already is on there. And then flyers are being posted in the town hall, the dump, in the post office, DNK's bulletin board has one, and the library should have one, which I haven't given them yet, but I'll take care of that tomorrow, first thing. Another means of dissemination should be the town meeting. I'd like to set up a table with a flyer and the cards to hand out and some copies of the paper survey for people that might want it.
Just a little bit of warning. We were talking about that with Sarah.
Presidential primaries.
What's that?
We have presidential primaries at town meeting.
It's going to be very crowded that day for a table. I'm not sure if there's a way to work something out, but we're gonna have.
I think too, it can always be set up on the stage. I know there's always been some.
There may be some way to maneuver, but just so you're get a heads up that the presidential primary is the same day. That's going to be running all through the meetings.
Well, what the cards are resting on isn't that big an issue.
Just give me a heads up on that. We talked about it. I didn't remember that until she reminded me.
Yeah, even the entrance way.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll make it work.
Huh?
No, we're a team. We're a team here.
The WRC website has downloadable material project. And lastly, sending out a mailing to registered voters, not the non-resident property owners, as I said last time. They made some changes and clarifications that are pretty significant. The first is this: don't bother sending cards to non-registered voters. They claim they have another means of determining what the take rate ought to be amongst vacation homeowners. So if you want to send it to them, that's fine, but they didn't encourage it at all. Okay. And it simplifies things considerably in our case. The second clarification was they lowered the take rate that they're looking for to 20%. They started out saying 30, now they're down to 20. And finally, on the poll question, they're going to use both telephone and power poles. Anything they can. If your property, happens to be a long ways from the street, the owner might have to pay for a pole, but anything that's along the street, they'll put up if needed, and that'll be just part of the implementation costs. There was a little bit of inconsistency. There are two different URLs that were published on the two different flyers. The one that ends in broadband takes you to the WRC's broadband page, and there's a button on there that links you to the survey, online survey, and another one to download the paper copy. So both will work. The second topic was reviewing the survey. Mostly this is a bunch of wordsmithing. To what they're trying to do is get at technical information through non-technical questions. But the gist of the questions are: where do you live? What kind of service do you have? What kind of service do you want? How much do you think it ought to cost? And will you sign up? And these are worded in terms like what services do you have, TV, internet, work at home, etc., which tells them what kind of bandwidth requirements you probably want. One meaningful suggestion was submitted by me, which was put a confidentiality statement in it. I'd like to take credit for that, but unfortunately it's my wife's idea. But so it does have a strong confidentiality statement now in the survey. And these, as I say, are available either for electronically or downloadable form. So our action items are post, I need that up on the website.
Okay.
If you could do that.
Yeah, I can do that.
Facebook posting's already done. I'd like the board to authorize a mailing to the registered voters on one of those cards, like the warning card. And I brought the thing in the square is a single object, so you can just cut and paste that on the back of the card, and that'll do.
Do you have any sense of how many cards need to go out?
How many? I don't
We
know.
have 750 registered voters, but probably 400 are actually,
Residents.
well,
Households.
singles, like.
That's what I meant,
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is looking for a household's response, so not everybody in the house, but one person per house.
Right.
So that's $200 roughly. Well, if there's 400 divided by 2 is
That's a pretty good
okay.
estimate.
50 cents a
Yeah.
piece. Oh, I don't know what cards cost.
So, post the flyers, Joel's put one up in the post office, the town office is up, D&K's is up, Greg is.
The transfer station had one up. Dan is familiar with it too, so he can hand out cards.
Does he have one up? Because I didn't get.
He does have it. I mean, I gave him one.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that was on Sunday, maybe Saturday.
Cut up some of those handout cards on the sheet and print some of the paper surveys, and I would suggest just doing a few to have them handy. There's no need to do matches of them just yet. I'll take care of the town meeting. And The final one is, I'm gonna monitor the progress and see how well we're doing. It's supposed to be feedback available to the town reps, so I'll be able to keep you posted as how the survey's going.
Good.
That's about it.
Thank you.
Thank
So do we need,
Oh, sorry, I just want to add on and thank Chris, and just add to that, that I know we're pretty familiar with what's going on, but to step back maybe just a half a step, that this is pretty important. Wyndham Regional received a grant to do this, and just do a feasibility study of bringing broadband throughout the Wyndham region, Wyndham County area. So whatever your thoughts are, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but go on there and fill this out. It only takes maybe 10 or 15 minutes at the most. And whether you're happy with your internet, not happy, don't have it, do have it, it's all very important. So the responses are very valuable.
Can we, go ahead.
That should be appealed to whoever watches the video of this meeting.
Right, exactly.
And I don't know if this is appropriate, but at some point, Jamaica is gonna lose its, SV cable is gonna be sold.
Comcast.
And, I assume Comcast, that's gonna happen. I didn't go to the meeting. So keep that in mind. I know some people in surrounding areas pay a lot more than I do for less service. So it's gonna be more expensive. I don't know what this will end up being, but it'd be more incentive to.
Yeah, there's
take
no
the
cost behind
survey.
it, I mean, no pricing behind it yet. That's part of the feasibility study to see where it needs to be.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk at this meeting about price.
Yeah.
And about, somebody did mention SD cable, but mostly it was about getting a cheaper option than the satellite. And $100 seemed to be the bogey that they were trying to beat.
Apparently at the hearing, a lot of people who had experience with Comcast said that they offer a very good 2-year program, but generally they double it after that.
And just raise your bill whenever they want, like every few months my bill goes up.
Right, right. And there were people there who claimed that they didn't get very good service from Comcast, but that's anecdotal, and I don't know what the truth is. A lot of people, Comcast claims to be very competitive, but they had 90% of the market, so.
okay, do we need a motion to authorize expenditure?
I will make a motion to authorize the expenditure of approximately $250 to send a postcard to the households of the registered voters.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Is there any way to give us a possible number of what it might cost? Is that, because we pay for ours.
Yeah.
I think that's the next step.
Yeah,
That's what they're trying to find out.
yeah, because that's gonna be, if we're gonna be in paying more than what we're already paying. Because I'm the only one who lives, well, actually, Kendall does too, out in the country. So,
Again, that's the first step to find out.
We get direct TV.
When they
pay for that.
Yeah, when they get the business plan done, which will be before August, we should have that number.
Some number. Because that's gonna make a.
Yeah, we're not signing up for anything, we're just getting information.
But that is a very important number for us.
And there's no outlay from the town
Right.
to implement this. If the business plan looks favorable, there's no outlay of the town to build this out. I mean, our cost right now, and our cost forever would be $250.
Yeah.
So there's not like this is gonna come down to say, we need to do something down the road.
Any further discussion? All in favor here, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? None, so moved. So go ahead and get those things out for the cards. Town.
Boy, I got plenty of time this week.
I'm sure you do, you only have like the world's worst election coming up.
I'll send you that tomorrow morning.
But
They
you
can
have
actually
you
send
have
it
the
just
list,
directly to
not the
Express
list
Property, Bob.
of all the
I
players.
can generate it, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do now.
if you generate that, and Chris sends it, I mean, Express Copy will do all the work, right?
Oh, good.
Yeah. No, send the creative to Sarah, and then you can send the list and list to Express Copy. I can help.
Right. All right, thank you very much. Next item on the list is, there is an update on the town hall.
Oh, yes. My last swan song. And that is, we have hot water in the bathroom. It's been connected. So the only thing that is left, and I think in the springtime, for whoever takes over doing the town hall, are a couple of windows that need to be fixed. So I'm glad about that.
Yeah.
It got put in last week, Stuart.
Our time to Stuart today, it's on demand, so it's not like it's cooking water all the
Yeah.
time. It's on demand.
Yeah, which is really good.
Yeah. Excellent, very good. And thank you for all that time and energy put into that. So next time I go, I will wash my hands in your memory.
That's nice.
Next item is public, time for public concerns. We have some public scattered around. Any concerned ones? I see heads shaking. Excellent. All our concerned citizens are happily concerned. Anything from the board? Anything else? Yes.
Just, I just feel like, you know, a little repetitive, but we really could use a town health officer. The next chair, if Paul doesn't take it or doesn't get elected, is gonna inherit not only the chair, but they're gonna inherit that job, technically. The board absorbs that, but the chair heads it up. So we need a health officer and a deputy health officer. And they won't let you just select the deputy, then he would become, or she would become the health officer.
Fortunately,
Thank
it hasn't been really, really busy, so it's just one of those things you gotta have.
But need it.
Shouldn't have said that, but.
Right.
Candidate meeting tomorrow?
What's that?
Candidate meeting tomorrow?
Oh, tell us about that.
I don't know, what, was it 7 o'clock tomorrow?
I think it is.
Where is it?
7 o'clock? And it's over
At the church.
Yeah.
There'll be
Yeah.
snacks.
There'll be what?
There'll be snacks.
Oh, food.
Oh, geez, everybody. That's how they figure you get people there.
That's the only way.
That's why I did that.
Absolutely.
Because I'm really.
Anything else for the board?
I have a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second.
I have second for the discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, we stand adjourned at, it looks like 7:40.
Woo.
Wow.
Okay, let's go ahead and call the meeting to order at 6:30.
No.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from February 11th, 2020.
So moved.
Second?
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes as written for February 11th, 2020, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I officially will abstain. Motion passes. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
I would like to add posting of roads for mud season.
Okay, anything else? Alrighty, then moving on to the warrants.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll, in the amount of $11,780.85.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $11,780.85 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax, in the amount of $5,431.14.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $5,431.14 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $1,806.79. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $1,806.79 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the general fund in the amount of $102.95. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 4 in the amount of $102.95 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the general fund in the amount of $9,367.34. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 5 in the amount of $9,367.34 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the highway fund in the amount of $1,969.36. Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah, that had the UniFirst on it, right?
Correct.
To buy out a contract. Do we know, we don't actually have a outstanding receivables, do we? As far as we know.
What do you mean outstanding receivables?
If Elaine is paid up to date, there is no outstanding.
Okay.
Because
Right, so they're
when
charging
they-
charges to buy out a contract.
That's correct.
And add on stuff that they think is delinquent.
No, I don't think there's any delinquency in it. According to the invoice, it was just the contract buyout. When you look at the last.
Is it the last one? Yeah, past due receivables is $350.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
And they're not returning our calls.
See, according to Elaine, that's not true.
She's paid up, yeah.
She's paid
Right.
up. That's what the whole beef has been about from the get-go.
Right.
With this.
Is their accounting.
Correct.
Right. Yeah, so I think we need to contact them and tell them that we're not.
Okay, so somebody, would you like to amend the
Yeah.
motion, or do you want to vote it and then amend it after? How do you want to do that?
Actually, you can amend it.
You seconded it. You,
Right.
Rob made the motion.
Right, so.
Motion,
Yeah, I think so.
Or you can accept a friendly amendment to the motion from $1,969.36 to $74.35.
I would take on a friendly amendment to amend this motion, number 6 in the highway department, to $74.35.
So moved.
Oh,
Second.
Second, okay. Now, is there any further discussion on that? Wait, don't put it away quite yet. Okay, so with 2 steps. Carla, this is going to be tricky. So all those in favor of amending the motion for highway warrant number 6 to the amount of $74.35.
34.
$74.35, right?
That's what it says here. Did somebody do the math wrong?
No, even if you're looking at,
No, because there's your penny.
yeah, I guess it would be 34.
Yeah, it looks like it would be 34.
Steve, you're up spot on tonight.
Smarty.
Okay, so it would be,
Do I have to amend that motion now?
no, that penny's not that important. So it should be $74.34.
My budget.
Okay, yeah, that's true, you want your
Yeah.
penny, huh? Okay, so all those in favor of amending the warrant to pay highway warrant number 6 to the amount of $74.34. I didn't write it down so I don't forget it. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. All those in favor of approving highway warrant number 6 in the amount of $74.34 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Now you can turn it over.
Sure.
Yeah. I won't stop for that this time. Okay.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7, highway fund, the amount of $5,590.02.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying highway warrant number 7 in the amount of $5,590.02 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 8 out of the equipment fund, the amount of $4,213.80.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying equipment warrant number 8 in the amount of $4,213.80 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So, Carla, tomorrow when Elaine comes in to do those bills, you're going to want to let her know that we amended that and took out the UniFirst bill, and that we have questions about the outstanding balance, which she's well aware of. And until we get some answers, we're not going to pay out the contract. Okay? So, then moving on. So the highway report, you want to start with the posting?
Sure. The highway department will be posting roads this mud season. The town will have to adopt Rule 118-4, stating that we will be doing that. It needs to be posted in 2 public places. The roads will be posted as they have in the past, as well as Vermont's DMV Town Highway and Bridge Weight Restrictions website will also have the listing and restrictions for any bridges or roads that have weight restrictions to them.
Okay. So would someone like to make a motion to adopt DMV Rule 118-4?
I would move to adopt DMV Rule 118-4 for our town highway department and roads.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Quick question about when you take and post in the road on February 25th, say we get into a situation where it freezes back up for a couple of weeks or a month or whatever it turns out.
I have the ability to make changes to the website.
So basically they can get a hold of you and get a permission.
Correct.
Okay, any other discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving DMV Rule 118-4 concerning posting the roads during mud season signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes. So did you have anything else in the way of a report, Steve?
The grader has been out both yesterday and today pushing back snowbanks in anticipation of the next storm. And also Monday and today we were on pothole repair.
And mud
Pothole repair.
Okay, any questions, comments? Okay, then moving on, there was no counter money this week because we're in the, where are we? We're in the beginning, yeah, we're in the off season. So the next one would be the treasurer.
Your sweep account, $1,181,433.80. Your checking account, $29,431.06.
Okay, any questions? No? There evidently was no correspondence over the last 2 weeks. So then we'll move on down to the members of the public. And Mr. Dana, you've asked to speak?
Yes. A week and a half ago, you told the town clerk that you people appointed me tax collector.
That's correct.
But she can't, and I can't find where you did that, so I'd please like a copy of your minutes of that meeting.
No, that's not the way it works. The way it works is the tax collector is no longer an elected position. All right, we don't elect it from the floor at town meeting. By statute, the legislature has defined the people who can be the tax collector. Those people are only the treasurer, the constable, or a town manager, if the town has a town manager. We do not have a town manager. We did not appoint the constable, so by default, it becomes the treasurer's responsibility. That's written in statute. That's according to Garrett Baxter at VLCT.
Well, I don't think I'm gonna keep doing it for nothing.
I'm confused.
Well, have you ever collected taxes in here?
I worked for Mickey for a while, yeah.
I've been keeping my time, and I have between 35 and a half hours when we just started, weren't doing nothing. But I've been up as high as 64 hours a month. And I'm getting $192 every 2 weeks.
Okay,
So
but I'm not sure what you're asking for.
I would think you should be able to pay the minimum wage.
Again, your term as tax collector follows the treasurer's position. And as of town meeting, that will go away. The tax collector would go away. So are you saying for the next week?
Well, my next question is, I'm confused. The letter you had Mr. Carroll write to the labor board, in that he had the fiscal year for me was July 1, 2019, and it ends June 30th, 2024. So when is my last day?
2024, 2022?
Yes, it is, and I called the labor board to find out if he sent that letter, but they didn't tell me because they hadn't got to looking at the figures yet.
No, I'm
But I can show you that letter.
The Carroll wrote.
Yeah.
We have a copy of it.
Yeah, well, it should say 20 to 24, but I figured he might have caught it and rewrote it.
That I don't know. I didn't see.
Wait, 2024?
That's
for what?
It says.
For what position?
That's my position. My fiscal year starts July 1st.
Yeah. So how does that get you the year 2024?
That's what he said in his letter. It ended June 30th, 2024.
I don't have a copy of the letter. That's the one that you filed. If you've got it, you can go get it.
I'll go get mine.
Well, we should have a copy because it's been living in my box.
And I even made a couple copies, so I have to spare.
But we don't elect treasurer or tax collector, we don't elect anymore for 5-year terms, 4-year terms.
Right, it's an
So
annual term.
Yeah, it's an annual term.
election. Yep.
I mean, you can look at the minutes from town report from last year. It's a 1-year election, 1-year term election.
Okay, there is a typographical error here. It says, the treasurer's position for the year July 1, 2019 - June 30, 2024, 20204.
Oh, so he added a 4 onto the end of 2020. Yep. So it's a clear typo.
It's a clerical error unless we're in the year 20,204.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, my back too. So, yes, but no, to answer the question, we elect the treasurer on an annual basis. The tax collector's job, unless the board were to choose to either appoint the constable or to hire a town manager, defaults to the treasurer. So therefore, the tax collector's job ends with the treasurer's job. So it follows that same cycle. Now, the budgetary time that he's referring to in here was, in fact, for the fiscal budget, the amount of money that was put into the fiscal budget to pay for the tax collector's position. And, oh, that's treasurer's. Huh?
You didn't overdo it.
Well,
No.
it was published, it was warned, it was there, and everybody knew it. So at this point in time, the treasurer's stipend was $2,342 that the voters approved, and there was a $5,000 collector's fee, tax collector's fee, that was included in the budget because that is not, in fact, an elected salary. It is, in fact, a budgetary item. So that was the amount that was put in that were attached to those two positions.
But you were sneaky putting that in the budget because I was coming to them budget meetings and I had paperwork. I come in one night, Mr. Hunt didn't give me any paperwork, but I figured, well, run out. Next time I came in, no paperwork, so I said they don't want me, so I walked out and I didn't go back.
Anybody else want to jump in here? Because
Well,
I'm not going to have this discussion. I
Joe,
don't think
it
it's
was-
appropriate.
It was in the budget, in the town report for the warning for town meeting. You ran for the office. You're the treasurer. I would think that of all people, you would look at the numbers before you decided to run for office.
Just forget it.
Okay, well, and to answer the question, because I did speak to Elaine today about it as well, and after town meeting, if you choose to want to finish out the year, you would be paid at the casual labor rate for whatever hours you were asked to work as tax collector or as the assistant to the tax collector. So at this point in time, you know, whatever money you said something about you don't want to work for nothing, so I'm not really certain where you were going. But if you continued after town meeting, you would in fact be at the labor rate.
I'd like that in writing, please.
Why would it need to be in writing?
I don't trust you.
Well, then that's fine.
Well, is it even possible? Can he collect taxes?
He can act as an assistant. I used to work as an assistant to the treasurer. I used to collect taxes, and it's at the casual labor rate, which is defined in the town report. Yeah, up to the whatever.
Well, then in that case, it's up to the treasurer to hire the assistant.
Correct.
So it would be up to whoever is elected treasurer would make that decision, not us.
That's correct.
I've done that for years, since 2009.
So, that's the answer, yes, that was the typographical error right there. All right, so anything else?
No.
No, all right. Then moving on to the old business, evidently we all discussed sending potentially Carla and anybody else who was interested to the select board training on March 21st.
Yeah, I think you said up to 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else that is expressing any interest in that? I know Carlos still is interested in going.
I'm gonna go.
Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
Anyone else interested? Okay, well, you don't forget to meet your deadline whenever that is. Under new business, did you discuss the issue in the water?
No, we did not.
Okay. I haven't heard any resolution because I've been out, but was there any, so let's put it this way, roughly 2 weeks ago, the town hall was notified that the high school did in fact fail their lead test for the water. And they weren't certain whether it was in the pipes at the school, whether it was in the well, the pipes leading from the well, etc. And they notified us that in fact there'd been an issue with the testing. So we had a discussion, and I had left that information with Will, that perhaps it would be wise if we tested the water here in the town hall, because we do share a well. We do share the holding tank with the high school. And that perhaps it would be in the best interest, since the building is rented, to have the water tested, just to find out whether or not the issue is on their side, or whether it is in fact part of the whole system that we need to have. So if somebody would want to make a motion to pursue trying to find somebody who can do the lead testing for the town hall water, I think that would be a fairly good idea.
I would move to pursue contacting a firm to test the water in the town hall for lead.
Okay. Second. Is there any further discussion on that? And again, this may have been resolved. I don't know what's happened at Leland Gray in the last 2 weeks. This may have resolved, but I don't know.
No news is good news.
That's probably the truth.
Well, I just think that we're, you know.
But anyway, so all those in favor of pursuing having someone come out and do lead test for the water within the town hall, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So you'll have to do some research on that, Carlo, just to find out who might be testing. The schools should be able to tell you who tested theirs. That would be
I
at
want to
least,
find somebody else.
yeah. But anyway, it'll at least give you a place to start. Alright, and then the next time on the agenda is something we alluded to last night, excuse me, with the law enforcement, and the fact that officially, I guess we, as a board, should invite either the state police and or the sheriff to speak at town meeting to the public about what both officers and agencies have to offer the town in the way of resources or whatnot. So does somebody want to make a motion to officially invite the state police, Vermont State Police, and or the sheriff to come speak at town meeting?
I would move to invite the state police and the sheriff's department to come speak at town meeting regarding law enforcement.
Second. Is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of having Carla approach the state police and or the sheriff about speaking to the voters on town meeting day, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? The motion passes. Okay, so is there any need for an executive session? No, because I give my book away. All right, then the next meeting of the select board will be on March 10th. No, it's going to be on March 3rd, immediately following town meeting for a reorganization. And then the next regular meeting, assuming the date doesn't change, would be March 10th at 6:30 p.m. So if there's nothing else, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved.
Second.
Then we are adjourned. Thank you very much. Thank you.
welcome to this BCTV Open Studio, where we will be discussing a proposal coming before voters on March 3rd on instituting a mayoral form of governance in Brattleboro. My name is Olga Peters. I am a reporter with the Commons. I'm joined in the studio today with Kevin O'Connor, a reporter with Vermont Digger, and Chris Mays, a reporter with The Reformer. With us, we also have, with our discussion today, two co-sponsors of the proposal, Dick DeGray and Dan Yates. We're so glad you can be here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to be here.
So the first question we wanted to ask is for anyone who is new to this discussion, what is this proposal and what do they need to know to understand the question that will be before voters on March 3rd?
I think I'll start and then ask Dick to certainly fill in anything that I leave out. The idea behind this, Olga, is for a number of years I've had people talk about whether or not the town should consider a mayoral form of governance rather than continuing with the select board and town manager form of governance. And yet nothing has ever moved forward to have that question answered. So Dick and I and some others had discussions and felt, let's find out what the people of Brattleboro think about this. And let's try to make sure that they understand what it's about and let the voters decide whether or not this is something that should be pursued. So the idea would be, if passed and if the select board then forms or reconstitutes the charter committee to switch from select board, representative town meeting, and town manager to a mayor and whether it's a town council or a board of aldermen.
I just want to quickly read the language as it will appear on the ballot, and it reads, "Shall the voters of the town of Brattleboro advise the select board to amend the Brattleboro town charter to replace the select board with that of a mayoral form of governance," and then you check yes or no. And it seems, I was looking through some materials online, and it seems like this question has come up many times. I found some articles even from 2013 recently, in the recent history. And I'm wondering, Dick, what else do you think voters need to know about this question now, since it has been kind of percolating in the community for a while?
Well, one of the things we don't know is what the voters actually feel about changing its form of governance. It's never gone to a town-wide vote. And in the discussions that I had with Dan and a couple of other people sitting around the table, I know, because I have been a participant in the governance system that is existing as a select board member and a former chair, is that when the charter committee was convened back in, I think, 2007 or 2008, this was part of a discussion. But it wasn't a broad-based discussion to go out and let's do a vote as to find out if the town would like to change it. So the committee decided that this wasn't a direction that we wanted to go. And as I said before, sitting around with Dan and the other people at the table, I said, because this is such a cumbersome project, I want to know if the people in Brattleboro want us to explore this, and the best way to do that is have a town-wide vote. And if we find out that it's in the positive, then we move forward to go in front of the select board. If we find out that the question is defeated, then a lot of time and energy is saved by not moving forward with the question, and we stay status quo.
And just for clarity, this question is an advisory question. It's not, if we vote yes or no, it doesn't automatically put that form of governance in place. It would then still have to go through like a vetting process or something with the select board.
This is correct. It is a non-binding question. And as you alluded to a few minutes ago, you've done some homework in looking up where this question, have we talked about it before? I have been in favor of a mayoral system for many, many years. Have never moved on it until we got together and said, well, let's take this course of action. So this isn't new to me. And like Dan also said, I've had many people approach me through the years to say we should have a mayor. Well, you know, you can constitute 10 people sometimes seems like a couple hundred. So for me, the best way to find out if we want to change the form of government that we have is to take it right to the people and say, are you happy with this, or would you like to look at what another form of government would be, i.e. mayor?
And I think if I can mention, Olga, that for it not to be advisory, what you would actually have to do is redraft the town charter and present that proposed charter to the voters for it to become a binding article.
Kevin.
For people who might be curious about this but not quite understand why you're actually supporting this, what do you feel are the benefits to the community to pursue a mayor form of government?
Go ahead, Dan.
Sure. Kevin, thanks. That's a great question. As I look at it, and of course this is, you know, my own opinion and my own vision of what it might look like, is I would foresee a mayor who serves, you know, as a, shall we say, a strong mayor. That is somebody who is both the administrative and political head of the town, but who is also supported by a town council that is larger than the current select board. You know, we've had discussions about the possibility of redistricting, or a more simple approach would be we currently have 3 districts. You could have 3 members on the town council from each district, so ensuring equal representation for each of those districts. But a mayor would have the authority to run the town the way a CEO has the authority to run a company.
And I also look at it as accountability to the stakeholders. You know, for me, the select board, certainly there is accountability to the voters. We have an election every year, and the board potentially can turn over by 3 people. Well, I think in a mayoral system, you would have a vision for where the town wants to go, and I'm an advocate of a 3-year term versus 2 or 4. Right now, the town really doesn't have a vision. It has goals that the select board sets up yearly, but next year's board is certainly not compelled to follow this year's goal or any other policy that they have jurisdiction over. So that can change year to year, and I don't think that's good policy, so to speak, for the town. And again, accountability to the voters. I want to pick who's leading my community.
For both of you, in addition to what Dick just mentioned about the changeover that can happen from year to year and keeping a vision for the town, what do you feel is broken in Brattleboro's current democratic system that the mayoral form of governance could potentially fix?
I'll be honest with you, I don't, you know, I've heard people say if it's not broke, don't fix it. Well, maybe it's not broke to the person who said that, but there are other people who feel that they don't like the system that's in place and they would like to have a mayoral system. So it's not one versus, you know, it's not broke. Some people are saying, I don't like this and I would like to see this. So it doesn't make one right or wrong. And so that kind of argument goes away for me in terms of it ain't broke. Everybody has their opinion. A classic example is our existing president. Some people hate him and other people like him. So, I mean, that's what we have going on here in Brattleboro, and hate's too strong a word. But the reality is there are people that just don't like this system.
Right, and I'll just rephrase my question so I can fine-tune it a little bit. What specifically, what parts of our system are you hearing that people don't like?
Some of what I hear, Olga, is that the size of the select board, you know, limiting the governance of this town to a 5-member select board doesn't provide broad enough representation for the town. Also, if you consider it from the perspective of if you were to have representation on a town council or select board, if it stayed that way, that ensured equitable representation from each of the 3 districts in the town, I think some people would feel more comfortable. You know, conceivably, you could have all 5 select board members from the same street. You know, it's unlikely, certainly, and unrealistic to think so, but it's possible. So by districting your membership, then you're ensuring, at least to a greater degree, that you are representing the interests of all of the voters.
Chris.
So I hear you talking a little bit about the 3 districts. I'm wondering how you envision or what you envision happening to representative town meeting if we move to a mayoral system.
Well, town meeting would go away. I mean, you certainly could still have a town meeting, but they wouldn't have authority. And I mean, I want to make certain that people understand this isn't Dick DeGray or Dan Yates's form of government, because if this passes and goes before the select board, then a committee is formed to hash out all of the details. These are just ideas that Dan has and I have that I would be advocating for. I mean, I would be advocating for term limits for the mayor and also the council, something we don't presently have with the select board. So from the original question, town meeting would go away. And if you look at the history of town meeting the past several years, we've had extreme difficulty filling all the seats via the election process. And so people are going out and recruiting people to come in, and they're getting to be town meeting members via caucus. I don't believe that's the best way to have governance and representation at town meeting. And there are a lot of people that have spoken to me who are quite frustrated about town meeting and what happens at town meeting. So again, there are people who are happy about it and people who aren't happy about it. One's not right and one's not wrong. It's just the way you personally feel.
There may be some people who question why town meeting has to go away. Is that something under a mayor's form of government in terms of the state of Vermont, or at the national level that you can have one or the other? Is that something in terms of it just doesn't work to have all of those components? Can you explain to people who might say, well, gee, why does it have to go away? Is it something that it just, the system would only work in a certain way, or is that a possibility to keep it?
Well, if I can touch on that, Kevin, 2 pieces of that, because we have representative town meeting and then we have town meeting. And representative town meeting, a continuation of that under a town council and mayoral form of governance would be somewhat superfluous. What's their purpose? That's what the town council or board of aldermen, whatever you want to call it, and a mayor, that's their role. In terms of a public town meeting, I think certainly you could continue to have a town meeting, as was done before we had representative town meeting. But I certainly, and again, these are just my own opinions. There's no reason that you would not continue to have a public forum at bi-weekly or however often the town council meetings would be held. Therefore, ensuring that the voters have the opportunity to come and speak before the governing body.
Before I ask my question, I just want to clarify for listeners, a couple questions, terms have come up with the mayor, and I think Dan used one term called a strong mayor. You'll also sometimes hear the term a weak mayor. And just for the sake of listeners, that just determines how much power the mayor has in the structure of the government. So those are 2 terms you might hear in the discussion. One concern I have been hearing from folks in the community is that if we have a mayoral system of government, it would concentrate too much power in one person. Can you respond to that?
Well, in the present system that we have, you had advocacy when people are talking to select board members and trying to get things accomplished, things that are going to come before the board. And there's people that talk to the town manager. You know, there was something about transparency, that this stuff would all be behind closed doors. I don't see that as happening. You're still going to have 2 public meetings a month. That's what I would be advocating for, with the council, and the council having veto authority. Again, all this stuff to be discussed later on. And, you know, again, if people feel that that's happening, they have the authority to vote someone out of office. At the end of the day, the townspeople will decide whether the mayor is using his power inappropriately or appropriately, and vote accordingly.
And I think, Olga, with respect to that too, as Dick said, I had been looking at other town and city charters where there are mayors, and looked at Rutland, looked at Burlington. And Burlington uses a town council, Rutland uses a board of aldermen. But in either case, there is veto authority. Now, you know, the board can pass an ordinance, the mayor has the authority to veto that ordinance. That same board then, with a majority vote, would have the ability to override that veto. So it continues to provide checks and balances to ensure that nobody has so much power that, you know, they're just, this is my show and I'm running it.
From what I understand, if Brattleboro has a mayor, the town would become a city. Are there any special benefits to having a city as opposed to having a town?
I've been looking into that. I haven't got a complete answer for you, but I think there are potentially a few benefits with federal monies coming. Again, not sure of that, and actually I've called a couple of people and haven't heard back from them to try to get the full scope of giving you a complete answer on that.
And I would say that what I have read suggests that what defines a city is typically its population size or its importance. And I think, as people have heard me say in earlier discussions about this issue, that, you know, I think Brattleboro is an important town. We are the first town when you come into the state of Vermont. We have 3 interstate highway exits. We are the economic hub of Windham County, and perhaps stretching across county lines into other states as well, you know, as an employment center. And to Dick's comment about the need for a long-term vision, being an economic hub, an epicenter, plays a key role in creating that vision.
This is a 2-part question. Obviously, a lot of this is to be debated, but do you envision, if we go to a mayor system, needing some kind of sort of central administrator, sort of almost in effect serving as a town manager, so to speak, who sort of helps the mayor work with the rest of the government? And the second piece of the question is, and again, I know this is yet to be discussed, would a mayor receive a salary? And if so, and we also kept an administrator, would that create more cost in terms of how much we would be paying for municipal government?
Well, again, all depends how you feel about having a mayor, and Dan, I think, is just in favor of a mayor. I certainly would enjoy the conversation about do we have a town manager or some sort of administrator. As for the cost, I certainly see a mayor being paid. Most mayors are, and the research I've done, are paid a little bit less than a town manager. And then when you're talking about additional costs to the town, I mean, the board actually last year in their budget deliberations, in a discussion about an energy coordinator, decided that they didn't want to put that in as part of their budget. And the town manager was in favor of that, and 3 select board members were in favor of that. And yet at town meeting, the body felt compelled to add $100,000 to the budget to hire, which is now a sustainability coordinator. So when you're looking at spending money, the town fathers actually rejected during their budget proposal, and then town meeting said we want to spend this amount of money. So I don't want money to be the deterring factor. I mean, if it's prudent to have a town manager or an administrator, again, to be determined by the body that's put together, the Charter Review Committee that's put together, and having input from a group of people at the table. So,
and certainly from my perspective, I think a mayor without a town manager, not that there wouldn't be some type of assistant, much like Peter currently has Patrick Moreland as the assistant town manager. But you have to also think about, we have department heads that run each of the functional departments for the town. And so I'm not thinking about adding another layer and we continue to operate the way we are and, oh, let's throw a mayor on top of that. The mayor, in my vision, is the person that runs the town.
So one follow-up to that, would the mayor, as a result, be the one who appoints the department heads? Or would that still be something that the town council or select board would be in charge of?
You know, that ultimately would be decided in any charter revision, but it would seem to me that if we want a strong mayor, we would want that mayor to have the ability to do the hiring and, when necessary, the firing.
Yeah, I don't see a change, a big change in the way that we're functioning. I don't think that the present town manager micromanages the department heads, and I don't think a mayor would be micromanaging the department heads either. Certainly he would be administrating them as to if there were problems to come up and talk to them about them. But I don't see wholesale changes every time that we would have a new election with a new mayor to say, okay, we're going to get a new public works director, or we're going to get a new police chief, any of those positions. So I don't see a turnover there. It's potentially could happen, but I don't see that happening. I think anybody you speak to speaks very highly of the department heads that we have in our community. Mm-hmm. And I want to make sure something's perfectly clear here. I served a year under Peter Elwell as manager. I've actually talked to him personally about this and wanted to make sure that this is not directed at him, and want to be clear to everybody out there in the public that this has got nothing to do with Peter Elwell and or any other town manager that would be sitting there at this time. This is about just a different form of government and more accountability in my eyes.
And I would just simply say that I'd be thrilled if Peter Elwell was the next mayor, if that were to happen.
Chris.
Yeah. So if this passes, what exactly do you think will come next? Will you guys sort of be leading the charge? Will you try to be involved in the Charter Review Committee? And what kinds of items do you think that the Charter Review Committee will look at before making a recommendation?
Well, one of the things that you need to know is once you open up the charter for review, everything's open on the table. And certainly there are things in our charter that are no longer germane vis-a-vis the school. So the charter has some housekeeping issues to do. I would try to be part of a committee in terms of looking at what the governance would finally look like. So I would certainly put my name in the hat, and hopefully that the select board would choose me to sit on that committee. And this isn't something that, even if it passes, you're looking at probably a 2-year process, at least, because it still has to, after passing what we have to go through with our charter for amendments, it still has to go up to the legislature. What would give it a lot of credence is the voter turnout and how much it passes by. So that's a big issue here also.
And I certainly would welcome the opportunity to participate if that opportunity was presented to me. You know, I've had this idea, fostered the question, and I care very deeply about this town. And if I can do something to be helpful, terrific. If they choose other people, so be it.
Just a clarification for anyone who's wondering why we don't have someone on the quote other side here. My understanding is that you are hoping to, in effect, find out whether the community is even interested in having the conversation before having the conversation. So this idea in terms of what we're doing here today is not to exclude anyone so much as to say, before we sort of do counterpoint, let's actually even have a conversation through the article to decide whether or not to put the time in to have the conversation. Am I correct in that?
Exactly. This was not meant to be a debate. This was simply meant to present, you know, our thoughts. We've heard from a number of people that have sent letters to the newspaper, posted on Facebook, and you know, we wanted an opportunity to share our thoughts and our vision. But you're exactly right, Kevin. I mean, the time for debate will come if and when the voters say yes to the article.
Yeah, people who are not involved in the day-to-day thoughts of what the governance is and what the charter is, I think they spent close to 3 years doing the charter review the last time they did it. And it's very time-consuming. And so as we were talking about this before, I was letting Dan and the other people at the table know how time-consuming this could be, and it might not bear any fruit, as I said earlier in this discussion. So we want to find out if there's support for it. And if there's support for it, then you move on down the road and you go. I'm not here to say who's ever writing letters is wrong in their opinion. If you like the form of government, that's great. And if we lose, I'm okay with what we have. But I would prefer to have a mayor. That's, at the end of the day, that's how I feel I would like to have a governance system. Doesn't make the people who are writing these letters right or wrong. That's how they feel. And I applaud them for defending what they feel strongly about. So it's not like you're wrong and I'm right. That's not it at all.
One question I think we always have with democracy is how do we make sure that as many people as possible can participate? At this point, and of course a lot of things have still yet to be decided, if at all, how do you feel this mayoral form of government would increase participation, and how do you feel it could limit participation in comparison to the form of government Brattleboro has now?
My own opinion, Olga, is that it increases participation because we are putting the question to almost 9,000 or a little over 9,000 registered voters in the town of Brattleboro. We're not leaving the question to a small group of people. So, and anybody that's watching this, I would say, March 3rd, vote. However you're going to vote on this issue, vote. So there's the opportunity to increase participation. And participation on an ongoing basis through the election of the mayor, through the election of members of the town council or board of aldermen, or whatever it ultimately is called. That's the opportunity for broader participation.
And one of the good things about this vote coming at this election is that it's the primary in Vermont. So the turnout we're hoping is going to be high, and we'll have a good indication as to, where people feel. And the other thing about participation is you, the voter, need to do some homework also on your own, as to say, well, I don't know a lot about the way the town operates now. I know that we have a select board and a town manager and town meeting, but I don't know a whole lot about that. So you need to do homework on both, and if it's something that, when you're saying, well, I like what we have, vote to keep what we have. You vote no. Mm-hmm. So it's what you personally feel. It's not what Dick DeGray is telling you he wants. You know, I don't want you to abdicate your responsibility with your vote to what I want. You need to do your homework and your research and say, yeah, I think I'd like that form of government.
Thank you very much, Dan and Dick today. Before, we're just about out of time, but before we go, I want to make sure, do you have any more questions, Kevin? Chris, any more questions? Is there anything either of you would like to add or wish we had asked before we sign off today?
I think I would just like to add that, as I've read the opinions of others, which I very much respect, that are not in favor of this, make sure that people understand exactly what we're talking about. There's much work to be done if, in fact, the question is voted up. Where it goes, time will tell. So nothing has been decided, no structure, no nothing. This is simply about putting the question to the voters of Brattleboro.
And I would say the same thing. It's not personal, and hopefully the people on the other side don't make it personal. And I certainly don't want to be the mayor. If that was to, someone said I have a secret agenda, I certainly have no interest in being the mayor, but I have a strong interest in the mayoral form of government. And last but not least, get out and vote. Make sure you get out and vote. That's one right that you have, and you should utilize that. And early voting, I think, starts on the 12th or 13th of February. And so do your homework, and hopefully there's a high voter turnout in whatever way it goes. That'll determine our next step. So thank you for this opportunity to give our point of view. And again, it's not Dick DeGray and Dan Yates' form of government. We're going to be going to the select board, and that charter review committee would then come together with a proposal to take forward.
And just to be clear, in case somebody sees this and says, well, Dan didn't say anything, I have no intention of running for mayor. I like my job.
Thank you. Dan Yates, Dick DeGray, co-sponsors of the mayoral ballot question that will be on the town of Brattleboro's ballot on March 3rd. Thank you for joining us. And for everyone who's watching, Kevin, I, and Chris also thank you for joining this episode of the BCTV Open Studio.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. to this episode of BCTV Open Studio, the mayoral vote counterpoint. I'm your host, Olga Peters, and I am a reporter with the Commons. This is my colleague, Randy Holhut, who will be joining us today. And speaking on the issue will be Tony Duncan and Spoon Agave. Thank you for joining us today, gentlemen. And just for context for the audience, we want to remind folks that on March 3rd is Brattleboro's town elections, and one of the questions on the ballot will be a non-binding question about whether or not the town should shift its form of governance from a select board / town manager form of governance to a mayoral system. And some details are still forthcoming about the mayoral system. It will depend on how the vote goes on Tuesday. But a few weeks ago, we had two proponents of the question. So two people in favor of the question, Dick DeGray and Dan Yates, here on the show, talking about why they thought it would be a good idea. And today, Tony and Spoon will talk about the other side of the issue. So thank you so much for being here today. Let's start with just a very broad question, which is, what do you feel is working about our current system now?
I'll start. I've been a resident of Brattleboro since 2001 and have been just vaguely aware of the political issues and not that involved and more interested in national political things. I became a board member of Brattleboro Time Trade, got involved in sort of local organizations there, and then the last couple of years I've been getting very involved in local politics. I became a town representative last year, and the fact of our current organization is what's allowed me, and I think has motivated me, to become very active politically. I'm now on the Energy Committee. I worked on the Sustainability Coordinator issue. I'm working with the Sustainability Coordinator on a couple of different initiatives. I'm excited about the governance here. I think there are things that can be remarkably improved, but I feel very strongly that if we didn't have that, the town meeting system, I would have not really necessarily gotten involved. I think the feeling that, wow, I can be one out of a whole bunch of people who actually have a direct impact on how the town is governed was very. There was something that was sort of shocking to me and something that made me feel motivated to really want to get involved. And I'm very excited that I am doing that, and I'm spending a lot of time and effort involved in that.
Spoon, do you have?
I think what's working now is that we have a highly skilled town manager. And, but also, I feel there is a shift now. We are finally seeing my generation disappear from town meeting, and a new younger generation. And it reflects our interest. My generation never considered and could not consider climate issues, what the effects of the things we did would be, because of the assumption that everything would be okay, that they, whoever they was, would fix it. And now it's become apparent that there is no they, and things are in very bad condition. And so the younger generation now that's moving in, the 30 and 40-year-olds, are seeing the world and everything about them in a very different light. They are more concerned about climate and the future than they are about what's happening right now, about $20 more or less in their pockets because of a tax rate.
Do you think that with that generational shift in town meeting representation, that that might be a part of the impetus for the changing town government? Is there a feeling that this new generation of town meeting reps are maybe a little too active
I don't know what too active could mean. We convene every year and we do our work, our business. And we do it from the time we start to the time we convene, and that time is filled. And I wouldn't know how to. So, you do bring up a good point. What do you mean by too active?
Well, let's say this past year's town meeting where suddenly, from the floor, a new town position was created, where suddenly from the floor, social services spending was increased.
I can add to that, just as someone who's covered town meeting for a few years. There was a number of years, so I've been at the Commons about 10, so that's the number that I've been covering town meeting, annual town meeting. And for most of those years, the budget was, there was an impetus to keep the budget level or down. And I would say in the past 2, maybe 3 years,
Yep.
there's been from the floor a push up for the budget, especially around human services and environmental issues. So that's the trend I've seen.
Yeah, in other words, the town meeting has kind of gone from you got to keep my taxes down to we got to make the town more livable and help deal with problems that may not traditionally be town meeting problems. And I was just wondering, especially you, Spoon, having dealt with the charter and with town meeting for many years, whether you think those factors might be behind the move toward having a mayor.
Maybe. I can't really be sure. I mean, I have had the thought, and I mentioned this earlier to Tony, that what Mr. DeGray hasn't quite gotten a grasp of is the very transition that's happening that I'm talking about. And so I had the feeling that what he's trying to do is restore that older establishment. But I don't know, because I feel he's been pretty coy about exactly what he's after.
Do you feel like that it's been accurately explained to people what this whole system entails?
Well, that's one of probably my biggest specific objection. And I just want to respond to what the question you were saying before, is I think that it is a valid concern to say that this group of people who are in town meeting might not be representative of the real desires of all of the citizens. It's possible for, since we don't have campaigns and we don't have explicit town representatives saying what their issues are, that it's possible that you could have a distortion from what the popular will is. But to me, if that's the case, then what you do is you get people who support your positions to be on the, to run for town representative. I don't see that being an issue that's reason to change our entire structure of government. And what were you just asking? I'm sorry, because I wanted to go back to
that the switch over to a mayoral system, the big question people have is, what does this all mean, and how does this happen, and why are we doing it? And do you get the sense that it hasn't been adequately explained to the people of Brattleboro?
That's an area where Spoon and I kind of disagree a bit, and I think he makes a very good point. So I'm not quite as convinced of my position now. My main objection to this was that if there had been a ballot proposal to say, we want the select board to explore this option or to explore different government options, I wouldn't have an objection to that. It's been brought up that this is just advisory, but to me it's still a vote saying the will of the people want the select board to do this thing. So that has been a lot of my objection. I think that it's really putting the cart before the horse to say, let's vote on this. What I would want to do is say, let's explore this, have discussions about it, take a year or whatever, time to go through the process of really explaining what our governance is now, trying to make sure that people understand the issues, and then when people are more informed, then have some sort of vote, and you could maybe even have a binding vote if it seemed like there was reason to do that or enough support to do something like that.
Go ahead, Spoon.
There's a couple of things. One is, when this began, we all got thrown into, and this is because of our lack of understanding of government, of town charters, and democracy itself. We all got thrown into a debate between just two things. One was our town government, which we know as we see it, and a mayoralty, which we see as what we've seen of typical mayoralties throughout our life experience in this country. We have just two models in mind. And in fact, as the people of the town have all the power, their charter is their social contract, which we lay out how we want to govern ourselves. There are a gazillion different things that can go into a charter with either system. And so we could continue with a town manager system that would not look much like this, or we could have a mayoralty that doesn't look anything like a mayoralty that we imagine.
So I'm glad you brought up the charter, Spoon, because if I remember correctly, a few years ago, the Charter Commission actually reviewed whether or not to have a mayor. Were you on?
I was.
And what can you recall at the time?
Well,
some
vaguely,
of the decisions?
yes. We looked at it and we did explore it to a fair extent. We actually called in mayors from other towns in Vermont. And even actually we had called in the mayor of Greenfield, which had been the mayor there for just a year or two. They had just made the transition from town manager to mayor. We heard from Mary Hooper. She was a weak mayor, now a legislator. She was a weak mayor of Montpelier. We heard from the mayors, I forgot their names, of Rutland and Barry, who were strong mayors. We looked at the issue pretty closely. We compared them. And we may not have given it its total due, because nobody on the committee, and that included a whole range of left to right, and nobody had a sense that there was much interest in the town for making that change.
Mm-hmm. So then I'll go back a little bit to a question I asked at the beginning of the show, but tweak it a little bit. For folks who are sitting at home and saying, okay, well, I'm voting on March 3rd, which way do I vote? I mean, what do you feel would be the reasons to hang on to our current system, if any?
Can I just answer something first? I've been talking to people, for the last couple of weeks about this since I found out about it, and basically nobody I know who's talked to me about this, who isn't really actively involved in government, has any idea what it means. Very, very few people in town know what our government structure is, and they don't know what this proposal is. And so basically people have been asking my opinion, so I've been telling them what I think they should do. And again, it's like, well, is that fair? Am I being honest? Am I giving them the correct information? Again, to me, it's a question that, because it's a primary vote, lots of people are going to be voting because they want their particular candidate for president. And again, that's part of my concern, is that I think there aren't going to be a lot of people who really have a thoughtful understanding of what the issue is.
So, Spoon, go ahead.
When I heard about this issue, I was immediately aware that there was a lot of reasons driving it, and I could take a guess, as Randy has, that maybe it had to do with what had transpired at last year's town meeting. But I was pretty careful not to make any inferences with any certainty. So I was looking for what might be behind it. And as I read one of Mr. DeGray's interviews, maybe he repeated that on his show that you had him, he used two words: accountability and participation. And those are the two issues at the bottom of all of this. And those are two issues that do deserve very deep examination.
I would agree. So, but I think the question, again, I'm thinking of people at home who are wondering what to do. Does our current system provide for those two things? Or would a mayoral system provide for those two things better?
We have to look at it. The expectation is, but of course that's all it is an expectation, is that if it were to pass, the select board would now reconvene a new charter revision commission. We would have to anyway in 3 years. And they would throw it in there. And it would get a hard look again in there. And I've honestly gone up and back as to whether I was interested in seeing this pass or not. I would like to continue the probe, the discussion into accountability and participation to try and decide what it should mean in our town and whether what we would like it to be is the way it is or it needs some improvements. So I have a hunch that a Charter Revision Commission is going to examine this whether it passes or not. So in a way, how people vote is a flip of the coin that may not, probably won't change the outcome in whether we make such a transition to a mayoralty or not.
Well, if the current system we have could be characterized as the town manager is the CEO, the select board is the board of directors, and the town meeting reps are the shareholder representatives, and that vote on up or down on decisions. And a mayoral system would kind of amputate the shareholder representatives, concentrate more power into the CEO, and make the city council kind of I don't know what you would characterize them as, the new improved town select board as city council. If you're talking about representation and participation, how does a mayoral system improve upon the current system?
Well, I mean, I think it just, like you said, it kind of amputates a huge number of people. And in my initial response to your first question was that existed made it, I think made it possible for me to really get seriously involved. But I do think that there are issues with that. And I do think, you know, DeGray brought up about the number of town reps that are brought in caucus rather than voted for. And, you know, I think there needs to be a lot more interest and involvement. My feeling, I like what Spoon has been saying about, you know, looking at the whole system. What are the things we can do to change the system, and what are the things that are going to be effective? I'm sort of opposing this sort of, well, let's just go wholesale to this other system. What I would like to do is see what we can do to improve what we have now, and figure out ways to get more involvement, get the, you know, my understanding is that the town representatives used to have sort of forums that they would do to their districts, and I would really like to do that, you know. I think that there are ways of addressing this issue without making such a drastic change. From talking to Spoon, I did not realize this before talking to him, but he's offering some interesting things about things that that we're not limited in what we can do in terms of addressing the town charter. And from the interview with DeGray and Yates and other things I've heard people talk, it did seem to me like it was like this. Well, it's either this or this. And with Spoon saying that we have a tremendous amount of latitude in what we can do, I'd certainly be open to to opening up the town charter and, what are the things that we can do.
I'll explain that in more depth. What you did, Randy, was describe the classic mayoralty. And, but if we started with that and said, well, here's what a classic mayoralty would look like, but it's not doing what we want it to do, then you can begin modifying that. And for instance, what would happen if at the same time we went to a mayoralty, we instituted ranked voting? Or at the same or we began making little modifications like campaigning could only be for 2 months, from Labor Day to Election Day. And there could whether there could be a limit and may require 4 major debates on 4 major areas. And so, in other words, to try to diminish the really fouled up electoral campaign system that we have. And we could go on and on. I can't right now, but using the ability to shape our government to suit ourselves. We could change the issue, comes up, strong mayor, weak mayor. How much veto power would a council get? How big would a council get? If you required 8 out of 9 to veto something, it would be a very strong mayor. If you only required 5 out of 9 to veto something, it's a much weaker mayor. If a mayor can write a check for $5,000, then that mayor is not nearly as strong as one who can write a check on their own signature for $100,000. So there's a almost infinite number of things in which one can shape and modify and design a government to be just the one that we want.
So what issues do you feel, or what areas is our current government not serving, or where is it not working? What needs to be fixed? And how would we fix them, either within the current structure or by going to a different structure? Because it's one thing to just talk about designing the government we want, but do we know what what needs we're actually trying to meet when we say those things?
Well, I think there's, I've talked to a number of people who have said, well, Yates and DeGray haven't really specifically said, it's sort of nebulous. And one of my concerns is that there's sort of things that they don't feel they can talk about because it would be attacked. I don't like that situation. I think they probably have really valid concerns that are important, probably business concerns, things about the increase in the local tax rate, things like that, that maybe are politically sort of sensitive and it can't be, openly discussed. And I think we need to be able to do that. I think that's unfair. I might disagree with them about all of them, but it's important to really bring out what the real issues are. One of the things that I liked about last year's town meeting was you have people who I know are like really radical and people who are really conservative, and they're arguing very specifically about issues. They're arguing about, these are the facts as I see them, this is how I think we should do them. This person is saying, well, I'm not sure that I agree with that, we should do it this way. It's not overtly political in a partisan way. And I would be very disturbed. One of the things I'm concerned about is having Republican for mayor, Democrat for mayor, this level of progressive for mayor, this moderate for mayor, and campaign signs on people's lawns. So, I think Spoon knows a lot better. I'm just the last few years getting involved with this, but that question is the question that I'm asking, that I want to look at, and where I want to move forward from.
I look at it from going back to those two big concepts of sustainability, accountability, and participation, and then try and define those terms, and then begin to design or create things that address them. For instance, if we understand that one of the bulwarks of a democracy is participation, then of course we want the most that we can get. So then we have to find out why people aren't participating and what would increase their interest in participating. Most of the time we find that it's knowledge. It's knowledge and a sense that, and also that their participation makes a difference. And an example, the school board just sent around a card that I received, most of us in Brattleboro I guess did, warning us of their meeting. And essentially 3/4 of the card was empty when it could have been filled with vital information that a citizen might be interested in knowing and therefore attending their meeting. And it probably never occurred to the school board to put that information on. We have to get out of that habit.
Thank you, Spoon. We're just about coming to the end of time. Randy, was there any other questions you wanted to ask? Anything you wanted to add, wish we had asked?
One thing that has nothing to do with this is that I work at NECA, and I just really appreciate that Dan Yates made a tremendous effort in helping our organization. So I have great respect for him. I'm glad that we were able to do this. The main thing I wanted to say is I didn't want to have this to be an opposing view from theirs. There are reasons why I don't support it. Talking with Spoon beforehand adjusted that because he gave me a lot of information I didn't know about. So I'm just glad that we were able to do this. And my focus really is on solving problems and how do we work together to find out solutions. My concern again with this proposal is it's just trying to jump to something completely different, and I don't think that's warranted at this point.
Thank you. And before we go to Spoon, there's an event happening this weekend as well. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
So there's a
Tony?
forum that should be a neutral forum about this issue, just again to give information to the public. It's going to be at Epsilon Spires on Main Street at 3 o'clock. Spoon is going to be there, David Gartenstein and Marshall Wheelock. There's going to be a moderator. There's room for, I think, 170 people or something, and there's going to be time for question and answer, and also time afterwards for people to discuss and mingle and consider this.
Thank you. Spoon, anything you wanted to add?
Well, only that I thought it very appropriate that Tony had concluded by saying that when he heard new information, he was rethinking his position or a lot about how he was thinking about it, and that underscores my whole thing about participation and being informed, because it's not just being there, but it's being able to make an informed decision, and that is an area that needs a lot of improvement in our town and our democracy.
Thank you, Spoon. I think my takeaway for today is, if you are a Brattleboro voter and you're sitting with this question, stay with our current system, say say yes to exploring a mayoral system. If you have questions, that is appropriate because this is an evolving conversation. As Spoon pointed out, there's a lot of different structures that we could be using. And so I hope many people show up to this forum over the weekend. So if they have questions, they can ask them directly before the March 3rd vote. Thank you for joining us today. This has been an episode of BCTV Open Studio. I am Olga Peters, Randy Holhut, also from the Commons, and thank you, Tony Duncan and Spoon Agave, for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, February 18, 2020 Select Board meeting. We know the meeting has been properly warned because we came at 5:30 for executive session. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the January 21st, January 28th, and February 4th meetings of the Select Board. So moved. Elizabeth has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. The next section is Chair's Remarks, and I do have Chair's Remarks that were left right here on my binder while I was gone. And those remarks are that tomorrow night, which is Wednesday, February 19th at 6:30 p.m. in this very room, the Select Board room, second floor, Municipal Center, will be the Select Board Candidates Forum. It will be aired live on Channel 10 and live streamed on Facebook at the Brattleboro Community TV Facebook page. If you need to come to the meeting and you want accessible entrance, please make sure to come and park in the back parking lot where you can use the elevator to come up to this floor. Okay, those are my comments. Peter?
Thank you. I have two this evening. One is an immediate follow-up to that, just to remind everyone that early voting has begun for both the presidential primary and the town's election. Early voting is occurring on the first floor of the Municipal Center every weekday during business hours between 8:30 and 5. Also, the town clerk's office, also on the first floor, here at the Municipal Center will be open on Saturday, March 29th. That's the last Saturday before the day of the election. Saturday, March 29th from 9 in the morning until noon here at the town clerk's office for folks who want to vote early. And then the actual election day is March 3rd, Tuesday, March 3rd. The polls will be open from 7 in the morning until 7 in the evening next door to the Municipal Center at the American Legion Hall. There will be parking available that day at the Legion, at the State Office Building parking lot, at the courthouse, and in our Municipal Center parking lot. We are anticipating a better than average turnout, given that it's not just the town's local election, but also a presidential primary election. And so we'll be trying to make sure that it is convenient for everyone to come and participate in the vote. And a quick update about the Hinsdale Bridge project. Here in this room last week, we had a meeting of the Hinsdale and Brattleboro Combined Citizen Advisory Committee, working with New Hampshire DOT and Vermont's Agency of Transportation, VTrans, in the development of that project. And so I have a timeline, an updated timeline to share with everyone. It's actually, they are anticipating the NHDOT, who is responsible for the construction of the project, anticipates that the project should still be done by the original deadline. It's going to start a little bit later than intended in terms of getting out to bid and having an award of a contract, but it's multiple years, and they believe that they can make up the time. So the time frame, so the community is aware of how soon it's coming along, is that the project should be out to bid this summer in August. With a bid award in the fall and active construction work beginning a little over a year from now in April of 2021. The active construction is to continue from 2021 until 2023. And when the new bridge is completed, there will then be rehabilitation work done on the two old bridges, or existing bridges, to turn them into bike ped access between the two states. So that project is expected to take about another year and be done in 2024.
Thank you, Peter. Plenty of time to plan our alternate routes if you use a car.
Indeed.
From 2021 to 2024.
Yeah, well, and one nice factor in this project is the old bridges will remain in use until the new bridge is ready to take that traffic. So while there will be a lot of activity in the area, the disruption should be less than for some other bridge projects.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I will move to select board comments and committee reports. Is there anybody who would like to make a comment or give a committee report? Daniel?
I was just going to jump on the candidate forum thing, and I'm glad that you brought it up and not me. And in addition to being on BCTV or live in this room, it's also going to be on the radio live, hopefully, fingers crossed, if we get the technology right, on WVEW 107.7 FM.
Excellent. Community media at its finest. Very good. Other members of the board have comments or committee reports? Tim?
I just want to let everybody know that last week, Liz and Peter and I were fortunate enough to be able to spend the time to go to VLCT's Town Governance Day up in Montpelier. I think that's what they call it,
Local Government
Local
Day.
Government Day, sorry. Which is always an experience. I think it was the third time I went up. And we basically, we spoke about a lot of subjects with our legislators. I think we would summarize it as 3 different subjects that we concentrated the most on. That was the upcoming decisions they're going to be making with cannabis and cannabis taxation and regulation. The self-governance, which, as you know, if you've been paying attention, that this board has been very involved with, and so has our town manager serving on the VLCT board himself. And also some wastewater regulation details that we have a high stake in, and our citizens do. So I thought I would speak a little bit to the cannabis, what happened there, and maybe Liz can take self-governance, and I'm going to spring a surprise on Peter and say, you can let us know what's going on in wastewater, just a little snippet. But as far as the cannabis taxation goes, the House Government Ops Committee had sent it out with a recommended 2% local option tax recommendation, which was less than we were looking for, but still a reasonable place to land. Then something went sideways, we think. The House Ways and Means while negotiating for a 14% excise tax, so a 14% tax on all cannabis sales, and 6% regular sales tax sales on the cannabis. The only thing a town would get in that scenario is a 1% local option tax, which only if you're a town that passed the 1% local option tax like we did last year, luckily. So that would be a small amount. But what they're moving, they seem to be moving to the idea of, instead of giving all the towns and all the municipalities the ability to take a portion of the taxation, to instead have us participate similar to the way they give us fees for liquor commissioners. We charge in parity the fees that the state can, for the most part, which is a much less amount. It's very little money going to the towns, and very little money proportionally going to towns like ours that are actually paying for police forces and fire department, and are going to be heavily impacted, or we don't really know what the impact's going to be. So we're trying to stake out a little bit of money for the community, because we're going to be left with all this responsibility when this gets passed. Anyway, there was a lot going back and forth, and but we had some good conversations. We're not sure where it stands right now. It's having trouble at the moment just going anywhere, I think. And I'll just let Liz talk about self-governance, I think.
Well, it was very interesting going to this conference, and I got to see relationships between the town and the legislators that I hadn't seen and understood before. I was pleasantly surprised that I didn't know a lot of legislators, and was able to get some insights from them about how they view our priorities. And one of them was self-governance. And it's interesting because it's such a big deal to us and the towns that also want it. And it was definitely small potatoes to the legislature. The Senate has passed its Bill S-106, but it hasn't been taken out by the House. And I think, well, I was able to tell the House leadership how important it is to us and get that back on their radar. They seemed surprised that it's something that we would want when it's so obvious to us that it's necessary. So if anyone is inclined to contact their legislators and tell them how important it is to Brattleboro, they should do so. And also I think we should just mention what a great job Senator Jeanette White did for us in getting this passed by the Senate last year. And that's it. Just local decision making is so important to us. And a lot of the other towns chimed in, because it's important to a lot of different towns, on things like getting a stop sign or other tiny matters that have to go up to the state to be decided, when, as we said, it would free the legislator up to doing their important business without worrying about these picayune little things that they worry about on our behalf. So it's something that if our constituents, if our town residents told the legislature that it was important to them as mutual constituents, it might be helpful, because I don't think that it's registering to them that the towns themselves can take this responsibility on themselves. Anything else?
Thanks, Liz. Peter, did you want to chime in about wastewater?
Yeah, just briefly. So it's the stormwater management that legislation that the state has passed is necessary in order to protect the waters of the state, but particularly Lake Champlain. So there's a phosphorus problem up in the northwest part of the state that is requiring a very significant expense of investing in better stormwater management infrastructure, both by municipalities and by private interests. On this side of the state, there's a nitrogen issue with the river that is not as significant, but still exists. It needs to be addressed. The problem with the legislation is, as so often is true in our relationship with the state, it goes right to the heart of the self-governance discussion, that the requirements have been passed without sufficient funding assistance. These are major investments that municipalities are having to make in stormwater management infrastructure, mostly but not exclusively along roadsides. For some communities, it's also including a very significant investment in upgrading their sewage treatment plants, but because our wastewater treatment plant was upgraded just within this decade, that part fortunately isn't going to be a burden for Brattleboro. But the upshot of it is, tying back to our recent budget discussions and looking ahead to things we will be working on in the year ahead, that here in Brattleboro, we think that the best approach for us to make sure that there is both a effective funding mechanism and a fair way to collect the money from the people who are actually contributing stormwater runoff is a stormwater utility, which would be function like the water and sewer utility, but specific to stormwater functioning. And the main reason why that's important, there is an equity issue that will address among those of us who live in own property in Brattleboro, and whether that's residential property or commercial industrial property. But the most important reason why that will be important to us in our community is because of the amount of state property that contributes to this. So I-91 is a huge contributor of stormwater runoff. There are other state highways all over town that contribute, and some state facilities like the building next door. So the state of Vermont doesn't pay any property taxes, but is a contributor to the fee-based payments into a stormwater utility, and we'll have more information to share on that in a month's ahead.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other committee reports or comments from this table? Okay, then I am going to go ahead and move us into public participation. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on something that is not listed on tonight's agenda. Is there anybody here tonight who's here to do that? Okay. Then I'm going to move on to liquor commissioners. I would entertain a motion to convene as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
Okay, David's made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are now liquor commissioners, and our first order of business is second-class liquor license renewal for Max LLC, doing business as One Stop. Okay, hi there. If you'd like to come over to our table, you can introduce yourself. The microphone will not amplify your voice, but it allows people watching on TV to hear you.
Okay. My name is John Cushman, one of the owners of Max LLC. Mohammed Anand with me today is the other owner. Here to address the instance where one of our employees did sell alcohol, beer, to an underage person. He was, when we checked him on it, because we had trained them beforehand when we took the place over in October, that this is urgent. We got to do this. And he said he was very busy one night, and he thought he knew this person, and he called us right away after and said, "Oh my God, I don't know what happened." And we trained him, and we told him again that this is very, very important. You can never let this happen again. And I'm happy to say since then we've got 2 positive commendations from the Liquor Control Board that they've checked, and we're on track.
Great, great. Members of the board have questions or comments outside of the information that was just provided? David?
Yeah, just, you mentioned it would never happen again, but this was your second?
We had this was, when we first took it over, we had a couple of people in there, and they left on us, and then these other 2 people came in, and they're the ones that are there now, and this happened to them. And we thought we had them trained well, and we explained it going in, and like I said, what happened that one night happened, and since we've urged them and really stressed how eminent this is, since then they haven't done it.
So the first violation was the previous employees?
Previous employees, correct.
Okay. Thanks for that clarifying question, David. Other members of the board have questions or comments?
Yeah.
I don't.
I don't either. I think you know whatever it is. It sounds like you've already addressed
Oh,
it expediently.
this is urgent. No.
So, okay. Okay, perfect. So if we don't have further questions or comments, then at this time, I would entertain a motion for this renewal. Liz?
I move to approve the renewal of a second-class liquor license for Max LLC, doing business as One Stop at 414 Canal Street.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Okay, we are still liquor commissioners. And our second order of business is the renewal of a first and third class liquor license and entertainment permit for $3 Dewey's, doing business as McNeil's. And Ray, if you'd come over to our table.
You have to recuse yourself because you get your picture taken there all the time.
No, that's good.
Hold on now. Okay, once again, the microphone won't amplify you, but it's good to be perfect. Okay.
Well, I'm somewhat at a loss of words here. The server, one of the servers failed a compliance test.
Okay.
And she has worked for me for 8 years. This was not, she's not new by any means. In fact, she works more than any other employee, any of the servers, that is. And she made a mistake. I don't know what else to say. She was preoccupied cleaning the place and not paying attention. She and I were both required by the state to take the server training course again. I've taken it probably 20 times.
Yeah.
And I would just like to point out that this is the first time that anything like this has happened in 35 years.
Yeah, that's quite the record.
Back here again.
Well, if it happens again in 35 years,
I'm not going to be here.
I won't be here, and a lot of us will not be here.
I'm planning on it.
You're planning on, okay. That's
I won't.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Are there members of the, members of the board that have questions or comments for Mr. McNeil?
No.
That was a pretty cut and dry explanation. Tim, David?
Nope. We're all set.
Yeah, a letter of warning from the state, I guess, is what you got. Can I ask you a question? Because I've never known the answer to this. Why is it known as $3 Dewey's?
That's the corporate name.
Oh, yeah.
We started doing business as McNeil's Brewery, and then our legal name now is McNeil's Pub and Brewery. But that switch happened around 1992, maybe 93, somewhere in there. 92. So.
Just curious where the name came from.
Right. Right. That was the original corporate name.
Got it. All right. Well, thanks for being one of our many Brattleboro institutions.
And you guys are pretty busy down there, so the fact that this is the first time in 35 years, I'm sorry that it happened, but I think there's something to be said for that as well, for the track record. So good job. I would at this time entertain a motion for this renewal.
I move.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. I move we approve renewal of a first-class liquor license, a third-class liquor license, and an entertainment permit for $3 Dewey's, doing business as McNeil's Brewery at 90 Elliott Street.
Perfect. David has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Sorry, I was distracted signing the liquor license.
All right. Please do sign the liquor license. That's important. All right. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Ray, for coming in. Appreciate it. Okay. We have one final item, and that is a new second-class liquor license for Passmart Inc.
Passmart, we learned this afternoon, the representative of Passmart might not make it because of the weather this evening.
Okay,
So,
sure.
I can speak to the status of this matter, and then you can decide whether you wish to proceed or whether you'd rather hold it over for an evening when the representative can be here.
Okay.
This is the same type of liquor license previously held by those who ran it as Sunny Sunoco for many years in the same location. It has been reviewed by the police department, fire department, and other town staff. We do believe that everything is in order and ready for your approval. It's unusual, but not improper for the select board to approve a license like this when it's been thoroughly vetted, but when the representative of the business is not present. So it's really a discretionary call for you.
Is this just beer and wine like it's always been?
That's right.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Second class is the sale of beer and wine to take off the premises, not to be consumed on the premises.
Yeah, just it's always been as long as I've known it anyways.
Did this entity have a problem in the past year?
No, not at all. So the other two that were before you tonight to address violations that had occurred were because they were part of the batch of renewals 2 weeks ago tonight. And you asked that they come in and talk about what had happened with the violations. This is completely separate from that. It's a new issuance. If you approve it, it'll be the new issuance of a license to the people who are going to be the new operators of that facility that's been there for many years.
But I understand correctly that it's a new issuance, but it's not a new location for
Correct.
selling.
Yeah. That's correct.
Yeah.
We're
not adding
it's
Right.
basically Vermont doesn't allow transfers of liquor licenses. In other jurisdictions, often something like this would be a transfer from the old owner to a new owner. Here, what happens is the old owner permission evaporates because they're no longer operating the facility, and the new owner needs to obtain a new license.
And go through the training and
go through the whole process. Exactly.
I think given that we may not be meeting at our regular time, I would be willing to make an exception and approve this. And since the police and fire have already said everything is in order.
I don't really have a problem approving it either, just because it's not an additional point of sale. That would usually raise more concern for me than continuing the same establishment or the same location point of sale.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to trust that everyone did their work and their due diligence, and by the time it gets here, if it's recommended for approval, then it's good enough for me.
Okay. Then I would entertain a motion on this item.
I'll make a motion.
All right.
Move to approve a second-class liquor license for Passmart Inc. at 228 Canal Street.
All right. Daniel has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. I would entertain a motion to adjourn as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
Liz has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. And so we now move to unfinished business, and our one and only item is Communications Union District, CUD, planning process. And our first item under that item is an update from Sue Westa from the Wyndham Regional Commission.
If it's okay with the select board, Patrick has a couple of table setting remarks.
Please do, Patrick.
Thank you. So, as you know, we have a special guest this evening, and before I pass the microphone over to Sue Westa from the Wyndham Regional Planning Commission, I thought it might be worthwhile to remind particularly the folks at home about the nature of the conversation which has been ongoing in Brattleboro for about the last 2 years. For those who are frequent watchers of select board meetings, you might remember that in late 2018, a member of the library staff actually approached the select board during public participation to say, hey, you know, there are communities out there that are developing and building out municipally owned fiber optic internet services, and maybe that's something Brattleboro could take a look at. The board at the time thought it was worth exploring, and so they sent staff on a mission to investigate. I later came back to the board in September of last year with a fairly lengthy report that tried to outline the existing level of service in Brattleboro today and sort of comparing that to other areas of Vermont. It detailed a number of municipally managed fiber optic internet service projects from several towns within a couple hours drive of Brattleboro, some that were down in Massachusetts, others in Vermont. And lastly, that report attempted to explore the current state of state statute as it relates to public financing for municipal internet service or communications plan. And I'm sure the board will recall that what we discovered there is that in terms of public financing, the only allowable methodology in the state of Vermont is for revenue bonds and not for general obligation bonds. There was a lot to chew on there at that meeting, and so the board took this matter up again in October of that same year, last year. And at that point in time, staff was asking for some direction. What would you like for us to pursue? And at the time, the board concluded that we should move forward on two fronts. The first would be to let the state know of our desire to at least have the authority to use general obligation bonds, should we choose so. And to that effect, we worked with an existing small committee of state folks who were asked by the legislature to explore that idea. So that included the head of the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank, the state treasurer, Beth Pierce, and also the secretary of the administration. We provided our input to them in a letter. Our views eventually made it into their report to the legislature, but unfortunately their recommendation to the legislature was that we not permit general obligation bonding at this time. So that's sort of where that sits at the moment. The second direction that the board gave to staff was to continue to participate with regional discussions around a communication union district. In the months since that time, the Wyndham Regional Commission sought out and received funding from the Vermont Department of Public Service. They got what's called a BIG grant, or a Broadband Innovation Grant, the amount of $60,000. And the purpose of that funding was to provide professional technical assistance to participating Wyndham Region municipalities in the exploration of a communications union district. That project got underway formally just last month in January, and that project has been specifically assigned to Sue Westa, a senior planner at the Wyndham Regional Commission. And Sue's here, and she can walk us through a little bit about what that project entails.
Thank you, Patrick. Sue.
Okay, so yeah, I think I'll start by giving you an overview, kind of high-level overview of our project, and then if you have questions, we can go from there. So as Patrick said, we got this grant from the State Public Service Commission, and we are kicked off the meeting. We signed the grant in December, signed the contract, and then held our kickoff meeting in January, where we had over 60 attendees at the Newfane Fire Department, where we had the meeting. There seems to be lots of interest. I'm getting calls all the time from communities and folks who are interested in this project. And this effort is really about developing a feasibility study and a business plan, looking at whether or not we should form a community, or our community should form a communications union district, or maybe multiple communication union district, in order to implement fiber broadband throughout our region. This is really focused on, the communication union districts are really focused first on serving those communities that are unserved and or underserved. However, all communities throughout the region are able to participate. It's following a model that was developed by ValleyNet and EC Fiber just north of here. That model has been successful, and they have implemented broadband service through most of the towns in that region right now. They're still working on a few of those in that region. However, Carol Monroe from EC Fiber is one of our partners on this project. She is one of our technical service providers. Our other technical service provider is from the Rural Innovation Strategies Group, who has experience with this. They've been working with ValleyNet and looking at implementing broadband service in other rural regions throughout the country, actually. So the Wyndham Region Commission is really a part of this grant to help bring all the communities together and get the word out about the project and hear about, what the community's concerns are. So after we held our kickoff meeting in January, we asked all the towns to develop a resolution saying that they were interested in participating and assign a town appointee so that we know have a specific person that we knew to reach out to. And then last week, we held a survey training meeting. So one of the things that we're doing in order to hear from the folks in the region is a survey that just went up online today. It's on our website at wyndhamregional.org/broadband. There's lots of other resources for communities who are looking to get the word out about the survey. So not only is the survey available online, but there's a paper copy for those folks who don't have access to the online version. There are flyers, there are summary sheets that people can use to help develop articles, but that's really what the meeting was about last week, and a lot of folks had some really interesting ideas for how to get the survey out in their towns, from having a table at their town meeting to standing outside their local grocery store or the town dump. They're going to be putting paper flyers out at local libraries and town halls, and I know Patrick has already got a lot of that underway here in Brattleboro. So that survey is due March 17th. We'll be taking responses until that time. At that point, our technical service providers will finalize their feasibility study. That should be done by the end of April. Then the state will take a look at that and approve it. They have promised that they would do that within a couple weeks, and once that is approved, the business plan will be developed, and that is targeted to be completed this summer, July or August. Taking a step back a second, in terms of communication union districts, we're only 2 towns are required to have a town meeting vote in order to form a communication union district. And then if other communities are interested in participating, they just need a vote of their Board of Selectmen to participate in the communications union district. So we have a couple, at least I think 3 or 4, who are bringing it to town meeting this March, and I'm sure others will join on. Others have certainly expressed interest, but depending on the results of the feasibility study and the business plan. And then that information would be handed over to the Communications Union District, however that forms, and then they'll begin the work of trying to figure out how to finance the development. And there are grants through the federal and state governments. They can use revenue bonds, and but it's not connected to the municipality at all. There's no way that the municipalities will be responsible for any of these the finances related to the Communications Union District. That is all through the Communications Union District and its board and the folks who, of course, are participating in the service. So, do you have any questions specifically?
Great. Okay. So, the first thing I want to do is that was so much good information. I just want to pull us right back to saying, if you want to be able to participate in the survey, which needs to be done by Tuesday, March 17th, one way to do it is to go through the project website at www.wyndhamregional.org/broadband. And Patrick, where in Brattleboro can people get paper copies?
Sure. Paper copies are available in the town manager's office, at the town clerk's office. By this time tomorrow, it'll be available at Brooks Memorial Library and also at the Gibson Aiken Center. I would point out that there is a link to the survey already on the town's website, right on the front page. And later this week, we are doing a mailing to every residence in Brattleboro, indicating, here's the web address. Please take a few minutes and provide us with your feedback. If you're unable to, get online, we understand. Please reach out to the town manager's office, and we'll make arrangements to get a paper copy in your hands.
That sounds great. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Now, are there questions or comments from members of the board for Sue or Patrick, but Sue? David?
I have a couple, but I was
Okay.
assuming you might want to jump. Okay. Thank you again. First of all, so much for taking time to come here and let us know what's going on. You mentioned it's the underserved communities, and when we had our discussion that Patrick referred to some time ago, a few months ago, we learned that, well, first of all, it depends on your definition, but of broadband, which is, we have a minimal definition, and then there's what we'd like to see as far as internet speeds. But how would you define underserved communities? We found out that we are approximately 95% covered in a minimal definition of broadband speeds. So how would you compare Brattleboro's situation to some of the other communities? What kind of percentage coverage, if you know?
Yes, I don't know specifically off the top of my head, but I do know that there are communities that have very minimal internet access at all. And there are ones that all they have is DSL, which is very low service. So, I understand that not everybody in Brattleboro is served, and you might want to be served at a higher rate eventually, and that would be one reason to participate in this effort and to eventually become part of the district.
Okay.
It's much more effective for these small rural places to band together in order to provide a service like this. It really doesn't make sense for each town to do it on their own. The costs are just too high, and there's just not enough benefit for any of the companies. So that's why connecting the rural communities with those that are more densely developed does help too.
That does make sense to you, that we would jump in the fray.
Yes,
even
absolutely.
with communities that have literally sometimes no.
So you wouldn't be the first ones to receive, to have build out fiber. They would go to those underserved and unserved ones first, but you would be part of the organization or part of the district, and then eventually you would be, and that's what's happening with the EC Fiber Group right now.
And thank you. My second question is simple too. The Wyndham Region Broadband Project, it occurs to me that can be a little bit of a broader definition than just fiber. Do you happen to know if these monies can be used for other technologies such as wireless cellular communications?
This grant is specifically focused on broadband fiber.
Okay,
Yes.
so physical line fiber.
Yes.
Infrastructure build-outs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just sort of want to follow on from that. If this project were to move forward, there's a big build out of physical infrastructure. And also we're at a time where technology is leaping forward. Is there a danger that the physical infrastructure that gets built becomes out of date pretty quickly?
Our technical service advisors are suggesting that this, in more rural areas at least, this is going to be the next step for quite a while. I don't know specifically how much, but in larger urban areas like, Boston and New York, not even Brattleboro, they're going to have a lot of other options there. It's still going to be fairly limited up here, and the amount of download and upload speeds that you can get with the fiber is pretty significant, and much more significant than what many folks have now.
just got another one, if I may.
Yeah.
I do ask a lot of questions.
You saw that.
I know. So when we were talking about this originally, as Patrick mentioned, there was this question about general obligation bonds. They'd been used in Massachusetts effectively to fund projects that were locally owned. That's not an option for us here in Vermont. And you reminded me that the Communications Union District would be the ones seeking the revenue bond, that's correct?
Yes.
And so a town participating, the taxpayers of a town participating in the Communications Union District are sort of insulated from
Yes,
losses?
they are. And that's very clear in the statute.
Can you say more about that? Explain it for me like I'm 5.
So the Communication Union District functions similarly to a town. Instead of having a board of selectmen, they would have a board of the Communications Union District. And those folks will make the decisions about, and there would be a representative from each of the towns at least who participates, and those folks would make all the financial decisions, would apply for grants and loans, and it would operate similarly to how a town does, only it's a completely different organization.
So if the CUD loses money, what happens to the taxpayers of the town that is part of that CUD?
Nothing should happen to them.
Okay.
Well, Patrick wants to jump in.
Yeah, if I can, I'd just like to jump on that and emphasize that a little bit more. It's explicitly clear in the statutes that provide for communication union districts that property tax dollars or sales tax dollars are utterly unwelcome within the framework of a communication union district, and that the only recourse for investors would be the assets of the CUD. But just to be really clear and upfront, before staff comes back with a recommendation for your consideration that, hey, we ought to participate in a communications union district, one of the things that we'll be doing is having Bob Fisher take a really close look at this and providing his advice to you as to what any of the risks that Brattleboro would be accepting by participating. But our expectation at this time is that there is essentially a firewall between the CUD and the municipality, and that the municipality's assets could not be tapped in the event that the CUD went belly up.
Liz?
I have my same broken record question about regional towns working together, because I know for our relationship with the Wyndham Regional Commission is a per capita fee, and therefore we pay more than the surrounding towns because our population is larger. Is the representation in this in whatever union district that's created for funding of the broadband going to be similarly based on a per capita amount, or is it because the smaller towns are the ones that have the greater need than we do?
No, I do not believe so. It will be, the towns will not participate at that level financially. It will be individual subscribers that will participate.
Thank you.
Could you talk a little bit, I think it's hard to understand the financing because we have one, we only have a couple of models that we understand municipalities typically use. And can you talk a little bit about how BC Fiber raised money for their project? Are you familiar with that?
So generally I'm familiar. If you want really specifics, we'd have to have our partner Carol Monroe here, but generally I understand that they financed a lot of it up front with individual investments from the community. There were folks who stepped up with large contributions. They're not recommending that we do it that way. And they learned some lessons through that process that, they're sharing with us and other new CUDs that are getting up and running. But they once they had some of that funding in place, then they were able to get some loans, I believe, to help state economic development loans to get that construction up and running. And now they have a lot of customers, so they're financed more that way.
I believe they also sold much smaller, or got much smaller investments from people along the road, so that when they had enough people investing, they could run it up.
That may be true.
Yeah, it would be worth hearing more about that model. It was pretty interesting. Also, the way you described the underserved areas, and I think that one of the somebody at the Newfane meeting talked about. For Brattleboro, the most likely effect would be if Dummerston were a member and it wound up going up Stickney Brook, then it would be very easy for it to come down the other side, down Sunset Lake or down Pleasant Valley and into that part of town, coming from a rural rather than coming from the urban center.
Right.
That's a more likely outcome.
Sure.
But there are a couple of things that I think have turned out to be misconceptions, at least based on what I heard at the Newfane meeting, and one of them was about the general obligation of bonding. I understand, and I thought was said quite clearly at that meeting, that a municipality could take general obligation bonds to run fiber to municipal facilities. If we wanted to run fiber to the police department or out to the public works area, we could bond for that and we could run that, and then people could take service off that backbone along that route. And that was pretty clearly articulated by the woman from EC Fiber.
I thought it was just the revenue bonds.
Patrick, do you recall that?
I do. It was a position of Carol Monroe that if the municipality was building its own network for its own purposes for internal communication, so for example, if we wanted to build our own network where the municipal center could communicate with the Gibson Aiken Center, the library, and public works, etc., we could use general obligations for the purposes of constructing our own publicly managed network for our own purposes. I think some additional research, particularly from Bob Fisher, would be worthwhile before we assumed that could necessarily provide service to the public, because I think we're then in that situation where we'd be using general obligation bonds to provide a retail service, and I think we
do that with our roads, by the way. But yeah,
absolutely. Oh, and by the way, I completely agree. I mean, our argument for the use of general obligation bonds and for our ability to move forward that way, if in fact that's what the people of Brattleboro would like, I think it's pretty clear. But
another question that came up was around I think, no, actually it was Chris Campany that responded to this one, about the confining. A lot of towns have decided they want to confine development. They want to keep development down in a compact area and not have it happening, sort of spasmodic or scattered around the region. And I don't recall exactly what his response was. I sort of asked if he could come tonight because I didn't recall that. But do you recall, or what the why it's also important for the downtown or the more compressed, compact, whatever the right word is for more urban areas, and why it's also important for fiber to come into those areas?
In order for fiber to, so like for Brattleboro, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I think the value is in getting that higher quality connection. If folks in town here aren't feeling like their connections are good enough for what they need to do in terms of, businesses, school, it's an important education tool now, healthcare, there are a lot of things.
Yeah, I'm really pleased that you included all that in the summary sheet. The students and teachers part, particularly the opportunity to interact in real time with large numbers of students. If, for instance, a snow day occurred, or if somebody was homesick, they could still be in class. And the same is true with that kind of resolution for medical diagnosis and treatments and teaching. Turning a school nurse office into a medical home for families that whose kids are in those buildings. So there's a lot of really significant value in it. So I appreciate you including that in the presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. And I appreciate the update tonight. We do still have another item under this update, which does require action, to not lose sight of that, and that is the official designation of the town representative to the CUD. Is that correct? And who would like to address that item? Sue, Peter, feels weird for Patrick to address it.
So, happy to relieve Patrick of that weirdness.
Great.
So, based on your earlier discussions, Patrick outlined well at the beginning of this item the history of how this has been considered by this board and actually the prior select boards here in Brattleboro as well. And based on the action that this board took last fall, directing that we stay engaged with whatever regional effort might evolve, Patrick has been doing that on behalf of the town. And so since the organizers of this effort now are requesting that there be a specifically designated individual, we think it makes sense for the board to designate Patrick as that specifically designated contact person for Brattleboro.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough to do.
Nope. Nope, he needs one more thing. Okay, then I would entertain a motion for that appointment designee appointment.
I move to designate Assistant Town Manager Patrick Moreland as the town's representative in the regional planning effort for a communication union district.
Okay, Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, before we voted, I guess I should have asked if you accept.
Well, this
Too
is
late.
weird. Yes, I'd be happy to.
Great, thank goodness. Then we are all unanimous. Wonderful, thank you so much, Sue. Thank you. Drive safe tonight. Okay, that concludes our unfinished business for the evening, and we will now go ahead and move into new business. And our first item under new business is the financial report, the monthly report for January. Peter?
Thank you. So the basic report that I have to offer tonight is not particularly noteworthy. It's about like you usually see for this time of the year. There is some really good news I want to share at the end. But the written report that was in the materials for this evening's meeting dated as a memorandum from Finance Director John O'Connor dated February 5th, 2020. Indicates that after the prorations that we do in order to factor in for the very large payments that are made on certain items either once a year or semi-annually, after those prorations, the general fund expenditures are at 56.1%. We are 58.3% of the way through the fiscal year, so those are in good shape. Yep. Likewise, the expenditures in the parking fund and the prorated expenditures in the utilities fund are respectively at 56.1 and 56.0% for the year. So very solid shape in all fronts. The loan report shows $4,206,141 in outstanding loans. And of the many loans that are being repaid, there is one that has a payment overdue and one other that is in default and is fully reserved. The program income report states $487,765 of available funds for additional grants and loans to be made for housing purposes and economic development purposes in Brattleboro. And the grant activity where we go out and seek grant funds from others to accomplish good purposes here in town. We currently have 41 active grants being implemented and 5 grants in the application process. We have an additional one that's on your agenda this evening. Revenues in general are on target as well in the general fund and the other funds, but we have really good news that we've received now just last Thursday, our second quarterly installment for the local option sales tax, and it came in at $227,215. So added to the first quarter receipt of $211,673, we're currently halfway through the year at $438,888 received. From a source that we had predicted, we knew it was a conservative prediction, but we didn't expect it to be this conservative. We had predicted that halfway through the year we would have 315 $100,000, and that was actually based on data. It wasn't a number out of the air. It was based on prior year's receipts. We think that it is likely that most of the difference between the 315 and the 438 is the result of the state's increased efforts to collect state sales tax and therefore also our 1% local option tax on internet sales.
The online tax, you mean?
I'm sorry?
The online sale tax?
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
that's
internet sales traditionally were not collected or were under collected, and the state of Vermont's tax department has put a lot of effort into correcting that, particularly with some of the larger online retailers. And we think that that's likely accounting for the significant excess revenue that we're able to collect, at least so far, for these first 2 quarters.
Great, thank you, Peter.
Question,
David?
Brandy?
Yes?
Is there, could we ask, I'm not sure who would do it, would it be the chamber or the downtown, the DBA, or both maybe, to see if they can ascertain some similar data in terms of what the businesses downtown are experiencing in terms of, have they seen any impact, the impact that they were concerned about? Is there any evidence that that's happening? I know people have apologized to me for having to charge 7% sales tax, but and I have to point out to them that it's only 1% more than it was beforehand. But we often do things and then don't look at all of the consequences, and I think it'd be worth our while to try and find out what the impact has been on the businesses. I don't know if we can do that in places like.
I hear what you're saying, right? And like the number is also the story, right? So I'm presuming that yes, we're collecting more from the internet, but maybe also part of that number is,
People are still shopping.
People are still shopping. Mm-hmm. And so like, it's really hard to argue with that number. It's nice and cut and dried. And we could also get some of that qualitative data, but I don't know if I would trust one over the other. I'm probably going to trust the number in the end. Not that it matters what I trust.
The number is the number is clear, but the maybe part isn't. And I think the merchants can better reflect on the volume of their sales. If there's an additional tax being collected on online sales that's contributing to this, it would cover up if there were fewer sales in town. So, the only source would be the people that are selling. They have books. They know how much they're selling compared to previous years. They could probably give us. It may be too soon, 6 months into it. But
might be a little soon.
I think it's a little soon.
So we can do it after a year, but we should have a look. It's just responsible to do that.
Further questions or comments?
Yes. The Chamber of Commerce had that data last year, so I'm sure it would be easy enough for them to add this year to it.
Excellent, thank you for that. Other questions or comments on the January financial report?
I actually do have a
Daniel, what is
question
it?
about this. It's seasonally appropriate. It's about the Public Works Winter Roads budget, which is running higher than expected, and we have a little bit of winter left to go. And I was wondering how we're feeling about that.
Same way we feel every year when this happens.
Nothing like jinxing it, Daniel, but let's answer that.
So we use 5-year rolling averages. Yeah. Depending on the winter, there's so many different factors. I can't give you a good, clear answer as to what has driven the consumption of additional materials this year. I remember we had quite a lot of ice last year, and my gut read is that we haven't had as much ice. We've had plentiful snow and some ice this year, but maybe my read on that is wrong compared to what's actually been experienced on the streets.
Data versus...
Yeah, exactly. And so be happy to get that from Public Works and provide you an update as to what's been happening out there. I would say it is not unusual. It's basically a 50-50 proposition that some winters are going to be harsher and consume this winter roads budget more substantially than others. Also, as we've pushed information out into the community just within the last week, the part of this that relates to patching potholes is we're going to significantly exceed our expected allocation for that. But there's a fair amount of this that applies to the consumable materials of salt and sand, as well as the materials that are put in to try to stabilize the roads. So It's a more complicated equation than I can tell you about off the top of my head. I'd be happy to have Steve and his team put together a little report.
Sure. And then I had one other thing,
Yes.
and I'm going to be quiet. In the same section of the report, Public Works yard expense, building repairs, there was a budget for 15,000 and expenditures have been 28,000. And I was kind of thinking about that within the context of like thinking about Public Works building and how things are doing, and I'm presuming that that's in some way to do with that.
Yes. Yeah. Symptom of a very old facility that we are having to nurse along to keep as functional and safe as we can until we're able to move forward and replace it.
Okay.
Further questions or comments on the January financial report? There is no action needed, and so we will move into our next item. Thank you for that update, Peter. And our next item is the local hazard mitigation plan progress report. I see that Brian Bannon, our zoning administrator, is here with us. Peter, do you have any lead-ins, or should we go straight to Brian?
Straight to Brian, please.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Every year, as part of our participation in the National Flood Insurance Program, we have to report out to the public and the elected officials how we're doing on our hazard mitigation plan. And hazard mitigation plans, we adopt them for 5 years, and we're coming up on readoption in 21. So even as we're evaluating what we've accomplished, we're also starting the process of collecting new projects that will reduce the possibility of disaster coming in the future. So we've actually made really good progress, both as a town and then partners of the town, in reducing risk. And that includes removing almost 80 homes or dwelling units from areas of the highest flood risk. And those are the homes that were most badly damaged during Tropical Storm Irene. So that represents a lot of Brattleboroans folks who will not be in danger the next time. To further that effort, we've been working with Tri-Park Cooperative Housing on a master planning process to remove an additional 40 homes from the special flood hazard area and find a plan that will allow their homeowners to find a safe place to live. We've also been supportive of Brattleboro Housing Partnership's efforts to relocate the last of the housing out of Melrose Terrace, and they have actually started to do demolition of some of the homes there prior to actually starting a floodplain restoration, which will reduce flood levels in future floods. We're working with the Vermont River Conservancy on a floodplain restoration at 250 Bird Street, and currently we're going for grants to do a brownfield cleanup at the site. We've been working with the Army Corps of Engineers to do a dam inundation study. That's been with Department of Public Works, and that will also include an emergency response if there is a problem at one of the dams. We're working with them to upgrade our flood mapping along the whetstone, which is from 1974, so considerably out of date, and that will get us a better feeling of what the risk actually is. And we've also been working with the Army Corps of Engineers to identify potential sites for future mitigation projects. So it's been a very productive 5 years, and we hope the next plan is equally productive.
This is a pretty detailed list of things that you've been working on with our partners and as the town, and thank you very much. Comments or questions from the board? Liz?
Yeah, hi Brian. Thank you for all this. This is good stuff. I just had a question. When you're remapping the whetstone, will that take into account Tropical Storm Irene flooding?
Yes, it will. It will be done with new LiDAR data, which is a 1-foot contour data set that was flown by the state. And I believe that was flown in either 15 or 16, so it actually reflects the post-flood conditions. And it also is much more accurate mapping of ground elevations.
Because that was like the 500-year flood or something like that at that point, and it wasn't really reflected in the flood mapping at the time.
We've had a couple of hydrology studies done, which are going to go into the new flood mapping, It indicated that the flood was actually considerably smaller than a 500-year, and in some places it was more a 75-year storm, and in some places it was even less than that. Although when it did get to the downtown area, it did jump into the 500-year floodplain.
Thank you.
The Melrose Street Bridge, the arch bridge there, have any sense of what this, I don't know what it means that the state scoping process means in terms of time, but that's a real place where water really backs up. It's not an adequate culvert. I mean, do you have any sense of how long the state has to do that? That's not something we can undertake.
I don't think it's been a real high priority by the state because it's been rehabbed.
It's a priority of the people that live next to it.
Exactly.
For sure.
The town has taken every opportunity to encourage the state to put that on its priority list.
It's not a big one.
Well, it's made it onto the list, so that's a start.
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Great. And the other question is, what does Class 8 certification mean for the flood insurance program?
So it means because we've adopted a more active flood management program than is required, we get a 10% discount on flood insurance policies.
Thank you. Good work.
Quick question. Anybody thinking about flooding during Irene will almost soon get to Flat Street. Do you have any comments on any future plans for mitigation there? I mean, it's just top of my mind just because we have snow block that just went in, and I know the design built in some safeguards, and as well as a CF Church building put the whatever you call those walls down that you drop down in, I guess, and same with the youth theater. But do you have any comments for anybody who might be watching and thinking, well, what about Flat Street? What's going to happen the next time we get our 500-year flood in 5 years or whenever that is going to be?
Yeah, so for more medium floods, like a 50-year flood, the Bridge Street, First Street restoration should actually give a little bit of protection. It will spread out flood heights so we don't get an immediate surge. It will also get rid of some debris and some ice flows, so that will be helpful. It's going to have a more limited effect for really large floods, and as you say, we have been encouraging new development to meet a higher standard, so the snow block has in fact been built to a 500-year flood height standard. We'll certainly encourage other projects to meet that. We did do an EPA Sustainable Cities grant a couple of years back, and they did identify a couple of potential sites for mitigation downtown, and that would be public plazas that allow for more flood storage. So that could be a pathway, it could be a park, but that would mean that we'd have to probably reconfigure some parking or have some private landowners participate to expand the width of the channel.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
Well, just building on Tim's comment, that open space that you're working on that used to be Sir Sossamon property, there's flood storage in that project, correct?
Yes, definitely. It gets pinched off downstream of the site by the Elliott Street Bridge, so that limits how much impact it can have downtown, but it will make a difference in that 25, 50-year flood, and that will be helpful.
A lot of water moving into a small space is basically what's going on, right?
I see at the end that it says public outreach for the 2021 plan update begins in early 2020. Does this count as early 2020?
This is some of our first efforts to get out there, and we're bringing it up in every forum we're going to where it might touch on this.
Perfect. Do you know if the link's already on our website?
Not currently.
Okay, so I'm going to read it off, and then I assume it'll be put up there at some point. So just for people who are listening, it's https // that's how I'm going to say it, tinyurl.com/Brattleboro -2016-HMP, and hopefully that site That link will be up there, but in the meantime, you can replay my voice over and over until you typed it properly into your URL bar.
Exactly. You don't have to say it twice.
And then it'll just be burned into your brain.
Make it my ringtone.
Make it your ringtone, that's right.
10 seconds.
Thank you so much, Brian. And there's no action required on this item. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay, our final item under new business is ratification of the town manager's decision to authorize a grant application. Peter.
Thank you.
Sounds bold.
So, as you know, we normally bring grant applications to you and ask that you authorize that we apply. In this case, there was a short time frame, and we would have missed the opportunity to apply for a very small amount of money, but it would be sufficient to allow us to buy a couple of pieces of equipment in support of the swiftwater rescue activities of the fire department. So there's something that I can testify to you is actually called a multi-purpose device.
All right.
So there are two of them that we want to buy that work together with the equipment that the department already has to give them more opportunity to actually connect ropes and have people safely go into swiftwater situations and conduct rescues of folks that are in danger there. It's only $1,600 worth in order to be able to seize the opportunity to collect these funds and buy this equipment. I needed to authorize that the application be filed prior to bringing it to the board, which is why we've come to you tonight to ask for ratification.
Thank you, Peter. Being able to pull people out of swift water seems important.
Very much
Being
so.
able to safely pull people out of swift water seems important.
Absolutely.
Questions or comments from the board? Okay, then I would entertain a motion for this authorization. Liz?
I move to ratify the town manager's decision to authorize the fire department to apply for a $1,600 Homeland Security grant to fund the purchase of equipment used in swiftwater rescue operations.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, Peter. Okay. At this time, we've reached the end of the meeting. There's literally nobody left besides us, administration, Russ, and our interpreters.
And everyone out there.
And everyone cozy in their homes or wherever they're live streaming this. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourns at 7:35.
Righty. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Same time.
I'm so excited. I actually get to go.
Channel.
Are you gonna?
Because the kids are gone.
Make it.
We're going to call the meeting to order at about a little before quarter of. Some of it's my fault because I was here late, and some of it's because we waited for the guy in the back who will wave to, but he won't talk to us because he's not as much fun as the other guy who records. So, additions or deletions to the agenda? Anybody? I've got a couple. I got a couple letters. And I have a negotiation.
that for?
in executive session.
Executive, so we have to add that to the zone set. Oh, that's right there, sorry.
Down, yeah, we have an executive session. Okay. Peter, you ready to rock and roll, buddy? Okay. You're the only public. Cool. We got the minutes of the February 3rd, 2020 meeting in, over there in Wardsboro.
The board members present are incorrect. Laura wasn't there. Barry wasn't there.
And I was not there.
Yeah.
But,
Laura and who?
And Barry.
Crossing you out.
We're crossing you out, Barry.
Crossing you out.
Okay.
Okay.
With, except for those corrections, is there anything else?
Good to me. Make a motion to accept.
Okay, Mark makes a motion to approve the minutes. Rick seconds it. If there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Cool. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Barry will abstain. Cool. So old business equity is just there as a placeholder. We're gonna have to probably pick that up beginning of March. Probably the second meeting of March. Website design, that's a placeholder, and let's look at that in the second meeting in March also. So we had two complaint policies, and it got a little confusing. So at the last meeting, I believe we approved the complaint policy that deals with personnel, complaints about personnel. And for some reason, the third page of my minutes is missing. Just make sure that we approve the personnel one.
Did we approve it?
We didn't approve it, we would have adopted it.
We would adopt
I've not adopted it, we would have voted to post it.
Post it. Original information, business.
Oh, here's page 3 of 3. Complaint policy. Sharing policy. And to issue copies of policy and complaints about school personnel, that a book will be available, as policy. So we didn't vote on it.
Because we wanted to present it today in Dover.
Okay, perfect. So now that we're in Dover, the complaint policy on personnel, does anybody have a issue, question, comment on that?
So,
Public complaints about personnel, code D10.
yes.
Everybody good with it?
It's the same as the ones previous, right?
Yeah, it's a little, it's got the same steps, it's just written a little different.
Okay.
You know, they add things like the district places trust in its employees.
That's the one where they had to change compliant to complaint.
Right. Change the wording.
That complaints.
The compliant.
Compliant in a couple of places.
Complainant. The complainant, I think this is the one I got.
Yours is probably, looks like it's been fixed.
It's in the third paragraph.
For a second.
Towards the bottom.
If the issue's the complaint, compliant, okay.
Compliant, basically.
Right.
Issue.
Complainant. Official.
Okay, so I changed that and initialed that. Was there any other place where that was a problem? So does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to warn policy D10, public complaints about personnel.
Second.
Please have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And actually, it's unanimous, so. Okay, the second one we got was on complaint procedure for non-personnel issues. And that was supposed to get updated to be River Valley's not Dover centric.
This one, right?
Yeah, and I don't see that I ever got it. And it's got the same coding as this one. So I would say we're not quite ready.
Bill was gonna
fix this for us.
To make it non-personnel.
Right, and I don't know what happened. Okay, so that'll have to carry over, and we'll have to make a note that Bill needs to deal that.
Yeah, all I know is the Dover one, right? Is that-
Yeah, I don't see.
It's got the same code, D10.
Yeah, and I don't see that he changed that for us.
It wasn't included in the email you sent us.
No.
So.
Okay, so we did post policy F13 at the last meeting, and that was the residency policy.
Right.
So if we posted that on the 3rd, it's been 2 weeks, just 2 weeks. So we can vote that one if you folks want.
What was the number at 13?
That one is F13, correct. And remember, we're just approving the policy, not the affidavit and the checklist. That's an administrative procedure.
I make a motion that we adopt F13, the residency policy.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Rick seconds the motion. Is there any further discussion? Okay, if hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
No.
Oh, you voted for it?
Yes.
Okay, then it's unanimous. Everybody's in agreement. Boom, complaint policy, and we also wiped out the residency. And then we can work on that. Under old business, I forgot to add this, but on March 11th, 2020, Senator Bratt is gonna, he's head of Senate Ed, from 4 to 6 p.m. in Montpelier on March 11th, 2020, 4 to 6 in room 11, the big room. Senate will be having a hearing on the weighting. The Senate Ed will be having a hearing, public hearing on the weighting issue. All but a few schools in Windham County are impacted negatively by the weighting as it currently is. If it was to, change to the new weighting study, which we have. Oh, I know why. Because I was going to do this in the weighting study down below. So actually, let's hold that. Does anybody have any other old business? Okay, we'll move into new business, River Valley website links. Mark, you got that with you?
I didn't print it out,
printed
but I can tell you, I created 4 essentially shortcut links to make it easier for us to access and communicate different portions of our online world. First is video.rvusd.net. That takes us directly to the BCTV page with all of our videos. The other is board.rvusd.net. That takes you directly to the WCSU board page for us, where all of our documents are.
I'm going to write it down for Peter.
Okay. And then dover.rvusd.net takes you to the Dover website, and wardsboro.rvusd.net takes you to the Wardsboro website. And I did renew the rvusd.net domain for another year because it came up in the beginning of this month, I think. So we have that.
Where did the Dover and Wardsboro links go to before?
There weren't any links.
Oh, there weren't
for
any links,
RVUSD.
okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to change our online world to rvusd.net.
Okay.
So right now, it just points to wardsboro school.org and doverschool.net. Yeah.
Great.
And if there are any other shortcut links that people think would be valuable to have, they're very easy to create.
This is all from the
RVUSD.net. Yeah.
Okay, not from the school sites.
Correct.
But I know at the meeting, there was some concerns that the school sites had some issues with their links being not active.
They're
very old.
They're old. There's some old stuff on both websites. I've started working on a new template for the district, something that isn't going to cost us any money, but that we can put together a new site very easily, so we can kind of move over to an RVUSD.net website with a Dover and a Wardsboro separate site put all together. I'm hoping to bring a mock of that on the second meeting in March, so you guys can see it. And
That's when we have our discussion on updating.
that's why I'm going to read that.
Nice.
Cool.
Is there a way we can repair some of those links that are?
I don't have access to either.
You don't
of those.
have access.
Tammy is for Wardsboro and Matt is for Dover. They're the ones that have the access to currently to those sites.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd love to.
Whether we should just kind of look at the sites and see if we can find anything. Who do we?
Anita did send an email to us, which Rich had given to Matt to take care of. I know that some links on the Dover town website got updated.
Right.
After that meeting, so it's possible that things have gotten updated on the school websites as well.
Okay.
Possible things have gotten better.
Possible.
But not probable. Just possible.
I will let you know at the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, we good with that? And just write them down.
I'll give them to
Peter, so he's gonna write them down for you that you have them, and then you can give them to, we can give them to
Okay, thanks.
newspaper. Okay, next thing is the school district meeting review. So, everybody that's here was there. Everybody that was there, everybody out there was here also. So what'd you think of it? I didn't think it went bad. What'd you think of it way out back?
I wasn't there for that one, actually.
Oh.
Somebody else, but
It was
I
somebody
did
else?
it, so. Looked good.
It looked good? We're gonna get like the most views for that one, you think?
Probably.
Another award.
Probably because of the editing job.
That's right. That's true.
You good, Peter?
That was Dr. Backus conducting, yes?
Yes.
As usual.
The old quack.
Yeah, I thought it was a good meeting. I thought that there was some good. It was more unified is what we're trying to accomplish between the residents of both towns. It was almost couldn't distinguish between where they were from. They weren't taking the audience wasn't taking a perspective of their towns. I felt like they were talking more about the district as a whole. Kind of got that vibe a little bit. I thought that was great.
I can't think of one question that was specific, was there? There was like, where is the IB?
I think Randy might have said something that was town specific, had Tanny, but I think that was about it.
Yeah,
That's a really good point, though.
I thought that was good.
I mean, we didn't get explanation for the no votes.
No, and I don't think you would have gotten any. I think
Right.
sometimes people just. So yeah, and in the vote on the budget, there was 34 ayes and 14 nays, but it was still over 2-1. And then a lot of people didn't vote. I didn't vote for the budget because I never usually do. A couple from the front did because they remember Andy pointed at the table.
I did, yeah.
I thought he was like, all right. But maybe I didn't.
So I think if you look at the first three, they went fine. There was, was a little question what people do.
Yeah.
I think the auditor thing is, Bill's supposed to look into that for us. So, and if we are required to have auditors, then we'll just have to appoint some. The stipends for the board was, I don't think there was any questions. Pardon? And then the mileage, it just, what was it? And I was wrong. It's like 57.5 or something. I thought it was 55. the 200,000 seemed to go okay. And then, as somebody said, the budget, you know, there was some, I thought there was really good discussion. And what, I guess, like somebody just said, the only thing that surprised me a little bit is if there were people who were opposed to it, that they could have tried to amend it. But I think it's hard to stand up and make an amendment. It's easier just to say nay.
As we saw later on in the agenda.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I think the tuition rate was fine. I think next year, I used to always have a list of that, and so, you know, I think Randy made mention of that. So we'll just,
Mark, that you had some of the tuitions.
yeah, or at least the numbers.
Yeah,
But
yeah, I had the number of students. Yeah.
But it would have been nice if had how much the tuition was for the different schools, and we were reaching a little bit. The reserve fund issue, I think, went fine. And I'm wondering if because I noticed there was a lot of people that had gone to the two different meetings, so I think it is important to do them ahead of time, because it seemed like maybe some of those questions got answered. And then moving the annual meeting.
That was interesting. Yeah, that was a good one. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, that was
So it's going to be the first Tuesday in April next year, and following that will be the last Tuesday in March. But again,
$5.5–6 million without too many questions. That all of a sudden the next meeting comes up.
Yeah, budget was
1 hour discussion.
less than a 20-minute discussion, and that was 32 minutes.
22 minutes on that?
No, the
32.
budget was less than 20.
Oh, yeah.
The date was 32-minute discussion. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, really? I give the group credit for coming up with a solution. That was impressive.
And
Everybody was so confused by the time we got to the end of the day.
well, because you're voting the same thing 3 times over.
Well, that was confusing. Sure.
Right, but you have to, because you have to vote the amendment, the amendment, and then that becomes your main article. So anyways, and then I don't remember, in other business, I thought I wrote some notes. Better budget, the people didn't like the budget in the book, and I think we all pretty much knew that.
Yeah.
And they wanted to divide out the STEAM and IB a little bit more.
Yeah, they wanted stuff broken down a little more.
Yeah.
It actually is broken down, it's just hard to see it because the categories are all the same in the different areas.
I think we're gonna have to add another page to.
Well, yeah, I think we need to include a number of people, including some who didn't come to the meeting, said they couldn't figure out the budget the way they wanted to because we didn't give the number of students that we had.
We did.
So, in there?
Yeah, it's right in here.
On the...
It's right there. Equalized pupils, 273.56.
They didn't know where
Night
that was there.
Yeah.
There was a big chunk missing.
Oh, really?
They taped it together and put it in a bag and said, sorry, we damaged your mail.
Oh.
I got it after the meeting.
After the meeting.
Yeah, so I had to grab one off the table.
That's funny.
I had to grab one off the table too because I went through one of the meetings, I went through the mock-up that I had and it wasn't the same.
Can we include the notes that Lori gives us in the budget so that we can
No.
understand? No? Okay.
Just open up a whole.
Some of the can.
We've never done that. That's in there because,
It would be better, it would be good if we could flush out some of the WCSU stuff. I think that's what really confuses people, all of those, you know what I mean?
well, there's the one guy who questioned the gym versus the special education from the supervisory union. I wasn't sure what point he was trying to make there.
I think that, wasn't that before he realized the order, that the total was
But
below
he'd
the
also been
sections?
at 2
The
previous
informational,
meetings, too.
I think we can all agree we should just clean that up and make it a little.
Yeah.
And I just want everybody to know, Tuesday, April 13th is Ramadan in 2021. So that's why we couldn't do the second. Shouldn't have done the second, but I think it passed, so we're good. It is the second Tuesday, right? Not the first? Or is it
Next
the
year,
first?
next
Yeah.
year it's the first.
First, okay, so we missed Ramadan too.
Yes.
All right.
There. Didn't even know we'd done that.
Oh, wait, so next year is the first one? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so next year will be in April. So right now, we would be preparing the budgets to put together. We would have to warn it probably next week or the week after. We could actually probably vote it the first meeting in March. But I think we should vote it before, because the first meeting in March, will be the last time this group meets, because then there'd be 2 new people possibly on the board. And then elections. Mark's running. Are you running again?
I'm not.
You're not. We're gonna miss you. So this will be your last meeting.
No, the meeting, first meeting we have in March is before
Okay,
town meeting.
that's
so-
right. It's the night before. Okay. Well, we'll miss you then, so we'll have cake for you then. I just like reasons to have cake. So anything else from the school district meeting? I think we know we gotta clean up the booklet. Anything? Any other takeaways?
You said we just say more if they're gonna vote against it. Just-
Yeah, it'd be
It'd be nice to
nice
get
to
some
have that.
directional information.
Which is a lot of the purpose of doing it from the floor, so we have an understanding.
Of what's going on.
Yeah, it might be worth just mentioning it at the beginning of the meeting itself. In case, remind people this.
And we kind of did it, we actually kind of done it last year when we talked about why we wanted to go to a floor vote versus a ballot vote. Okay.
I'm just wondering, I know we talked a lot about, the space issues in the booklet, and then we also talked about possibly having the budget online as well. I don't even know if we do
The
have.
budget is online.
It is online, right?
Yes.
We also, back in the merger days, we had like frequently asked questions. Is there a way people could submit questions?
Like online?
Prior to, regarding the budget, on the website?
There will be on the new site.
That might be a way to get some people to interact with some questions about the budget prior.
I think
to-
Anita got one question the entire time.
Yeah, I don't expect a ton of flurry of questions, but you
I think
never
it was
know.
me.
Just a thought while we're.
No, Peter, can you write that down? So is there a way that people can submit questions? I guess my only issue is if they don't come to a meeting and they submit a question.
Yeah.
And so at the meeting, we say, okay, well, here's some questions we got, and we answer them.
I guess we can.
How do we know that the people are actually getting their answer?
What we can do is respond to them with a link to the minutes and the video, and say this was discussed
That's one way.
at the meeting.
Or we could answer it, yes.
Or, I mean, during the, I don't remember if it was the Act 46 committee, or if it was the beginning of this board, took a whole bunch of questions and published the answers on.
Yeah, that was questions from a meeting.
That was
And
on
we
the
discussed them, and we
Yeah.
discussed them at the following meeting.
Yeah, just thought, I'm just trying to think of a way to.
We could have an FAQ or a recent question section on the site and just post answers to
That could do that as well.
there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tricky one.
It's only one of those things you want.
Pardon?
It's, it's another one of those, the information's in a million different places, and then, but
Right,
adding
and then-
one more doesn't hurt.
But then a lot of people are right, well, I didn't know.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but it's some good things to think about. I mean, I think we do a pretty good job. I think we send out a really nice booklet. Again, somebody made the comment that, I could do with less pictures and more information. But I've also heard a lot of people say it's nice to see some, and it's not like we spend a lot of money. Yes, so again, it's, I guarantee it, you'll never make everybody happy. And I guarantee that there's always gonna be somebody who says,
I'll take your guarantee.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah.
for Sure.
And that, you'll never get everybody, you'll never satisfy everybody, I don't think. I think we do a really decent job. I know we do a better job than a lot of boards do, I think. I feel like we do. But there's always room for improvement too. None of us are perfect.
Could we at least think about having a 5-minute period at the beginning of annual meetings where Tammy and Matt stand up and just give a short presentation
No,
on?
because it's not, the annual meeting is not for the school administration. It's supposed to be the board presenting the budget.
Okay.
So I'm really, I think that takes the focus off, because if we can't answer the questions, then we're not doing our job. And I felt that way for a lot of years. I know in Wardsboro you used to do that. You would have a huge presentation and basically your administration was presenting the budget. But to me, that's not, the administration isn't there to present the budget. They present to us. It's our job to sell it to the voters.
I was suggesting that they talk about what's been going on in the school,
Well, they have parent night, they have open house, they have a lot of stuff to do in the school, and I think that's something we can put into the booklet and your report if you want. But again, in Dover, we've never had a principal attend a school district meeting until Bill did, and Bill was a voter in town. And Bill didn't attend them all. We never had the superintendent here, and we've never had the business office here. I know it's been a little different in Wardsboro,
no,
but
to your point.
We always felt that was our job, to be able to answer the budget. And if we couldn't answer it, then we should be replacing, and that's what happened. Some people on the board got replaced. The other thing is, sometimes that draws the meeting out too, and then, by the time you get to the budget stuff and the stuff you want to discuss, you're really late. But again, I'm 1 out of 6 people, so if you folks really want to do that, you can.
I feel like our meeting went fine this time. I don't see why I got to do it. I mean, the reason that we had begun to do it in Wardsboro years ago was because the administration was a little better at explaining the things that were going on in the school, not necessarily budgetary things. It was more like the student scores were improving and things like that. So people asked questions about how, where their money was being spent. It was easy for them to say, well, look at how our test scores have improved, look at how this has improved, look at how that has improved. It was easier for them to do it than it was for the board at that particular point in time. That's why.
Right.
We also, Steve Jobs was very pushy about being there.
Yeah, and not everybody at the annual meeting is a parent, so they don't all know what's going on in the school. So there was an opportunity for people who, the folks who don't have kids in the schools to see what's going on in the schools. But I also see your point too, Rich, that there are other places where they can get that information.
And I mean, we can do a quick overview. We could ask the administration to write, and well, they do. What do they write in the report? Who's got their?
Yeah, I think
If we're going to expand on that, then maybe we can expand it in there.
I think we got to expand on this next year. I think add another 4 pages.
I think one more page.
Well,
one more page will give us 4 pages.
Right. Well, that was where we were kind of at.
Yeah.
But we also cut the mailing list way down by doing households versus individuals.
I didn't say a whole lot in the letter.
Well, we cut it, we scaled it.
Well, we only gave you half a page too.
Yeah.
Cool. Weighing study, discussion and possible action. So, back to my thing, Senator Baruch's gonna have a hearing on March 11th, from 4 to 6. 4 to 6, room 11 in Montpelier. I made a note that Kool-Aid will be served. Senate hearing on weighting. So if you know people who are very good public speakers and don't mind speaking in front of a group, it would be probably good to have them up there. What we're looking for, or what they're looking for is, just to explain who you are, how you're impacted by the weighting study, what you want the Senate to do with the weighting study, and what you're going to do next, if anything. Like, I'm going to follow up on this, or I'll make sure that this goes forward. I think you only get 2 minutes to testify, so it's definitely something you want to have at least some notes prepared, because you'd be surprised. 2 minutes goes for a long time when you had to stand up in front of 100 people in high school and do a presentation. But up there, 2 minutes will go really quick, and it'll be over before you know it. We also, Rick and I went to the WCSU meeting the week before our meeting, so 2 weeks ago. And we,
Day before our meeting?
yes, it was the day before the meeting, so it was so it was a week ago.
Yeah, it was last.
God, time flies. It seemed like 2 weeks, doesn't it? And at that meeting, Wyndham Central charged the chair of the Wyndham Central Board to write a letter to House and Senate asking that they consider putting the weights in place this year. There was 4 things: putting the weights in place, not make any major changes to the educational finance until the entire legislature gets to review the study.
The 4 short bills that.
No. We did mention there are some bills that have been turned in, but we had them in there, and it was suggested that we take them out. So, and then the relief is immediately, and that we're willing to have people who will come up and testify. But the big thing is implement the weights this year. There are 4 short bills that we're Laura was trying to put in. One is to do that, implement the weights, not make the changes. The other 2 is to have AOE look at how much student opportunity was lost between 2000 and 2018, and qualify the excess penalty, the number of dollars the excess penalty took out of districts over from 2000 to 2018. And there wasn't the excess penalty, I don't think, in 2000. I think it came in at some point after. And that there's really no justification for waiting on the weighting. So that was that. So I don't know if we want to do a similar letter for the river valleys that we can also send up, or if we want to do personalized letters, it's whatever you folks think. But that was what it was on the agenda for.
I think we should. And the more organizations we hear from, the better.
Anybody else?
I don't know, right?
Yeah, I completely agree.
Okay, so why don't we make a motion?
Hold on a second. Who does the letter go to? Just gonna be sent?
It's going to be sent to Senate Ed, Senate Finance, House Ed, House Ways and Means, all our local legislators, and the newspapers.
The newspaper, okay.
Whoever we can send it to.
Great. No, that's what I was going to add. Absolutely. That's fantastic.
So you want to make that motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead and make it.
And I'm gonna make a motion that the board submits a letter to all those places you just mentioned for the opposition to the weighting.
No, support.
To support their weighting. Sorry.
I'll second that.
Wasn't a very good motion, but thank you for seconding it.
In support of the study?
Of the weighting study.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so Barry seconds it. Is there any other discussion? Who's writing the letter?
Chairman.
So that, not that the board, but the chair on behalf of the board.
Chair on behalf of the board. Yeah. I think this letter should come from it's from the entire board.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, on behalf.
So I would write it on behalf of the entire
yes,
board.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll catch up today. I'm a little slow today.
That's fine. It's a holiday. Are you okay with that, Barry?
And
Okay.
I don't
So
think it needs to be much different than your WCSU letter.
yeah, it's got to be different. I was told. It's because if not, it looks like just a form letter. So
No, I just meant it doesn't need to be, I mean, you guys have
Right.
the same points.
yeah,
Yeah, basically.
no, because it's interesting. You know, in our district, we win and lose. If they enacted the new weights, you know, together we win, but separately, you know, one town loses, the other town gains more. And then that was one of the issues, and it got brought up at the WCSU meeting because there was one nay vote on it, because there was one town that could, under some scenario, increase their tax rate 60 cents. Yeah. That is, it's pretty huge.
It's a lot of property.
Yeah.
A lot of high-end property.
But remember, it's only homestead. There's a lot of those high-end properties nobody lives in full-time. So, yes, sir.
Just for clarification, there had just been discussion of the letter requested to the legislature and the subcommittees covering certain specific points.
That was
This
what the
motion is to write a
WCSU letter.
Yeah, in
Right.
support of the WCSU.
No, this is a motion that the River Valleys Board have the chair on behalf of the board send a letter to all the places discussed to support the weighting study, to support enacting the weighting study.
Support acting upon.
Enacting.
Enacting.
Or acting on. Well, we don't want them to act on it, we want them to do it. We want to enact it.
So implementation.
Okay, sure. You okay with that? That's your motion?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Are we all ready to vote?
Sorry, I missed the second.
Barry.
Thank you.
He wants to get his name in the minutes a lot because he may not be around much longer. He may be surprised because if he doesn't show up to town meeting, he may just get put back in.
That's right, you better show up.
I figured that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. WCSU alternate discussion, possible action. I think we can bail on that because we'll reorganize sometime right after town meeting, which is only a couple weeks away. And our next WCSU meeting is until April 1st or April 2nd, April Fool's Day. So I think we can deal with that at a later date. I did have a couple new things that came in kind of a little bit ago, but after our last meeting, we at our last meeting, we talked about Dover. Had a couple faucets that were over the new parts per billion on the lead. So did Wardsboro School. I think it was just one. And it has to be taken out of service for drinking and cooking. So they're also working on a permanent plan. And it looks as though because there was some money put away from by the legislature last year that we can they'll get some help with it. So hopefully they'll be taken care of in the very near future. And we can be a lead-free school again. Let's skip over. Let's talk about the next meeting. We can meet the night before town meeting, but I think the teachers are still out. I don't know if we get any administration there. Do we want to put that meeting off till the 4th, and then we'll meet after town meeting, and then we can reorganize and set our agendas and set our meetings and move forward from there? Would that make more sense?
You mean the following Monday or?
No, the Wednesday.
Move to a couple days.
Right. We're gonna meet on the 2nd, so that must mean town meeting's the 3rd. So
Right.
we move it to the 4th. Does that make sense to you? Are you good with that?
I'm good with that. We just move it there. There are 5-week Mondays in March. Can we just move it up a week to the 9th? We really want to do that.
I just figure we'll keep it, and then we'll keep the regular meeting in Dover when
On
we
the
said.
16th.
And then,
Oh, if you
but
want to
we'll-
move, then we have to move both.
and we get to decide at reorganization, excuse me, when we want to meet.
I see.
I mean, the person takes Barry's place may want to meet on Friday mornings, who knows?
You never know. Okay.
And Laura should be good because their legislature's off that week.
Oh, okay.
That makes perfect sense.
Okay, so our next meeting will be March 4th, 6:30 in Wardsboro. So unfortunately, Barry, that means this is your last meeting.
Lucky you.
Miss out on cake.
But you can come to the meeting on the 3rd if you want. The meeting on the 4th.
We love public, you know
Yeah. And you could also like, get on the board. So.
that. We might not want to come in case please.
So we've got a couple executive session items. I don't think we're gonna make any decisions, so if you guys wanna hang out, you can. Mark will send you, Peter, an email with what we decide, if you don't mind, Mark. And we're gonna let you guys hang out here if you want, but we can move over there. But I'll need to entertain a motion for executive session for personnel, contractual, and for personnel, contractual, legal, those three. So moved. Okay, Barry moved. Do we have a second? Second. Mark seconds it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. 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 Okay, we'll move over there.
So welcome, and why don't you introduce yourselves for the record, and then we would like your testimony.
Good morning, Kevin Mullen, Chair of the Green Mountain Care Board, and
Susan Barrett, Executive Director of the Green Mountain Care Board.
And I guess we'll just start.
We have your PowerPoint.
Perfect. Yeah. So I understood there was some testimony last week that talked about the creation of the Green Mountain Care Board, and just to clear up a few things, that it wasn't solely about trying to create a single payer system, and there was a lot more to it, and we can go through the statutory requirements of what's there. And many people say that Vermont has failed because they were unable to get to where we thought we could go in 2011. And I would say that we haven't failed, that we've pushed the rest of the country to still have that conversation. And, you know, we're seeing that conversation occur every day at the national level. And what we were able to do in the state of Vermont was, once it became clear that there wasn't an appetite to fund the proposed Green Mountain Care healthcare, that the state negotiated with the federal government to agree to an all-payer model. And in some respects, it touches more lives than what we would have been able to touch if we had been successful in 2011, because we never would have been able to touch the Medicare lives under the proposal that we were considering at that time. I would say that Vermont hasn't failed. We continue to be at the forefront nationally in trying to reform healthcare with the triple aim of not only trying to control costs, but to make sure that citizens have access to care and that the care is quality care. So I just wanted to clear up that from the testimony that was reported back to me that you heard.
Thank you for having us here today. And before I review our value proposition, I did want to introduce folks that you're sitting there to Elena Barabee. You may have seen her face here following testimony, but just as a formal introduction, she came over to the board about 6 months ago from the Department of Education. She worked in finance over there. She has a long career, well, not that long because she's not that old, but she has much experience in finances and academia, in strategy and lean improvement. So one of the things that she's been working on, and we'll get to this later in our presentation, is streamlining the ACO budget and oversight process. She's leading up the team that regulates the ACO and implements the all-payer model here at the board. So just wanted to call her out.
Glad you're here.
So I think it's also really important to follow Kevin's slide about the role of the board in terms of cost containment, to just highlight what we see as, what I see and the board sees as our value proposition. So I like to bucket it into 3 different areas. We are holistic, we are transparent, and we are independent. And when you look at the holistic nature of the board looks at a broad range of healthcare activities. We look at healthcare spending, we look at insurance rates, we look at healthcare delivery system, and that allows the board to make decisions both in its regulation and in its innovation and evaluation across the entire, well, I shouldn't say the entire, a large part of the healthcare landscape, and that's quite a benefit. The board's transparent. I think this goes without saying, but I'll say it again. All of our meetings are held in a public setting. Most of the work we do is done in a public setting. We are allowed to deliberate both for certificate of need as well as for rate review, but that's a very small amount of our work. We accept comments from stakeholders, the healthcare advocate, I see they're here today. We have 2 robust advisory groups. We have the general advisory, and then we have the primary care advisory group. You heard from the primary care advisory group a couple of weeks ago on workforce issues, and they've been wonderful to work with. So transparency is key to our work. I would say if my job would certainly be a lot easier if I didn't have to do everything publicly, working with the 5 board members in a public setting as opposed to doing it behind closed doors. But I do value that, and I think it's a huge advantage for Vermonters. And then, of course, we're independent. The board is appointed, board members are appointed by the governor with your approval, of course, and then we are an independent board from the administration. And then I'll just close by saying, as it relates to the all-payer model, the all-payer model that we have in Vermont would not be in existence without the Green Mountain Care Board. If you look at the all-payer models throughout the country, all of them in the states who have them have, and there's only 3 right now, so there's not a lot, but they have a strong, 3, yeah. They have a strong regulatory board. And they want that because they need that assurance that there's that regulatory board in effect that can actually either step in the shoes of Medicare, which we do when we set the benchmark rates for the ACO, or also if costs do go out of control, that we're here, the board is here to push back on those costs. So I wanted to highlight that too.
What is the 3rd state?
Right now it's Maryland, Vermont, and Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, I always forgot Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they're doing a rural model, and I know
It's actually a pretty interesting model too, because I don't know if you remember, but a few years back, when I was in this body, Senator Ash and I were trying to get through a pilot proposal. Rutland had agreed to do a global budget for the hospital, and it was actually the state Medicaid office that couldn't perform the necessary tasks in order to go live with that test project. So it would be interesting to see what they do come out with in Pennsylvania for results, because that's something that, at least I've always believed, that global budget really
We have a lot of support in here for that.
And I know in Pennsylvania their board is not as robust as it is here. They're having some difficulties getting their legislature has the authority to create a board, but they've been really slow doing that. So we'll have to see what happens there. And then we have a couple of slides on the ACOs.
Yeah, I'm just going to
go and then
brief
we'll get to
over
the
them
meat of
very
the
quickly
290.
because
Yeah.
really they want to get into 290.
Yeah.
But just to remind everybody that there are multiple signers to the all-payer model. It was the governor at the time, the chair at the time, and the secretary of AHS at the state level besides the federal signatory. And this slide just gives you an idea of the different roles that are performed by the board and by AHS. And the next slide just gets into the regulation. And unless there's questions, I'll just kind of...
One question
Okay.
that is, I think, more of a clarification. So the benchmark setting that you do is written within the waiver itself.
Yes.
So the role that you play is, how many of those old checks under the U are related to the waiver for all payer? Okay.
Yeah, some of them are through state regulation too.
All payer ACO model and ACO regulation?
Yeah, so they're number 4.
Oh, thanks.
We can add another column to differentiate, but I think for the all payer, I would say 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe like two-thirds or over
It would
half.
be helpful for us to know that.
Yeah.
That would be great, thank you. Okay.
And then, so we're now going to get into the meat of S290. What we've done here is given you a high-level overview of where we're coming from in the different sections. We've also shared with Jen some very detailed thoughts on, what could happen, some rationale, and I think she's better suited to go through those when you're ready, or if you're ready. But high level for sections 1 through 3, the criteria for the ACO oversight that are expected to measure ACO activity, we think would fit more appropriately in the budget section. And then any requirements due to any requirements that monitors the ACO efforts to collaborate with other entities, like for instance the Department of Health, we would suggest that maybe that could go into the contract language between the different payers. And we have this all detailed out for Jen, but we just wanted to give you a high level. And then a lot of the annual reporting outlined in section 2 is already collected through the budget process. We gave Jen a very large spreadsheet of a crosswalk of what we collect in terms of certification and budget and how and under our rules. So that's very much detailed in those materials, and we already collect virtually all of the things that were listed there. And then the 2-year budget, we can continue to think about this at this juncture with our reporting requirements for the federal government. They ask for things every year, so that may be a challenge in our view. Anything else?
Well, I mean, the question I would have is how long does it take to get to a 2-year budget? So the prematurity is doing it, but
right.
Maybe
That's
I
actually a
think
good question.
The key point, though, is that so much is in flux. So, for example, this year with the budget that came in, there was the anticipation that state employees and teachers would be involved, but they're not. And if you had gone through a 2-year budget process, you would be using numbers that would be pretty far out of whack going forward. Obviously, anytime you can extend the length and create some more long-term planning versus short-term, it's good.
Yeah.
So we understand where you're coming from. It just may not be practical at this point in time. No.
We rehearsed.
I didn't even realize you were finished with that. So, basically...
Are we on section 4?
Yes, page 7, slide 7, is it?
Yes.
So Susan already touched upon the fact that how transparent everything is, and actually one thing that could be done that might actually help us do a better job would be to allow for a couple things to be a little bit less transparent. And I'll give you an example. In the recent budget orders, 6 of the hospitals were required and are required to present to us sustainability plans. And why was that? Well, what we've seen, if you take a look at the environment in Vermont for healthcare with the hospitals in particular, if you do a 5-year CAGR, 8 of the 14 hospitals have a negative operating margin. So it is not a healthy environment that exists currently. And while the vast majority of hospital boards are incredibly tuned in, we've seen at least one situation where people have become complacent as board members and weren't following things as closely as they should have been. They took the CFO and the CEO at their word for what the true picture was for that institution.
You're talking about the hospital board?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so a couple of things that in our efforts to try to make sure that doesn't happen again, we're actually working on two fronts. One is we're working with VAS to develop a board education where this really goes back to, I guess it was over 20 years ago now that I was on a school board. But back in those days, Wynton Goodrich from Vermont School Boards Association would travel around and he would meet with all the boards in the state and basically go over with them what their obligations were. And it was very helpful because it gave everybody at the local level the tools to understand how important their job was. And so we're working with VAS on that education plan. But the second piece is the sustainability plan, which has already been ordered in the budgets. And since that time, it's become clear that hospitals are a little bit reticent to divulge some information because of the fact that what they deliver to us becomes a public record. So if you're even considering the possible elimination of a service line at a hospital, you wouldn't want your employees to know that until you actually pulled the plug on that decision. Or if you were negotiating with another hospital or a group of hospitals to do something contractual in alliance, you also can't endanger that relationship. So it would be very helpful if there was something that could just be in session law that would allow for sustainability plans required by the Green Mountain Care Board to be allowed to be kept confidential. Because the real fear is if we can't get that confidentiality, we're still going to go forward with requiring them to do a sustainability plan. But one would have to beg the question if they were truly transparent in that plan, or if they intentionally were a little bit opaque because they had to protect the interests of their institution.
Right, so you never get the real picture.
Right. So that's the case where it would be very helpful. And you talked in here, I think, about 3 specific, if there could be some flexibility on more than 3, that would be helpful. Also, it might be helpful if you actually studied what the impact on the 0.5% increase might be, because the administrative burden might be fairly high if you set it at that level. But it also brings up the question of something that would be truly helpful, is that if during the hospital budget process we had statutory language that enabled us to pierce the veil of the contracts that are between carriers and hospitals as far as reimbursement rates. So in the hospital budget process, we have 2 primary levers. One is to restrain the growth of overall expense through the net patient revenue side, which is basically a revenue cap. The second lever that we have is being able to set a cap on the increase in charges that a hospital can raise their prices on. And the problem with that is that we're not truly getting to the bottom of what the reimbursement rate is. So, for example, you could say the hospital A charges $3,000 for a colonoscopy, hospital B charges $1,500 for a colonoscopy, but without knowing what the reimbursement rate is to each of those hospitals, those charges don't really mean anything. So you can't just automatically assume that Hospital A is getting twice as much for that procedure when they get their reimbursement. And we've seen some pretty varying degrees of percentage off of charges that hospitals and carriers negotiate, and yet we can't have all that information right in front of us to make the truly best decisions. So that would be something that would be extremely helpful to us.
And we do have language that we can share with Jen.
That would be
also on
helpful.
that.
I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing I'm trying to get at. Good.
Okay, the next section of your bill deals with designated agency budget review. And we will do whatever you ask us to do. That's perfectly clear.
Wow. I do know that section will change pretty significantly.
I just want to point out, and I pointed this out in House Appropriations, that I worry, based on what transpired last year with our budget, with the move to no longer fund pieces of the budget with global commitment dollars and a move to increase bill back, that I'm worried that it may not be this legislature's intent to have designated agencies pay for this review, but it could easily change in the future. And I start to get nervous about doing that. And when you ask us to do designated agencies, if you ultimately decide to do that, you really have to decide how thorough of a review you're looking for. The hospital budget review is extremely thorough, and that would take at least 2 more positions at the Green Mountain Care Board. If it was a cursory review of the budgets, that would probably only take a half of a person to 1 person. And at the end of the day, you just have to ask yourself if there's enough value there to pay for that review. I'm assuming, and you know what happens when you assume, but I'm assuming that AHS is reviewing these budgets now, and I'm not sure if we would add that much more value to that process. At the same time, I understand how pressed the designated agencies are, and I look at, they can't compete as far as the workforce because, a school can pay higher, a hospital can pay higher. So I understand all the challenges, but at the end of the day, we may come in with something that you can't afford to pay for.
I think it just depends on what it is.
Exactly.
And it's, I
and
think
we don't
more,
know what it is yet.
More of a, I would see it more as a program review than a budget review, to shed more light for the board as we're looking across healthcare systems. And it certainly, as Kevin said, we have to see how many levers we had on that. I think it would more likely form an option to have more transparency on the system, as we are seeing with the Brattleboro retreat and the site cost.
As that language shifts and changes in the bill, it'd be important to have your feedback.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Just my comment about that, because we take the rail rules in to do more things that both traditionally human services like, and they use surplus monies or monies coming through that. I think the concern comes, who's looking at this in the open? And who should look at it in the overview? And if you're not the place, because we're using healthcare dollars to do things.
So the value,
absolutely,
as I see it, I got dragged into seeing some value of us doing this. And Representative Hooper said to me, because I didn't see that there was a lot of value in what we presented as a review of the 3 years of financial statements for the incredible retreat, but she found incredible value in that. So I think the value is for people making decisions on monetary expenditures.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone here, what we do in the traditional human services sense bumps up against what the direction that the ACOs move in, and what our designated agencies are doing, and
it definitely gives you a more holistic approach to the healthcare system. It may just be a lot of frustration on our end because we may see that holistic approach but not be able to do much about it, but that's okay. We're frustrated a lot.
But we're not overwhelmed. We get frustrated, but we're not overwhelmed. We have a really dynamic team and
great people.
Yeah.
Okay, we should probably keep going.
Yep. So, as on section 6, board membership, we've talked about this in having a practitioner on the board. Oh, sorry, that's Kevin's. I'm stealing his thunder. We're neutral.
Okay. Okay, now
we're neutral, and
you said it so well.
I publicly said that when I was invited to go to the Green Mountain Care Nominating Committee before the last nomination, that I recommended that they send up names of providers. At the same token, I would love to have a provider on the board. I just worry if you're limiting it to the next person, that you're tying the hands of somebody sending the best absolute person. I did notice in the effective date section that you excluded someone. The next person that is whose term is expiring is Dr. Holmes from Middlebury College. And if she wishes to keep doing the work, I would hate to have her pushed out. And it's clear from the effective date language that that would not be the case.
Right.
So it's...
We get that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But you're neutral.
Neutral.
Okay.
Switzerland.
Yep. So provider rate setting, as it was laid out in the bill, it would be next to impossible to accomplish what's laid out, to have full rate setting in place by July 1st, effective January 1st with pricing. I can tell you that one of the most frustrating things for somebody going onto the board was my first year I tried to implement what I thought was rate setting ultralight, and quickly the staff pulled out a study that showed a $2.3 million cost for rate setting, and without getting more help from other members of the board at the time to pursue what I thought could have been done very, very cheaply, I let it go. I still think there's ways to do this without full-blown rate setting that could be very, very effective. And
do you have suggestions for us for language?
Yes.
I think really what might be best on this section is a study. I would be speaking.
Getting a lot of studies.
I would be speaking on my own if I gave you a suggestion, because I'm not sure that I have.
That's what we're recommending, is replacing this with a study. Yeah.
Okay. Offline.
Yeah.
So fair contract standards at you.
Neutral. Neutral in that. That was me. And then employee attribution.
Oh, that's
public employee.
That is a study.
That is a study. It's AHS's study. I mean, that we'll let them speak to that, but we do have a slide in our deck that looks at the attribution now. I mean, we feel that this is also very important. So it may not have to be a study. It may be a discussion. It may, but talking about it is very important. We agree with that.
Right. So we're neutral, but to be clear, the language in the bill, I think, could possibly delay attribution for a whole nother year, and that is not something that I think is what you intended.
Right.
So I think that has to be looked at. So it's not that we're truly fully neutral.
Okay, so they're semi-neutral.
So I guess the question is that we'll be asking folks when they come in to talk about this is, will attribution naturally detract from or cause a decrease in benefits? That's
a great question.
For me, it's a silly question.
No, but I think that's a great question to ask, and I think the ACO can talk about that more.
It's more than, their concerns are more than just a decrease in benefits. What they're, at least as they were relayed to me when I met with them, is the state employees have been very successful through wellness initiatives to keep the benefits from climbing, and in fact have actually received, I don't know if you would call it a repayment or a rebate, basically, for their initiatives, and they wanted to make sure that that wasn't taken away from them in this. I think that, and I'll try to say this politely, but it's going to be difficult. If the state's true vision for trying to get healthcare reform as it stands now is enunciated in Act 113, which was passed by the legislature and signed by the governor, it's kind of embarrassing that the state's own employees aren't part of trying to make this effort successful. And the only way that you truly get to a determination of whether or not this will be successful is if you build enough scale to, so that when you, why? I'll answer the why. The why is that when you walk into your doctor's office, you want that doctor to be treating all the patients the same and treating them on value versus volume, and you don't want them treating Dick differently than they would treat me if we both walked in that same day. And it doesn't truly change their patterns if there's not a large enough part of the population that is attributed and participating in the model. So that's the why.
But we
for whoever asked it.
we would welcome a discussion. I think it's great that you put this in here for.
Well, I think it's an important conversation. I'm hoping that we can have that conversation in here with the interested parties and see if we can put something in that helps move forward.
We don't have anything else. We just have some appendices.
Okay.
And feel free to look at those at your leisure. But we do have the very detailed suggestions that we shared with Jen, and I think she's the best person to review that with you at the appropriate time.
Okay, so but you will,
Yeah, there was actually one other thing I wanted to talk about, and that was, and I'm sure that the ACO will speak for themselves, but a couple things. You had one provision that basically was hitched to a 15% administration.
Okay.
Their current budget is at 1.4.
No, we understand that. That was just like, that was like, thank you.
Great.
I don't want people out there to think that they're getting these ridiculous administrative fees, because they're not. And the other thing that you had in there was saying that nobody at the ACO could receive a
salary unless it was demonstrated.
Right, and I could understand where you may want to hold the leadership accountable, but when you say nobody at the ACO, if you're hiring somebody into an entry-level position, you would want them to be able to improve, and you wouldn't want them, once you've got them up to being a very productive and efficient employee, to be leaving to go elsewhere because they were unable to get
That's a
an
good
increase.
suggestion. Thank you.
So,
Okay. I don't have anything else.
do you have any questions for us?
I do have one question, but just to clarify, so you, as we had discussed earlier, you are sending some suggestions to Jen, and then we'll be able to review those at some point. But I do have a question about your preliminary scale estimates based on the 2020 budget submission. And I see some negatives in there on population.
Those are approximations. I'm sorry. It's a squiggly line. It's an approximation.
Oh, it's supposed to be.
It's a Sadia.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I got it.
We should change that. Thank you.
What's
that's a
going
great
on that
question.
we don't know about?
Approximately. And these, just so you know, and I think the ACO could talk more about
Coronavirus.
this. I know, really. This is part of their budget submission, so these are approximations, and they can update you on where they are with scale.
Okay.
Yeah.
I should point out in the different appendices that you have, there's resources that you can click on and so on. And before I get out of the chair, I did want to just highlight the fact that some people have asked about whether or not regulatory review has created any true effects on costs in Vermont. If you look at what was the case between 2000 and 2009 with the increases in hospital spending as opposed to this previous decade, it's been cut in half, the increases.
So yes, thank you. This is helpful to have available. Then the hospital rates have gone down as compared with it nationally. We're lower. The concern is that the out-of-pocket copays and premiums that we're seeing haven't been commensurate. So.
Yeah.
They are increasing in recent years, for sure.
One thing that's not in this bill, but I'm assuming that there's some type of relationship going on between the House committee and here, that somebody will be working on a drug bill. And
On which?
On a drug bill, I hope.
Prescription drugs.
Drugs,
Yeah.
right.
So what I did send to the committee yesterday, and I'm not sure if it got distributed to everyone, but it was just showing you the extremes that states have had to go to because of federal inaction. And the state of Utah is actually paying for plane tickets for people to go down to get very expensive drugs in Mexico for a 90-day basis, and it is so much cheaper adding in the costs of the flight, and they have someone that marshals them through the border, and they pick up the drugs and bring them back, and it's a real travesty. And if you take a look at Blue Cross Blue Shield this past year, 7.9% of that increase was specialty drugs, which are the really expensive drugs.
And then the hospital review as well. That was a large cost driver. The hospital,
And as it stands now, there's nothing that they can do about that.
Why is it?
Why is there nothing? Because, well, to be blunt, the federal government doesn't want to do the same things that governments in other countries have done to
keep drug costs low.
Keep drug costs low. I mean, we're one of 2 countries that allows you to see Phil Mickelson promoting Enbrel every other night as you turn on the TV. We're a country that still finances, even though it's not as much as it used to be, through the National Institutes of Health, a lot of R&D costs, and yet we allow a lot of those R&D costs, the remainder of them, to be amortized just over the U.S. market. Other countries are willing to negotiate for market share, and if there's a group of drugs in a given class, pick statins for example, they'll negotiate and they'll give the market to the one that gives them the best price. And the trouble with us as Americans is we want the lowest costs, but we want absolute choice. So we're not willing to give up anything to get those lower costs. And those are the type of things that have to occur. If we can't just say that other countries, and there are other countries that are getting better health outcomes at half the per capita costs as the U.S. We can't just say that we're ever going to get to that point if we're not willing to make the same hard choices that they've made.
So to answer your question, we are very concerned about drug costs, prescription drug costs in this room. And so we're going to continue to follow up on our importation law. So at least I have been staying connected with the administration as that work goes on. And you'll notice that when the current president talks about that program, he always references Governor Scott of Florida and the work that Florida is doing. Vermont is kind of not in that discussion yet. We really, I believe, has started that if we had a more assertive support at the federal level, this would have happened a long time ago. I mean, the rules are, I don't even know if the rules are finished being written yet, so it's scary. It's
And we're also
huge
working
concern.
with NASHB. We meet with them regularly to hear about what other states are doing and be informed on that work, so we can keep this
We'll have
going.
Ashby in again.
We also have regular calls with the congressional delegation, members of their staff, and I can tell you it's not for a lack of trying by some. They're just as frustrated as everybody else.
Totally frustrated.
So.
Can you email me that information? Because I've
The Utah stuff?
Yeah, what other states are doing, because
I think so, and I can give you the.
I sent it to your committee assistant and to you, and hopefully that it got forwarded on.
I will just transfer it over. Finance has got a couple.
Yeah, we all have it.
Just limiting out-of-pocket expenses,
right.
but it.
Like the insulin bill. And
Yeah.
I can send you the link to NASHB.
I mean, we haven't made.
Your biggest problem with some of those bills is going to be that the way the federal law is established, you have an actuarial value to meet.
Yeah, no, we've already.
Yep.
Yes, we know this. It's frustrating.
Yes.
But I'm ready to start taking on the pharmaceutical companies
Well, good.
again. It's been a few years, but we used to do a lot. And if nothing else, we can make enough noise.
Well, our bill that we passed a few years ago, the importation bill and the transparency bill, and I reported on both of those at a national NASHB meeting 2 years ago. Those are still bills that are held out as the progressive prescription drug bills. And so anything else that finance does will be great.
The healthcare advocate came in, and I guess Thursday was the last day we met. About 5 o'clock at night, suggested that we require hospitals to sell at the 420.
340B.
340B.
We had that bill on our wall.
420 something else.
That one I just want to tackle.
Okay, thank you both. Thank you both. You've got us off in the wrong direction. No, it's the right direction at the wrong time. All right, so the list that I have is not in any order. So what I'm going to do is ask Devin Green and then Helen Laban. I put an order to this. So Devin and then Helen, and then we'll move on to the insurance companies, and then we'll go to the ACO, and then we'll go to Ida Backus. So you know when you're up. That makes sense. So Devin, welcome.
Sorry.
The hall's kind of quiet right now. Why don't we leave the door open?
Do you want it open for air?
Yeah.
There was a little.
And if it gets noisy, we
It was a real nice feeling to have air.
Just leave it open, that would be terrific. Thank you.
Of course, we're crushing a couple of people.
Good. Welcome.
Hi. Devin Green, Vermont Association of Hospitals and Health Systems. Before I dive into S290, I just wanted to give a little bit of background on the current status of hospitals and both healthcare reform, where we look nationally and internationally. So,
it was great while it lasted.
I could yell, maybe. So just a little background on Vermont's hospital system. As you know, we're a completely nonprofit hospital system. But what you may not know is that according to the U.S. Census Bureau, Vermont is the second most rural state in the nation. So Maine is number 1, Vermont is number 2. We always think of places like Wyoming or North Dakota as more rural than here. But the reality is that in those places, a lot of their population is centralized in their cities. So what this does in Vermont is it creates a difficulty in providing access to care. We have to spread out our services a lot more. It's more difficult to be efficient. Critical access hospitals, just by their very designation, are supposed to be inefficient. They're more about access. They're not about big money savings. They're about making sure that care is there in the community. At the same time, you may be surprised to learn, you had some national experts coming in talking about the state of hospitals, how they build up and they build up and they buy each other and they jack up the prices and there's no Medicaid cost shift. That is not the case in Vermont with our nonprofit hospitals. When you look at the number of beds per 1,000 individuals, we are 39th in the nation for the number of hospital beds that we have, which is shocking to me because we are always number one when there's a per capita measurement, right? Like, we always come in as number one. We are not only 39th in the nation, but when you look at DC and Wyoming, DC has a similar population to Vermont. They are more than double of what Vermont has with beds. When you look at Wyoming, which is also a similar population to Vermont, they are many beds as well. And then if you look internationally, we're actually below the UK, Canada, Denmark, and Sweden when it comes to the number of hospital beds in Vermont. So this is not a situation where we are building up tons of hospitals, tons of inpatient, inefficient. If there's any inefficiencies, it's just due to the very nature of our rural state. While we have that, Vermont's consistently ranked high as best in healthcare in the nation. So in the top 5 in Kaiser Health, number 1 for United Health Foundation. So hospitals really are doing a lot with very little. And I just want to make sure you get that perspective. We are different than the rest of the nation. And we're also different.
Thank goodness.
I know. And we're also different when it comes to our healthcare reform. And again, this is another situation where we're doing a whole lot with very little. So California is looking to do a very expansive social determinants of health, looking at housing, looking at all the social determinants of health and helping people in that way. Vermont is trying to do that as well with OneCare. The difference here is California has $1.5 billion in federal funds to apply to that effort.
But how do we get that?
I know. Well, we did have access to $209 million, and we haven't gotten that.
Million.
Yeah, 1.5 billion would be great. And you think, oh, it's California, that's why they get 1.5 billion, it's more people. But when you look at it, they're actually looking to help out 300,000 individuals. So not so different from Vermont. That's just the scope of what it takes to create this change in the social determinants of health. 1.5 billion to help people with housing, to help them with mental health services, to get them coordinated care. It's a staggering number. Meanwhile, in Pennsylvania, as you heard, they are doing a rural hospital program. Right now they have 13 hospitals in that program. Again, pretty similar to Vermont. They had $25 million available for their startup costs, which included overseeing the model, aggregate and analyze data, compile and submit reports, propose and administer the global budgets, and approve the rural hospital transformation plans. So those are all $25 million just to do those sort of arguably administrative things. It takes a lot to change over to this healthcare delivery system reform before you even get into the social determinants of health. Meanwhile, again, Vermont is doing a whole lot with very little. We receive some startup funding from the federal government, not the same amount as the $25 million that Pennsylvania is getting. And as I mentioned, we did have $209 million available to us, but we have not been able to tap into that. So that leaves us with a healthcare reform that needs to be very efficient and streamlined. And when we started out with that healthcare reform, the legislature here laid out a very comprehensive framework to oversee the all-payer model, ACOs, the agreement for the all-payer model, and ACO budgets. And that was found in Act 113. And usually this is the part in the testimony where I would say, oh, you have it in your slides, just take a look at it later. I'm not going to do that today. I want to go through this because it is comprehensive and it's worth looking at. So with the all-payer model agreement in Act 113, Act 113 required that the all-payer model the all-payer model agreement, so this is just the agreement between the feds and Vermont. The agreement has to be consistent with Vermont's healthcare reform principles set out in Act 48. It has to preserve consumer protections under Medicare, including maintaining Medicare covered services, Medicare cost sharing, and Medicare appeals process. Allow providers to choose to participate, give patient and provider choice, and include outcome measures for population health. The Medicare payments go directly from the federal government to the ACO or providers, not through the state of Vermont. The state of Vermont was very adamant when it set up this system that they did not want Medicare payments going through. Now the federal government is not going to say, yeah, we're going to do deals with every provider in Vermont. That's why they want the ACO. The next piece of Act 113 pertains to the all-payer model. So under these requirements, the all-payer model must be consistent, again, with Vermont's healthcare reform principles set out in Act 48. The Medicare payments have to go directly from the federal government to the ACO providers, not through the state of Vermont. You have to maximize alignment between payers, which is one thing you're trying to do here. Strengthen and invest in primary care. Incorporate the social determinants of health. Adhere to mental health parity and integrate mental health and substance abuse treatment into the healthcare system, and include a process for integration of existing community-based providers into a fully integrated care system that may include transportation and housing. Integrate approach to data collection and analysis, exchange and reporting. Evaluate access to care, quality of care, patient outcomes, and social determinants of health, arguably what you're trying to see happen in this legislation. Require shared decision-making, support coordination of care, and work with the healthcare advocate to ensure robust grievance and appeals process. So that's a lot of protections in there. Then there's ACO oversight at the Green Mountain Care Board. So we have our hospital budget oversight at the Green Mountain Care Board where hospitals provide detailed information on their budgets. This is ACO oversight of the ACO, which includes the hospitals. So it's a little bit like double oversight. And in here, the ACO governing body has to have governance, leadership, and management that's transparent and represents ACO participants and providers. It has to have care coordination, including blueprint. It needs to have mechanisms for receiving and distributing payments to providers. It needs to have no discrimination against providers, evidence-based healthcare, coordination of care, electronic health records, and other technologies, meaningful participation in health information exchanges, performance standards, which again we're talking about in this bill as well. No restrictions on information and provider-patient relationship, shared decision-making, outreach and hotline to consumers, shared de-identified complaint information to the healthcare advocate, collaborating with community providers, which I know is a big goal here, so that's already encompassed in statute, patient choice, public sessions of the ACO meetings, no decrease in access to healthcare, which again, I see that in the concern for the state employees and the teachers. My understanding is that their benefits will not change, but I will let others speak to that. Public session of ACO meetings, no decrease in access to health care, and financial guarantee to cover losses. So that's general ACO oversight. Within that, there's the ACO budget. So in the oversight for the ACO budget, the Green Mountain Care Board must receive information regarding the utilization of healthcare to ensure that there's no sort of restrictions on people having access to healthcare. The goals, they have to look at the goals of the health resources allocation plan, which again gets to what you're worried about in terms of where services are located. The soundness of the ACO and its principles, the report from professional review organizations, effort to prevent duplication of services, which I know gets to the community provider worry about sort of buying, not building. So the ACO has been working on ensuring that efforts are not duplicated. Incentives for healthcare investments to strengthen primary care, which I know is an issue near and dear to the heart of this committee. Incentives to integrate community providers. Incentives for system healthcare investments and social determinants of health. Incentives for addressing adverse childhood experiences. Public comment on all aspects of ACO costs and use on ACO proposed budget. Information from meetings with ACO. Information regarding ACO administrative costs. Effect of Medicaid reimbursement rates. Extent to which costs are transparent to make patients aware of costs of healthcare services. And then added in Act 52 was the extent to which the ACO provides resources to primary care practices to ensure care coordination and community services, including mental health and substance use disorder counseling that are provided by community health teams that are available to patients. In addition, in Act 52, the Green Mountain Care Board needs to report on the manner and degree that social services are integrated into the ACO. The AHS must provide an interim status report, and the AHS and the Green Mountain Care Board must submit a plan to coordinate the financing and delivery of Medicaid mental health services and Medicaid home and community-based services, as well as future plans for integrating long-term care in January 1st of 2021. So this is the framework that we're currently working under. So when I read through S290, I kind of wanted to cry because we are doing so much with so little right now. And there's been a lot of questions of why are hospitals doing this? Why are hospitals sort of putting themselves out of business because instead of fee-for-service, they're doing these fixed payments? And I'll tell you that what our rural hospitals need now more than anything is predictability and stability. And I was reflecting on how I was in the seat 2 years ago on February 14th arguing for the same thing when we were looking at universal primary care. I was in here last year on S7 when we were talking about S7. And having consistently these sort of proposals come in year after year of trying to change the framework of this program and require more reporting and more administrative burden is not giving our rural hospitals the predictability and the stability that they need.
So what about the suggestion that Chair Mullen made about having global hospital budgeting?
You know, I would like to. I would like to
reserve the answer if you would, but I think that's an important question.
I think that's what One Care is leading up to, right? Like let's get through this waiver.
So then let's figure out how to do it is the other question. And so what steps need to be taken in order to ensure that we have a sustainable global budget, especially for the critical care hospitals.
And the steps we need to take is to make this waiver a success.
We're with you.
We need to make this waiver a success. This conversation is happening on the national level. They want to move to value-based care. If we're still under the Trump administration, God help us, they are not going to care about shifting funding to community providers. They're just going to want to cut costs. They are going to use bundle payments the way that they use Medicaid block grants and say we're limiting how much money you get. So let's do this right while we have it and set a good precedent going forward so that we can have a strong position going into our next negotiation with the federal government.
Okay. Thank you. All right, why don't you keep, where are you now? Because it's just a long list of things that I know are currently in statute and then things that are related to S-290 that you've shared concerns about, so.
Well, the whole long list is what's currently in statute.
I got that.
The position on S-290 is that we do not support this bill. We do not support anything that adds further administrative burden or unpredictability to this model.
Do you think that the outcomes assessment and evaluation that's currently happening at the board is sufficient?
Yes.
Okay. And then in terms of decision-making on any DSR investments, do you believe that those are being done adequately through the ACO process and governance structure?